All right. Yeah, we got a lot to get to, folks. We have a lot to get to. Um, man, I'm tired of this shit. Can we just not do the war today? Yeah, Putin's talking. I know. All right, let's begin the address. Putin's speaking and it's so boring. Yeah, he's not exactly a populist giant. Well, he's not a giant of any kind, actually.
Ukrainian dementia. Of course, my address is also aimed at our fellow citizens in Ukraine. We'll have to have a substantive and detailed conversation because the matter is very serious. Situation in Donbass is becoming critical. And today
we're speeding this
addressing you directly, not only to talk about what's happening, but also to inform you about the decisions we're making about possible steps in this regard.
Okay, here's the context. Voshites be like context? Context? Okay. The thing that we all expected to happen has happened. The Donetsk and Luhansk regions of East Ukraine, the Donbass region, are being recognized by the Russian government as a breakaway state, an independent nation. So now, the narrative isn't going to be, we are intervening to prevent genocide in an inter-Ukraine conflict. It's we're going to be intervening to support an ally of ours, the Donbass region, an independent nation state, protecting them against the genocide which is going to be conducted against them by Ukraine.
Once again, I would like to underscore that Ukraine is not just a neighboring country to us. It is an inherent part of our own history, culture, spiritual space. They are our comrades, relatives, not only colleagues, friends, but also our family, people we have blood and family ties with. Since ancient times, people from ancient southwestern Russian lands were calling themselves Russians and Orthodox. That was happening until 17th century when part of these territories rejoined the Russian Empire, the Russian state. And
blood
after
and
that,
soil.
It seems that we know all about this, that we are talking about facts that everyone knows. But at the same time, we need to have understanding what is happening today to explain motives and aims that Russia has. We need to say a couple of words about the history of this matter. I would like to start by saying that the modern Ukraine was completely created by Russia. To be more exact, by Bolshevik communist Russia. This process has started almost immediately after the 1917 revolution. And Lenin and his supporters did it in a rough way. If we talk about Russia, they were alienating parts of historical territories of Russia. And millions of people who lived there, obviously no one asked anything. Then before the Great Patriotic War and after it, Stalin added to the USSR and handed over to Ukraine some land that belonged to Poland and Hungary. And as a compensation, Stalin gave some ancient German lands to Poland. And in the 1960s,
Don't try to parse out the logic of this, by the way. If you try to parse out the logic of this, you're going to realize that like half of the planet should actually be owned by some other half of the planet. Don't even, okay? It's not. This is just very standard, our blood, our soil, our people, our bloodline language that authoritarians use when they want to annex territory while pretending it's actually them defending their own people.
Khrushchev decided to take Crimea away from Russia and also gave it to Ukraine. That's how the territory of the Soviet Ukraine was formed. But now I would like to draw your attention to the initial stages of the establishment of the USSR. I think it's of utmost importance for us because we have to start from afar.
Actually,
I would like to
Ukraine
remind
is
you
mine.
that after the October Revolution of 1917 and the civil war that followed, Bolsheviks started building a new state. And they had some differences among them. Stalin, who in 1922 was at the same time Secretary General of the Soviet Communist Party and People Commissar on the Matters of Ethnicities, decided to build the country on the principles of autonomy, thus giving to the republics, to the future administrative units, wide authority when they were supposed to join the state. Lenin criticized this plan and he suggested to make concessions to the nationalists, the way he called them back then advocates of independence. Basically, that was idea about creating a confederation and give the right to every nation for self-determination. That was the basis of the Soviet state. First, in 1922, it was enshrined in the Declaration on the Establishment of the Soviet Union, and then after the death of Lenin, it was also enshrined in the Constitution of the USSR of 1924. And right away, here we have a lot of questions. It raises a lot of questions. And first of them, and the main question, why were they making all kinds of concessions to the nationalists at the outskirts of the former empire, to give to the administrative units that were haphazardly formed huge territories, oftentimes that had nothing to do with them. And
I was responding to that video essayist guy, the what's alt leftist or whatever, the what's alt history, the what if alt history guy, who said he'd be down for a debate. We'll see if it actually happens though.
We were giving these territories with the population of historic Russia, and these administrative
What is
units
this guy,
were
some
given
kind of
status
leftist
and
video
shape
essayist?
of the state entities. And once again, this begs the question, why did they have to do such generous gifts even the most blatant nationalists couldn't dream of, and at the same time give the Republic a right to withdraw from the new state without any preconditions? At first glance, it doesn't seem clear. It seems like madness, but only at first glance, because there is an explanation. After the revolution, the main goal Bolsheviks had was to keep power, to stay at power at any cost. And for this, they went to any length to sign humiliating conditions of the Brest truce when the Kaiser's Germany were in the dire economic situation and the outcome of the World War I was already almost decided, and by giving any concessions to the nationalists inside the country. From the point of view of the historic destiny of Russia and its people, Lenin's principles of building the state weren't a mere mistake. That was much worse than a mere mistake. After the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, this has become absolutely obvious. Of course, what happened in the past cannot be changed, but at least we have to talk about it in honest and direct way, without any political agenda, without giving any political color to it. I can only add that the ideas of the current political realities, no matter how beneficial they might seem currently, under no circumstances cannot and should not be a basis of the building a state. I'm not blaming anyone, accusing anyone of anything. The situation in the country back then and after the Civil War and before the Civil War was incredibly difficult, was critical. And now I only can say that that's how it happened. That's a fact, that's a historical fact. And as a result of Bolsheviks' policy, the Soviet Ukraine was created. And we have every reason to say now that it's Ukraine created by Vladimir Lenin. He's its creator and architect. And it's fully confirmed by the documents from the archives. Also including the decrees, Lenin's decrees regarding Donbass, that was added to Ukraine. And now grateful descendants demolishing all the statues, all the monuments to Lenin. They call it decommunization. You want decommunization? Well, we are quite happy with that. But don't stop halfway. We are ready to show you what would mean actual decommunization for Ukraine. Coming back to the history of the matter, I would like to remind you that back in 1922, at the territory of the former Russian Empire, the Soviet Union was established. But the reality showed that keeping this territory and ruling this territory using the principles of confederation deems impossible, because it had nothing to do neither with the realities nor with the historical tradition. And the Red Terror and switch to the Stalin's purges and the monopoly of the Communist Party, nationalization, planned economy, all that in reality was turned into a formality, nothing more. Principles that were declared but didn't actually work. In reality, Soviet republics had no sovereign rights. None. In practice, what was created, strictly centralized, unitarian in its character. State that was centralized. Stalin implemented not Lenin's ideas, but his own ideas.
Yankees must be so confused right now. The funniest thing about, like, watching lefties in the West defend Putin is that clearly none of them have read anything Putin has written on communists. He is extremely not even close. He doesn't even pretend at being a socialist. Not even close. He's pretty straightforward. He's an oligarch who made a lot of money after the Soviet Union was broken up. He was never a communist.
Of how state should be built. But changes to the founding acts, to the constitution, he didn't make any changes in this regard. Lenin's principles about building the Soviet Union were not reconsidered, technically. It seemed there was no need in this.
Yeah, he liked Stalin and Lenin because Stalin and Lenin also weren't socialists and communists. That's right. But no, the reason he likes them is because of their authoritarianism. Dude, it's not that hard to like go online and find Nazis who really like Stalin. It's genuinely not that hard. Why wouldn't they? He never did any communist shit, and he did lots of fascist shit. All the shit he did was fascist, and none of the shit that he did was communist. He was a hyper-nationalist. Like, what? It's very clear. It's not subtle, you know?
Under authoritarian regime, everything worked well, and it looked nice from the outside.
Lenin's writings were better than his governance.
Democratic even. But still, it's a shame. It's a shame that from the formal foundations our state was built on, they didn't clear out this odious, utopic, brought about by the revolution, but destructive fantasies. And in the future, how it often happened, no one thought about it. The leaders of the Communist Party seem to be confident that they managed to build a strong governing system, that using this policy they managed to finally resolve the national issue. But replacing the notions, manipulating the public moods could cost dearly. The infection of nationalism did not disappear. And that bomb that was undermining the state with this infection of nationalism was just waiting for its hour to come. Because once again, any republic had the right to withdraw from the USSR. In the middle of 1980s, against the background of raising problems, crisis of the planned economy, the nationalist issue that was caused not by some ideas of the Soviet peoples, but by growing appetite.
This is why I hate it when people present fascists as like, hey, they're wrong, but at least they're charismatic, you know? Fuck. Putin is so fucking boring. It's not just the translator here, guys. Look at his face. Oh yeah, here we go. This is the throbbing heart of the nation, you know? This is the strong man who leads his people into battle.
Of the current leaders was escalated, but the USSR leadership, instead of analyzing the situation and making thoughtful decisions in the economy and
if it weren't for all the pro-Putin propaganda out there, I think people would be more willing to recognize that he does look like a businessman whose children hate him and who actively has a cuckolding fetish. Like, come on. Like, leave aside all the propaganda about him being a big muscly man who rides horses. Like, that's actually what he looks like. Like, clearly.
The political system, in the governing system, they were only talking about restoring Lenin's principles about national self-determination. More than that, inside the Communist Party, there was a struggle for power, and each side, wanting to expand its support, started to encourage this nationalism. They were trying to play with it. They were promising anything to this nationalists. And when they talked about the democracy and bright future based either on the market economy or a planned economy, but when in reality people were getting poorer and poorer and their deficit got stronger, no one from the authority was thinking about tragic consequences. And then they went down well-throdded path of satisfying the ambitions of
Fuck, I think this speech actually reaffirms a lot of my preconceptions going into this. So my belief is that Russia initially didn't plan to invade, but were hoping to scare NATO off and maybe like establish more autonomy for the Donbass region with all their posturing. But when NATO and the United States and Ukraine were all like, absolutely no, not an inch, you know? Russia had already overcommitted, and I don't think Putin actually intended for there to be an invasion. And I feel like if there was a plan for an invasion at the start, the false flags wouldn't be this sloppy, and this speech wouldn't come off so rambly. It's not just the translator. Like, you can see it in the way he's speaking. This doesn't seem like a confident, planned, like, pre-invasion rallying cry for his people. This seems like a kind of, yeah, spiraling desperation move, you know? Fuck! It's so...
nationalist elites that were raised inside the party. Because the Communist Party doesn't have these tools anymore, which is good. So they couldn't keep the power, and they couldn't use such tools as dictatorship or purges, and even the governing role of the party was diluted like the fog in the morning in front of their eyes. And in September 1989, at the plenary session of the Communist Party, was made a fateful decision, the national policy of party under current conditions. So these are the stipulations it had. Soviet republics have all the rights to exercise their status of the sovereign Soviet republics. And the highest governing bodies
True, Tempest.
can stop any decrease and any loss of the Soviet government in their territories. And finally, every Soviet republic has its citizenship that is given to all its citizens. Wasn't it obvious what will be the outcome of such decrees? Now it is not the time and the place to talk about the constitutional right or give definition of what citizenship is, but still...
Now's not the time to talk about constitutional rights or who's a citizen of what country.
It begs a question. Why, in those difficult conditions, they needed to make the situation even less stable? But the fact is still a fact. 2 years before the Soviet Union collapsed, it was doomed. Now radicals and nationalists...
Let me make sure I quote this correctly for Twitter.
...needed to... Why? In what citizenship is, ways to talk about the constitutional right or give definition of what citizenship is, but still about of such decrees. Now it is not the time and the place to talk about the constitutional right or give definition of what citizenship is, but still it begs a question. Why? In those difficult conditions, they needed to make the situation even less stable. But the fact is still a fact. 2 years before the Soviet Union collapsed, it was doomed. Now radicals and nationalists, including, and first of all, in Ukraine, they take the merit of winning independence. But we can see that that's not the truth. What happened to our country was caused by the mistakes done by the leadership of the Communist Party, made at different stages and at different times in their national and economical policies. The collapse of historical Russia, named the USSR, was brought about by them. And despite all this, despite stealing from the people, our people agreed to the new realities that were brought about by the collapse of the USSR. They recognized new states, new republics, not only recognized. Back then, Russia was in dire situation, but it tried to help its partners from the CIS, including Ukrainian partners, because starting from the moment of proclaiming independence, they started making requests for material support. And our country was giving this support with respect to the sovereignty of Ukraine. According to the estimates of the...
I literally can't follow what he's saying. The basic argument he's making is that we put Ukraine into this world and we can take Ukraine out of this world. That's basically the argument that he's making. He's essentially saying that all these people in the general Soviet region are our people and that Ukraine exists at our behest. And that when push comes to shove, we really don't care about technicalities like constitutional rights or who's a citizen of where. That's genuinely it. If a speech like this does not precede an invasion, then I genuinely don't know if he's high. I have no I cannot parse this speech as anything other than a prelude. I have no fucking clue what else it could possibly be.
The experts, that can be proved just by looking at the prices of our energy carriers, by our loans, trade preferences that Russia was giving to Ukraine. The total profit for the Ukrainian budget since 1991 to 2000.
Oh, and this is why I laugh at people who say that Putin would stop after, like, he gets Ukraine or whatever. The argument he's making right now could apply to any, like, Soviet space. He's not just talking about ethnicity, because there are a lot of ethnically Russian people in East Ukraine. He's talking about, like, constituencies of the USSR. He's talking about nation states that exist at the behest of the USSR. And that argument goes all the way up to the Iron Curtain.
13 was about $250 billion. But that's not all of it. By the end of 1991, the debt of the USSR from the father states in international fund was about 100 billion. And initially, it was thought that this debt would be paid out by all the republics of the USSR in proportionate terms, in proportion with their economic potential. But Russia took the burden of paying out the entire Soviet debt and paid it out eventually. And
yeah, sorry, plus Imperial Russia. So even if you're talking about countries, that weren't part of the Warsaw Pact, but were a part of, like, the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union itself, that would include Moldova, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Ukraine. So all of those countries fit under the USSR's purview. If you're talking historical, Russia, you can include Finland, you can include... Listen, okay, the point is, this argument includes a lot of And Poland? No, Poland was part of the Warsaw Pact. Yeah.
We completed this process in 2017.
Alaska. Take back Alaska. No, Poland
And
was under Russian Empire?
Soviet
Oh, it
republics
was.
had to
Oh,
renounce
shit.
from the Soviet assets, and
Countries that used to
such
be
agreement was
Russian
signed
Empire.
in late 1994 with Ukraine. But Kiev didn't ratify this agreement, and later they refused to implement
Finland
it.
and Sweden.
They were talking about golden reserves and about all kinds of assets of the former Soviet Union abroad. And still, despite the known problems, Russia has always cooperated and worked with Ukraine in an open and honest manner with respect to its interests. Our ties in all kinds of areas were developing. So in 2011, the trade turnover was more than $50 billion. And allow me to mention that the trade turnover of Ukraine was all the EU.
Okay, listen, okay? Just listen. Guys, Putin is not the aggressor, okay? He just thinks that he's entitled to all of this, okay? Listen, we simply need to reestablish the border against the Ottoman Empire, and he will be done, okay? He is only trying to establish a defensive geopolitical sphere, all right? Just give him, yeah, here's Poland, okay, just, okay, so just 150 miles west of Warsaw, and, like, basically right outside, yeah, just right up against Turkey, and just have it bordering China, Afghanistan, and just, you know, whatever, just a little bit, okay, just a little bit. Just go back to the 1914 borders.
EU countries in 2019, before the pandemic, was smaller than that. And at the same time, it was noticeable that the Ukrainian authorities preferred to act in such a way that to have all the rights and preferences in the relations with Russia, but to carry no obligations at the same time, assuming no obligations. So it wasn't really a partnership. They were just trying to get more from Russia, and sometimes it looked unceremoniously. For example, remember the blackmailing in the gas transit, stealing gas even. I would like to remind you that they were trying to use dialogue with Russia as a tool to blackmail the West. They said that they would get closer.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I've never actually looked at maps of this before, but I really like how when you're looking at maps of the Russian Empire in 1914, it's so large that it doesn't even look like you're looking at Earth. Like, they have to adopt new map formats in order to accommodate the size of the country in order to show all of it, so they have to, like, they can't even show it with, like, polar north at the top. They just have to do this, like, wraparound thing. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, okay? Putin just wants all this back, all right? Don't...
To Russia, trying to win preferences, they were saying that if not, the Russian presence in Ukraine will grow. And from the very first steps, they started building their statehood by renouncing everything that was bringing us together. They were trying to twist the historical memory of the generations of people who lived in Ukraine. So it comes as no surprise that the Ukrainian society faced the growth of the radical nationalism that became Russophobic and nationalist. That's why there are neo-Nazis and joining gangs in eastern Ukraine.
As opposed to Russia, which isn't linked to literally every single far-right party in all of Europe. As opposed to Russia, which definitely doesn't employ the fucking Wagner group, named after a Nazi, headed by a Nazi, which was just killing fucking Africans, like a week ago. Alright.
Territorial claims against Russia were voiced more often, and the outer forces were also using their special services to raise their people in Ukraine and to move them into power, into the government. Ukraine has never had stable traditions of their own statehood. Starting from 1991, they followed the path of the mechanical copying of foreign models that had nothing to do with their history or with the Ukrainian realities. Political and state institutions were
copying foreign models that had nothing to do with their history. It's interesting how he's framing his dislike of Ukraine leaning towards the rest of Europe as some kind of, like, historical ethnic tradition. Like, they're denying their blood right, you know? Like, it can't just be, we think they sided with the bad guys. It has to be they're denying their history.
Changed to benefit the clans with their own interests that had nothing to do with the interests of the people of Ukraine. The whole idea of the so-called pro-Western civilizational choice of the Ukrainian democratic power was and is still not in creating better conditions for the good of the people, but to serve the geopolitical adversaries of Russia, to save billions of dollars they stole from the Ukrainians and hidden by oligarchs on the accounts in Western banks. Some financial groups who paid politicians first, they based on radicals and nationalists. Others, they were saying for good, friendly relations with Russia, for cultural and language versatility. And they were coming to power using the votes of the people who really wanted to see it happen, including the people from the Southwest. But after they were assuming office, after getting high positions, they were betraying their people who elected them, their voters. And they followed the radical ideas in their policies. Sometimes they were even punishing people who wanted to cooperate with Russia, who wanted to keep both languages viable. And those people who supported them, of moderate views, who are used to trust the power, unlike radicals, they would never be aggressive to use unlawful means. But radicals were becoming more and more brazen. Their claims were becoming bigger and bigger, so they had no problem to influence the weak power that was weakened by the virus of corruption. And they were replacing cultural, economic, social interests of the people, actual sovereignty of Ukraine by speculations on nationalist ground. The stable statehood hasn't been built in Ukraine. And political electoral procedures served just as a screen to divide power and assets between oligarch clans. Corruption, that is a problem to a lot of countries, including Russia, in Ukraine has become a thing of its own. It's been corroding the entire system, all the branches of the state. And radicals used unhappiness of the people, fear and happiness.
Are you seeing left subs making bots to support Putin? Russia is funding far-right parties in Europe. Strike one for breaking rule two. Far-right is described by imperialist Western states as merely the national bourgeois. Yeah. Guys, okay? Listen, a quick reminder. All leftists on Reddit, or at least all lefty subs, are fascists, okay? There's no getting around it, all right? All lefty subs on Reddit are controlled by fascists, because tankies are fascists. And tankies have literally nothing going on in their lives, and they would have roped already if they didn't have Reddit moderator privileges to abuse, okay? This happens all the time, all right? There have been multiple times where lefty subreddits were fine, and then their mod team changes, and then their new mod team starts implementing rules like you can't criticize Stalin, etc. And then their fucking subreddit revolts, but eventually after years of suppression, they ban all the people who disagree. This has happened over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Literally, one of the only good remaining lefty subs is 196, and it's not even a lefty sub. It's just a vaguely progressive meme sub. And the only reason it's been good is because they've kept those moderators out.
So they rode that wave, and they turned Maidan in 2014 into coup d'etat. And they were backed by the foreign states. From the data that we have, the support of the so-called protest camp at the Independence Square in Kyiv from the U.S. Embassy was $1 million per day. And additionally, large amounts of money were transferred to the private accounts of the leaders of opposition. And we are talking about tens of millions of dollars. And how much did those who really suffered, those who died during the clashes at the squares and streets of the Kyiv got? You better not know. You better not ask. Radicals who captured the power, they started terror against those who were supporting constitutional law, against journalists, against politicians. They were humiliated publicly. The whole range of large-scale criminal cases covered Ukraine. We cannot but shudder when we remember about the situation in Odessa when people were burnt alive when they protested the authorities. And those criminals who did this, they are not punished. No one is even looking for them. But we know their names, and we will do everything to punish them, to find them and to bring them to court of justice. Maidan didn't bring Ukraine closer to democracy. After perpetrating coup d'etat, nationalists and those political forces that backed them brought the situation to the deadlock. They pushed Ukraine into the chasm of civil war. And 8 years later, the country is divided. It's going through dire economical crisis. According to the estimates of international organizations in 2018, almost 6 million Ukrainians, which is almost 15% out of the...
This is the kill list. Everyone we don't like was there at the burning. Yeah, he's pretty much just setting up like everything he needs to here. It's pretty clear what's happening.
Population, but of the entire population had to move abroad looking for jobs. And as a rule, they were doing some basic work, unqualified work.
Hassan is having a meltdown.
And here is another fact.
Yeah, I called out Hassan on Twitter. I'm probably gonna get blocked for this shit or whatever, but like, he's gotta fucking stop, dude. Listen, if he wants to be like a sensitive bitch baby who can't take any criticism, then he should stick to like culture war shit. If he's gonna talk about like geopolitics, like he keeps saying everyone else is like desperate. He keeps saying everyone else is desperate to like fucking prove how right they are when this guy keeps trying to post gotchas that he has to change. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fucking pathetic. I don't know how you could ever expect somebody like that to have a good take if they're incapable of adjusting takes when they're not good already. Like if they're a bad take, how do you like
Starting 2020, 60,000 doctors and other medical professionals left the country. Since 2014, the water prices increased by almost 1/3. Energy prices increased manifold. Many people have no money to pay for the utility bills.
Sorry, okay, people are saying he's screaming. I just want to say.
You know, he wanted to move tanks easily throughout Germany. That doesn't make him a socialist, though.
Okay, well. Isn't there a rewind 2 minutes button?
It's so weird. It's like, oh, dude, they took over Austria, dude. They took over Austria. Like, what the fuck? It's like, okay.
9-month brain rot.
Was that the reason? Was that the problem? It's the Candace Owens take? Yeah, literally. It is the... Wait, you're saying I'm saying the Candace Owens take?
Clip, then rewatch.
No, because I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, like, Hitler had a lot of fucking problems, okay? Way before we talk about, like, Austria. Candace Owens was saying Hitler just wanted to make Germany great again. Like, you're completely avoiding all of the other shit that Hitler did that is so much worse.
He sounds a little,
because you just want to fucking make a... Twitch.tv/Hassan.
They supported the terrorists.
Is because
wait, they have a female.
The Ukrainian government has quite literally fucking said we're going to overtake Crimea again. Crimea is literally just Russian territory. Don't give a fuck if you don't consider it that way, but that's the reality. The people in Crimea feel that way. The Crimean Navy feels that way. The Crimean military bases that were Russian military bases until historically and still to this day feel that way. You can't just be Ukraine and be like, it doesn't matter. My constitution decided and declared that like Crimea is actually not Russian territory, regardless of how many fucking people live in, how many Russians live there, and regardless of the fact that those people want to be back with Russia. We don't care. We're gonna fucking invade it. If you say something like that, of course he's gonna fucking flex his dick. He's not a good guy. He's a bad guy. Okay, throw the question marks all you want. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian constitution. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian like border sovereignty that some of you dumbasses are fucking talking about. Like you're like a 3%er, but for Ukraine. Okay, it's so stupid. Crimea is not the same as Kiev. However, Crimea is not the same as the rest of Ukraine. However, Eastern Ukrainian territories have a lot of fucking Russian people living in them because Ukraine. And just like Crimea and much of the rest of the fucking country was a part of Russia, was a part of the USSR until not that long ago, okay? People's parents were...
Okay.
They have to survive, literally. What happened? Why all this is happening? The answer is obvious, because things that they inherited from the Soviet Union, from the Russian Empire, was literally stolen, hidden in pockets. Hundreds of jobs were lost.
How long is he going to ramble?
Giving stable income to the people with the participation of the Russian Federation. Such areas as machine engineering, power industry, plane, aircraft manufacturing, they are either in crisis or destroyed. And the entire Soviet Union used to be proud of these industries. In 2021, the shipbuilding factory in Nikolaev was closed. Famous Antonov concern starting from 2016, they haven't produced a single plane. And Yuzhmash factory that was building a space-grade machinery, they are almost bankrupt. Same like the Western choice, that Ukrainian Railways, Energy Complex, Ukrainian Post, administration of the seaports of Ukraine. And Ukraine doesn't have independent court system anymore. The Kyiv authorities gave the preferential right to choose the members of the supreme legislation court bodies. So Patriots doesn't have interest of the press, the freedom of...
Okay, you guys agree with me when I say that this behavior from Putin is uncharacteristic and unbecoming, right? This isn't the first Putin speech that I've watched. This comes off as incredibly... Like he's on the benzos, he's not in a good mood.
Choice the freedom of speech. We know the set practice of unilateral illegitimate sanctions about other states, about the foreign individuals and legal entities. And
Keep
Ukraine,
in mind,
they went even further than their Western
times.
partners. They came up with such an instrument as sanctions against their own citizens, entities, media outlets, even parliament members. In Kyiv, they are preparing decrees against the Russian Orthodox Church. And that's not an emotional estimate. We have certain documents. We have decision that is talking about this. The split in church in Kiev, they cynically turned into an instrument of national policy. The current leadership of the country does not react to the requests of the people to cancel the laws that undermine the rights of the believers. And now they have new laws adopted against military strategy. This document almost completely aimed at confrontation with Russia. They want to drag foreign states into the conflict with our country. The strategy suggests to organize Russian Crimea and in Donbass, basically a terrorist underground. And it also outlines the possible war.
Okay. What?
I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian constitution. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian border sovereignty that some of you dumbasses are fucking talking about like you're like a 3%er but for Ukraine. Okay? It's so stupid.
Is that what that
Crimea is not the same as Kiev, however. Crimea is not the same as the rest of Ukraine, however. Eastern Ukrainian territories have a lot of fucking Russian people living in them because Ukraine and just like Crimea and...
Man, he literally... I don't get it. I don't understand, Hassan, why? I don't get it. I don't understand. Why would you call out tankies and Jimmy Dore types earlier on in your career if this is the direction that you're going to take now?
Much of the rest of the fucking country was a part of Russia, was a part of the USSR until not that long ago, okay? People's parents were alive back then. So obviously, there's a lot of fucking Russian people living there. So if you...
Do you think he would be in favor of South Korea invading North Korea? Because ethnically, they're identical. They still have family members who are living who remember the split. Something tells me he wouldn't. Bro, ask him that live. He's not going to talk to me. He will never talk to me. There is no situation in which a conversation with me goes well for him. It's an unfortunate consequence of me being known as very good at talking. It's that I'm not... Yeah.
And it is supposed to end the way the Ukrainian strategists now think, with the support of international community on the beneficial conditions, beneficial for Ukraine. And also, as they say in Kiev now, and I'm quoting also, just listen to it carefully, with the military support of the world community and
also
geopolitical confrontation against the Russian Federation. Basically, that's nothing but preparation for our conflict against us, against Russia. We also heard statements about Ukraine wanting to create their own nuclear weapon. And that's not just idle threat. Ukraine really has nuclear technology and carriers to deliver such weapons back from the Soviet times. And they have Tochka-U launchers, also designed in the Soviet Union. It has range of more than 100 kilometers, and they can increase that. It's a matter of time. They still have this technology from the Soviet times. So getting tactical nuclear weapon will be much easier for Ukraine than for certain other states. I'm not going to list them that are now researching this.
You have all the
especially
nukes.
If they have technological support from abroad. And we can't exclude this. If Ukraine has a weapon of mass destruction, the situation in the world, in Europe, especially for us, for Russia, will change drastically. We cannot help but react to this real threat, especially since I would like to reiterate that the Western backers, they can help Ukraine with getting this weapon to create yet another threat for our country, because we can see how consistently they are pumping Ukraine with weapons. The United States alone, starting from 2014, transferred billions of dollars, including the arms supply, training, personnel.
Good.
In recent months, Western weapons are sent to Ukraine ceaselessly.
Stay mad.
In front of the eyes of the entire world.
Good, yeah. We weren't hiding it.
The of the Ukrainian army is governed by the foreign consultants, and we are well aware of that. Last year, under the pretext of the war games, the military contingents of the NATO countries were deployed in Ukraine. The Ukrainian army is already integrated into NATO. It means that Ukrainian army units can be done directly from the NATO headquarters. The West started to explore the territory of Ukraine as the future theater of military action, as the future battlefield, and it is aimed against Russia. Last year alone, it had more than 20,000 troops and more than 1,000 equipment, hardware units. And
Hassan literally justifying the Austrian invasion. Listen, I understand.
But
I am aware of the fact that there was literally nothing Hassan wouldn't say when he's angry and his ego's on the line, okay? I'm aware of this. There's absolutely no hole that he won't dig.
Feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first. Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp. Okay?
I guess that's the line now. Up until the concentration camps were constructed, you know, it's like Hassan watching Adolf Hitler in Germany and the rest of Europe shortly thereafter. And he's like, okay, but do we have evidence of the camps yet?
Okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was
I think that was bad. I do hot take.
bad because he was fucking killing Jews. Okay? That was the problem.
What if both
he
are
wasn't
bad?
like He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe 8th down the line.
Okay. If it was 8th down the line, wouldn't that still make it one of the problems? Like, he did a lot of bad things. If it was the 8th most bad thing, wouldn't that still be a bad thing? That's in the top 10. I mean, I don't know how to rank them all exactly, but that still seems bad, in my opinion. This is Destiny levels of ego. Unfortunately, this does seem to be some kind of evil mirror universe version of when Destiny pretends to believe things so he can epically own lefties on Twitter. Except in this case, I think it's Hassan actually convincing himself that he believes things because he's incapable of taking criticism. Alright.
They have already adopted a law to allow the foreign troops to enter the territory of Ukraine to participate in the war games. And first of all, it means the NATO troops. And this year, they planned no less than 10 drills like that. And it serves as a cover to increase the NATO contingent in Ukraine, especially since the network of airfields.
At least when Destiny does its culture war bullshit, it's not actual war. Yeah, man, I find Destiny a pretty personally detestable guy. Don't get me wrong. I gotta say, though, being the single largest figure on the left on Twitch and saying how Hitler wasn't wrong to invade Austria and lying about the Russian stuff is that's pretty bad, man. It's multiplied quite a bit by Hassan's relative level of prominence, I have to say. That's pretty bad. Yeah, a bit of a force multiplier on that one. Ugh.
Boryspil, Ivano-Frankovsk, Chuguyev, Odessa, and so on. It can be used to deploy troops in shortest terms. The airspace for Ukraine is open for reconnaissance and strategic planes of NATO, unmanned drones that are used to monitor the territory of Russia. And the Naval Operations Center built by the Americans in Ochakov allows NATO ships to use it as a port and allows to
You sound tired today, forget to take your Adderall? No, I just don't really know what to say. I'm not really angry at Hassan because anger is usually a mask for other emotions, often frustration or sadness. I'm not sad about this, and I'm not frustrated either because Hassan's not rhetorically competent enough to mount convincing arguments for his case. It's just more of a sense of resignation, I suppose. Yeah, it's like, alright. Yeah, I've never thought that Hassan was better than me at advocating for left-leaning positions. I don't think anyone's better than me, because if I did, then I would change myself to try to be better than them. That's how that works. But I did always feel like he was a good advocate, and I do think on some issues he is, but this is pretty bad.
Use high-precision weapons against Black Sea Navy and our entire infrastructure on the Black Sea coast. Some time ago, the U.S. wanted to build such infrastructure in Crimea, but the population of Crimea and Sevastopol, they said for no, and we will remember that. But now, this center has already been built and deployed in Ochakov. And I would like to remind you, in 18th century, Alexander Suvorov's soldiers fought for this city, and it's their bravery allowed it to add this city to Russia. Back then, in the 18th century, the Black Sea coastlands that were got from Turkey, from Ottoman Empire, was given name of Novorossiya. Now they want to forget this name, like they want to forget the deeds of the famous commanders, without which Ukraine itself wouldn't have access to the Black Sea. Recently in Poltava, they demolished the monument to Alexander Suvorov. Well, what can I say? You are renouncing your own past, the so-called colonial legacy of the Soviet Empire. Well, be consistent then. Article 17 of the Constitution of Ukraine doesn't allow military bases of foreign states to be deployed in their territory, but it seems that it can be bypassed. They have deployed training missions of the NATO countries in Ukraine. Basically, that's a military base already. They just call it a mission, and it's done. In Kiev, they have long declared strategic aim at joining NATO. Yes, obviously, every country have the right to choose their own alliances to sign military agreements. That's true, but there is one. But in international law, it says there is a principle of indivisible security, which states that one country cannot enhance its security at the expense of the security of others. And I can refer here to the European Security OSCE Charter. That
he's literally just throwing every excuse at the wall. Yeah, I think it should be abundantly clear. Hey, if there are any lefties who are saying that the only reason this is happening is because of NATO aggression, then why the fuck is Putin just running through a list of like 17 different irrelevant reasons why he should be able to do this and barely talking about NATO? Like, people in the West are so desperate to ascribe their own political biases to the situation and go like, oh, it's not like Russia has any agency or internal planning or any like malicious intent. It's not like they're an incredibly powerful country with an obscenely large military. No, it's because of the scary NATO, the institution that will never ever invade Russia because Russia has all of the nukes, you know? And Putin's sitting here like, yeah, it's not really because of NATO. It's like, we just, like, yeah, blood and soil, like, whatever. I don't know. Let's just throw whatever at the wall and see what sticks, you know? 18th century, Russian Empire, pointy hats, who cares? I don't know.
Was adopted in Istanbul in 1999 and Astana OSCE Declaration from 2010. In other words, choosing means to enhance one's security should not create any threats for other states. And if Ukraine was to join NATO, would serve as a direct threat to the security of Russia. And I would remind you, back in April of 2018 at the Bucharest summit of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, USA forced these members to make a decision that certain states were to join NATO. A lot of European allies already back then understood all the risks of such a step, but they had to subdue to the will of their older partner. Americans used them to pursue anti-Russian policy. Some NATO members still are skeptical about Ukraine joining NATO, and from some European capitals we get a signal. They are saying, so what are you worrying about? It's not going to happen tomorrow. And our American counterparts are saying the same. We say, okay, it is not going to happen tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow then, what will it change? In historical context, nothing. More than that, we know that the stance and the statements of the U.S. leadership about the active confrontation military actions in the east of Ukraine would not stop Ukraine to join NATO if it will correspond to the criteria of the NATO Charter and if they can overcome corruption. And they try to convince us that NATO is a peaceful and defensive bloc, so there is no threat for Russia. And they, again, suggest we believe their words. But we already know the value of such words. Back in 1990, when we talked about uniting Germany, the USA promised to the Soviet leadership that neither jurisdiction nor military presence would not move an inch to the east, and unification of Germany would not lead to the eastward expansion of NATO. And I'm quoting here. So they were saying all these things, they were giving us assurances, but these were just words.
But yeah, they were just words. Yeah, thank you for demonstrating the point. It turns out that in negotiations, many ideas can be bandied about, but only the ones that make it into the actual treaty mean shit. That is how that works. Like, in all cases, that is how that works, okay? I genuinely cannot think of any instances where long-standing international treaties have held up based on verbal agreements that didn't make it into the treaty. I actually can't think. Never in my life have I had any foreign policy argument or any conversation where it's like, okay, so we're arguing about the technicality of an international law, and it didn't make it in the writing, but like they like said they wouldn't. Like, okay, I've never heard this before. Like in any other instance, but they're so desperate to push it here.
Later, they started saying that Central European and Eastern European countries joining NATO will improve their relations with Moscow, will rid these countries from the fears of their difficult historical legacy. And more than that, it will allow them to create this belt of the friendly nations. But it was the other way around. These states are now bringing their stereotypes, their complexes of the Russian threat to NATO. They insisted on increasing potential of collective security that was supposed to be deployed against Russia, first of all. And it was happening back in the 1990s and early 2000s when, because of the openness and good...
Hassan is so butthurt about your tweet. He didn't mention your name but brought up ethical CP. I think that's funny because, like, ethical CP is the Destiny meme. Sometimes people mix us up, okay? I'm the child slavery, commodities, child porn argument guy, and Destiny was the ethical child porn guy. They're two different... You can't mix those up. Or do all white guys look the same to you? It's fucked up.
Goodwill, our goodwill, relations between Russia and the West were at high level. Russia fulfilled all its obligations, withdrew troops from Germany, from the Central and Eastern European countries, and it made a huge contribution in overcoming the legacy of the Cold War. We consistently suggested all kinds of cooperation.
What was Destiny's argument for ethical CP? God, this is so stupid, and it's from 4 years ago. Do you actually care? It's not as sensationalist as it sounds. It was an argument about utilitarianism. It was basically just an argument that if you could use pre-made, like already existing abusive material that was obtained with the consent of the people who were abused and that led to pedophiles harming less people, would that be morally justified? It was basically one of those devil's advocate positions where he tried to get other people to admit that they'd be okay with more children being raped if it meant doing something they considered less inherently reprehensible. The only thing that I remember from this arc is multiple conservatives saying they would actively prefer more children being sexually abused as long as it, like, prevented a thing from happening. But the argument was never about whether or not that actually could happen. And I don't even know if that was ever the case. So it was pretty much just a way of making conservatives look stupid.
Including in the format of the Russian NATO Council and OSCE. More than that, I will say one thing that I have never said before in public. I will say it for the first time. Back in 2000, when
that was the line.
President Bill Clinton was visiting Moscow at the end of his term, I asked him, how would America see Russia joining NATO? I would not give you all the details of that conversation, but the reaction to my conversation looked, well, very
pussy.
let me put it
Let
this
us
way.
know.
And how did Americans really look at this possibility? You can see it in their practical steps in regard of our country. Open support of the terrorists in North Caucasus, ignoring our demands and our concerns in the security area, withdrawing from the treaties, arms treaties, and so on and so forth. It still begs the question, why? Why did they do that? What for? Okay, you don't want to see a friend in us, an ally in us, but why do you want to make an enemy out of us? The only answer that we got was, it's not about our political regime or anything else, it's just they don't need such a big and independent country as Russia. So that's the answer to all the question. That's the source of traditional American policy they pursue in the Russian track. That's why they react like this to all our proposals about security. You only need to look at the map to see how did the Western countries keep their word about non-expansion of NATO eastwards. They just lied to us. We had 5 waves of NATO expansion. In 1999, Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary were joined NATO. In 2004, Bulgaria, Estonia, Lithuania, Slovakia, Romania, and Slovenia. In 2009, Albania and Croatia. In 2017, Montenegro. And 2020, North Macedonia. As a result, the alliance, its military infrastructure, has drawn really close to the borders of Russia. That's one of the reasons, the key reasons of the security crisis. It affected the entire system of international relations. The mutual trust was lost. The situation continues to get worse in strategic area as well. In Romania and in Poland, as part
Belarus
of the US
will join them soon.
Project, they deploy anti-missile defensive systems. We all know that the launchers deployed there can be used for cruise missiles Tomahawk. That is a strike weapon, strike system. And USA is also developing Standard 6 missile. It can not only be used as an anti-missile defensive tool, it can strike at targets on land and on the sea.
Yeah, dude.
So
they're totally going to strike Russia. That's definitely a thing that's going to happen. Remember, guys, if you're having a discussion online and there's anyone who's pretending that any military equipment given to Ukraine would lead to them, like, attacking Russia, that person is delusional and you should immediately block them. They're completely unhinged. You should never listen to their opinion on anything. The idea, this is, that people do this shit too with Taiwan. They're like, Hibble did this. Like, well, we're giving weapons to Taiwan. They could be offensive or defensive weapons. Yeah, dude, the island nation of Taiwan is going to mount a fucking offensive on mainland China. That is definitely a thing that's going to happen. That is such an you're so smart, bro. Thank you. That's definitely a thing that will happen. Holy shit. Russia and the territories will also sign a military agreement. Oh god, oh fuck. Oh god, it's happening. Is it going to happen tonight? Military agreement. Yeah. So now they're not... Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, European Commission President has released a statement.
Expanding their infrastructure, and they get new offensive capabilities. From the information that we get, we have every reason to believe that further deploying the sites, the facilities of North Atlantic Treaty Organization, this decision has already been made. That's just a matter of time. We understand clearly that under this scenario, the level of military threat for Russia will be increased manifold. I would like to draw your attention, once again, that there will be a bigger threat of immediate attack against our country. In American strategic documents, in their doctrine, there is such a possibility of...
Okay, well, I think they think it's about to go down. Oh, shit. Well... It's been fun witnessing the the buildup. So I guess, do we still have people making the argument that Ukraine isn't worried about Russia's invasion and that all of the paranoia is just being brought about? Sorry, I do think it's fun that Hassan is still pushing the line that, like, dude, the Western media is, like, overhyping it. Even Ukraine's saying they won't invade. When Ukraine is A, already called for sanctions to be placed on Russia, and B, is now declaring martial law.
Preventive work against the missile complexes of the adversary. And who's the main adversary of the United States? We all know that, Russia. In NATO documents, our country is officially directly called a main threat to the North Atlantic security. And Ukraine will serve as the platform for
America's
such an
big
offense.
enemy
Our
is China,
ancestors heard about
mostly.
that. They would
NATO's
probably
is Russia.
thought that it's impossible. We don't want to believe that either, but that's how it is now. I want people from Russia and Ukraine to understand that. Many Ukrainians' airfields are positioned close to our borders, and strategic NATO airplanes using high-precision weapons can strike targets in Volgograd, Samar, and Kazan and Astrakhan. Using reconnaissance tool will allow NATO to control the airspace of Russia up until the Urals. And finally, after the U.S. withdrew from the INF Treaty, the Pentagon has openly started developing a whole range of the land-based missiles with a range of 5,500 kilometers. If such systems are deployed in Ukraine, they can hit the targets in the European Russia and also behind the Urals. And the travel time of the Tomahawk missiles to Moscow will be less than 35 minutes. Ballistic missiles, 7-8 minutes.
Hassan's mods are insta-banning anyone who suggests he talks to Vosh. Lol. Yeah, guys, if you're in your Twitch chat, please never, ever, ever suggest that Hassan might need to change his mind or, like, talk to someone who might know more than him. Because you'll always get banned. Martial law in Hassan's chat. Just wondering, is there any reason why Russia wouldn't use nuclear weapons against Ukraine if they invade? Because it's considered a faux pas, basically. If Russia dropped nukes on Ukraine, it would be the end of any... Like, China would distance themselves from Russia. It would be over for them. Like, they would be starved out. They would have no ability to engage with the rest of the world. It would be impossible.
And hypersound offensive weapons, 4 or 5 minutes. That's like having a knife against our throat. And I have no doubt they plan to implement these ideas. And as it has been done previously when they expanded NATO to the east, moving infrastructure, military infrastructure closer to our borders, ignoring our protests and our warnings, they just didn't care about that. They did whatever they deemed necessary and appropriate. And I believe they plan to continue doing like that. Because they see us as a dog barking at a caravan. We have never agreed to that, and we never will. Russia was always standing for resolving the most difficult issues at the negotiating table. Diplomatically, we understand our responsibility for global stability. Back in 2008, Russia has come up with an initiative on signing an agreement about European security, and its idea was...
Hassan is saying NATO is actively and inherently anti-socialist in its region. What is your opinion? Yeah. Obviously. So is Russia. I don't know of what relevance there is. Yeah. They're both capitalist countries. The only difference is that NATO constituent states tend to be democracies and Russia isn't one. So I guess it's your choice between authoritarian capitalism and democratic capitalism. Don't get me wrong, capitalism is inherently undemocratic, but, you know, I guess I would prefer there be a democracy. I guess that would be nice. I doubt Hassan knows that Putin is like an anti-socialist who clearly cracks down on socialists. I don't know if he knows. Wait, the martial law is probably fake. Is that true? I changed my title. Wait, hold on. Ukraine martial law. Are we getting fake news arenaed? Anytime. Reports from the past hour. Ukraine to impose martial law, say reports. From freshheadline.com. What are they citing? I don't trust this at all. It's citing the tweet that we looked at. No, sorry folks. Not true. Don't trust. Martial law, do not trust. Fake news arena. Let me edit that in the title. That's what I get for jumping the gun. Lefty misinfo. Let's go.
The gist was that no state, no international organization in European Atlantic could not enhance its security at the expense of security of others.
Briefing of the Ukraine Security Council is about to start any minute. That's not something we would have live access to, right? They wouldn't broadcast a Security Council meeting live, would they?
But our suggestion was refuted from the get-go because we can't allow Russia to limit the activities of NATO. We were told that legally binding guarantees of security, only NATO members can have such guarantees. And last December, we have sent our partners the draft document about security guarantees and also the draft agreement on the measures of enhancing Russian security and NATO member security. In response, NATO members and the US were saying a lot of words. There was some reasonable ideas, but they were talking only about secondary things. And it looked as an attempt to bring this discussion away from the main point, and we reacted in kind. I would like to emphasize that we are ready to negotiate, but only on the condition that all matters will be considered as a package in complex without going away from the main proposals made by Russia. And those...
UN live in Donetsk and Luhansk. Link it or I'll kill you in real... Please link if you have oh wait, you're a mod, Annie. Hello, Annie. I would never do that. If you have info, please link it alongside the message. No joke posts. Anyone who posts any joke posts, any links that are jokes, insta-ban permanently. No leeway whatsoever. If you have info, link it. They did link it? We'll link it again. Chat's moving quickly.
Have three main items. Firstly, non-expansion of NATO to the east, non-deployment of offensive weapons next to the Russian borders, and finally, bringing back the military infrastructure back to the Confederation of 1997 when the founding act was signed between Russia and NATO. These principal proposals were ignored. Our Western partners, once again, they were saying same old words that every state has freedom to choose ways to enhance its security, to provide its security, to join any military alliances. So nothing changed in their position. They talk about the same open doors policy. More than that, once again, they try to blackmail us. Once again, they threaten us with sanctions. And I think they will still impose those, introduce those as strong and as more powerful our country becomes. They will always find an excuse to introduce more sanctions, regardless of the situation in Ukraine, that is. The only goal they have is to contain the development of Russia. And they will do that like they did it before.
Goddamn right.
Any formal excuse, only because we exist. And we will never concede our sovereignty or national interest and our...
I love that. Thank you. What a fucking gaslight girl boss right here. In a prelude to an invasion where you compromise the sovereignty of another country. We will never compromise our sovereignty.
Our values. And I want to be frank. In the current situation, when our proposals about equitable dialogue about principal matters had no response from the US and NATO, when the level of threat for our country is becoming greater and greater, Russia has every right to take countermeasures to enhance our own security. And that's how we plan to act. As for situation in Donbass, we can see that the Kiev elite keeps stating publicly about lack of willingness to implement the Minsk agreements to settle the conflict. They are not interested in peaceful resolution. Vice versa. They want to start blitzkrieg like it happened back in 2014 and 2015. And you remember how it ended. Now almost every day they are shelling settlements in Donbass. They have amassed large troops. They're using offensive unmanned vehicles and other heavy machinery, torturing people, children, women.
Source? Official Ukrainian armed forces policy right now is not to fire into the Donbass region, and we've uncovered evidence of like half a dozen false flags that they've done in the area, like really poorly.
Elderly people, it doesn't stop, it doesn't cease. We see no end to it. And the so-called civilized world, and our Western colleagues proclaim themselves as the only representatives of this free world. They prefer not to notice this, as if there is nothing like this happening. There is no genocide perpetuated against almost 14 million people. And the only reason is that these people didn't want to back the coup d'etat in 2014. They stood against the nationalist movement, the movement towards nationalism.
I don't know how drugs work.
Stone Age nationalism and Nazism. And they want to defend their basic rights, to live on their land, to speak their native language, to preserve their traditions and their culture. How much longer that could go on? How much longer can they bear it? Russia did everything it could to keep the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We tried hard to implement the resolution of the Security Council of UN 2202 that endorsed the Minsk agreements on resolving the situation in Donbass. But everything was done in vain. The presidents are changing, the parliament members are changing, but the idea of the aggressive regime is still the same, regime that seized the power in Kyiv. It was created by the coup d'etat of 2014, and those who chose the way of violence, they admit they see no other way to resolve the Donbas crisis other than the military way. In this regard, I deem it necessary to make a decision that should have been made a long time ago, to immediately recognize the independence and sovereignty of Donetsk People's Republic and Lugansk People's Republic.
I need you to clip something.
And I would like to request the Federal Assembly to support, to back this decision and ratify the agreement of friendship and mutual help with both republics. We will draft this document and sign these documents in the near future. And those who seize the power and keep the power in Kyiv...
I talked over the most important statement. I'm like that.
The Republic. And I would like to request the Federal Assembly to support, to back this decision and ratify the agreement of friendship and mutual help with both republics. We will draft this document and sign these documents in the near future. And those who seize the power and keep the power in Kyiv, we demand to stop hostilities immediately.
Back more? Oh my God. Oh my God.
People's Republic and Lugansk People's Republic. And I would like to request the Federal Assembly...
Oh my God.
...that should have seized the power in Kyiv. It was created by the coup d'etat of 2014, and those who chose the way of violence, they admit they see no other way to resolve the Donbas crisis other than the military way. In this regard, I deem it necessary to make a decision that should have been made a long time ago, to immediately recognize the independence and sovereignty of Donetsk People's Republic and Lugansk People's Republic. And I would like to request the Federal Assembly to support, to back this decision and ratify the agreement of friendship and mutual help with both republics. We will draft this document and sign these documents in the near future. And those who seize the power and keep the power in Kyiv, we demand to stop hostilities immediately. Otherwise, all the responsibility for the possible continuation of the bloodbath will be on the consciousness of the regime that is ruling in Kyiv. By declaring these decisions, I'm confident that I will have support of the people of Russia, all the patriotic forces of Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Nice. Editor, do we have an editor in chat? What do I pay you people for? Editors? 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 It just, oh, does this little silly walk.
We start the ceremony of signing the documents. President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, is signing the executive decree on recognition of the Donetsk People's Republic. President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, signing the executive decree on recognition of the Lugansk People's Republic. The President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, and head of the Donetsk People's Republic, Mr. Denis Pushilin, are signing the agreement on friendship, cooperation, and mutual aid between the Russian Federation and the Donetsk People's Republic. The President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, and the head of the Lugansk People's Republic, Leonid Pasechnik, are signing an agreement on the friendship, cooperation, and mutual aid between the Russian Federation and the Lugansk People's Republic.
Why are they sitting so far apart? It's a goddamn pandemic. Lil confusion. Where's the Kremlin? In Moscow? Okay. All right. Brief little segment here. It's time. It's happening, lads. It's happening right now. By which I mean it's happening, I mean it's about to happen. It's happening. Whatever it is, I don't know. Something's happening. Okay. So for those of you who aren't watching the live stream, but watch all the videos that I upload because you're a piece of shit who doesn't actually support me by watching my streams and make me feel good with the number go up with my viewer count. All right, war seems imminent, okay? The basic situation right now is that following a period of time during which the Donbas region in East Ukraine has been subject to significant tension between the Ukrainian armed forces and the Russian secessionists who are directly backed, funded by, and respond to the Russian government, we have had a development. The development, namely, is that the Donbas region has declared essentially independence, which, if you remember from the U.S. Civil War, is actually not a thing that you can just do. It's a little more complicated than that. Russia immediately recognized the declared independence and has signed a military treaty with the Donbas region as an independent region. Essentially, this would mean that if Russia were to claim that aggression between the, in their mind, seceded Donbas region and Ukraine continued, that their intervention would be to defend a military ally. They're essentially fabricating a sort of legal technicality by which what they're doing isn't invasion, but rather supporting the defensive alliance of an ally. Additionally, Putin just did a very long and rambling hour-long, wow, yeah, really, an hour-long speech, where he gave every imaginable justification for why Ukraine belongs to him, up to and including essentially just using blood and soil arguments, just pretty straightforward fascist blood and soil arguments. It was pretty unambiguous. It was just, you know, it was essentially, we brought you into this world, we can take you out of it. It wasn't that complicated. To be honest, it was actually pretty straightforward. So yeah, basically we created Ukraine. Ukraine is ours, you know. And it ended with him pretty explicitly saying he doesn't think this is the time for acknowledging constitutional rights or who citizens belong to who. And also that if any bloodshed in the region continues, the moral responsibility for that bloodshed will be on the part of the Ukrainian armed forces. Now, this is in spite of the fact that the Ukrainian armed forces' current policy is not to fire into the Donbas region, because why would they? They know that Russia is looking for any excuse they can get. Whereas the Donbas region has been filled with these pathetic false flag attempts that they've been desperately throwing out there. I genuinely believe that the original plan was not to invade Ukraine. They were going to put on a big show, do their little military training in Belarus, put troops on the border, I'm not touching you, nah type business. And the goal there was to scare the West, to scare Ukraine, to make them submissive, to make them fear, and it didn't work. The West, NATO, didn't budge. Ukraine didn't budge. It just didn't happen. And now, having committed an egregious amount of resources and, I suppose, diplomatic will to this front they've put forward, I feel like Putin, in this exhausted-looking speech, is making it pretty clear that they have to commit, or it was all for nothing, which is, you know, not great. If it makes you all feel any better, there have been immediate consequences. Following this news, the Russian stock market has gone what economists call kerplunk, because, as it turns out, engaging in an unsustainable and ruinous war is actually bad for the markets. So, yeah. These are big L's, my friend. These are massive, massive losses. Didn't even need sanctions. Though I imagine a good amount of this economic decrease is these corporations realizing they are going to get sanctioned because their fucking leader can't, like, keep it in his pants, you know? So yeah, they're self-sanctioning, you know, out of fear of future sanctions. It's wacky markets, you know how it is. Anyway, listen, as always, I can't predict the future. It's possible no war will follow this, but I have to say, like, at this point, the idea that a war would not follow from the events which have taken place up to this point seems to me about as likely as bringing a rock up to head height, letting it fall, and then predicting that it won't hit the ground. It seems like all imaginable forces acting in the situation are conspiring to bring it to an inevitable conclusion. I don't know. I suppose something could happen. A bird could catch it. I don't know, but it's probably going to hit the ground. Separatist constitution includes territory held by Ukrainian forces. Is that true? Putin's recognition. Borders claimed by Russia-backed leaders, the two breakaway, extend beyond territory they now control and include areas controlled by the Ukrainian army. Oh, cool. All right. Do we have a map on that? The breakaway region apparently extends beyond the Donbass and into territory where there are probably tens of thousands of Ukrainian armed forces members. So that's cool. I imagine they're going to immediately claim that this is Ukraine invading this independent territory. You know what I mean? Very, very the floor is lava, except the floor is independent nation state that we just declared exists, you know? Tanks on the move in Donetsk. Yeah. Yeah. Multiple reports of 35 tanks and up to a dozen trucks moving in Donetsk. So that's cool. EU sanctions confirmed. All right, sanctions have been confirmed. The EU saying it's going to bring the hammer down. Don't know what else you could really do. Seems kind of, you know. Oh, Christ. Something to worry about. Russian Interior Minister told Putin Moscow should recognize all of Donetsk and Luhansk regions as D/LNR. He said for Mariupol and ending with those historical borders. So all the gray area in this OSCE map, front line is red. So this red line right here is where the line has been up to now, and this whole gray area, including Mariupol, a city that we were live watching last night, according to Russia, is now an independent nation state that Russia has signed a military treaty with to secure the defense of. I wonder if this will lead to any conflict that Russia is going to use as a justification. All right, guys, terribly sorry, but yeah, as I said, the idea that war could not follow from this point seems to me as likely as the rock not hitting the ground after it's been dropped. I would ask everyone watching this, no matter how skeptical you are of me as a person, to understand that in times such as these, there is quite possibly nothing more pro-imperialist, nothing more anti-socialist than to sacrifice the working people of Ukraine, who have in this instance done nothing wrong, to the military ambitions of an imperialist power. There is no left-leaning argument in favor of Russia's behavior here. There is none. There are right-leaning arguments. You can make right-leaning, pro-imperialist, anti-worker arguments if you would like to, but there are no pro-left-leaning arguments. It cannot be done. Hassan has been putting out some really bad takes lately. I hope he adjusts his position, because it is very difficult to reconcile his current behavior with the belief that I have long held that in spite of his flaws, he is a net positive. This is not a minor issue. Hold on. Let me make life a little bit easier for my editor by just giving them a recording rather than asking them to scrape it directly from the video. See, that's how you know I treat my workers well, okay? And I said thank you at the end. All right, we've got a lot to look at. All right, everyone buckle up. Wait, hold on. Apparently not only currently occupied territory recognized. Russia existing borders, so nothing actually changed. Ukraine considers territories as occupied by Russia and will consider will to do so. All right, wait, hold on, Ryan. Hold off on that for a second. We need a resolution to this. Does anyone have a better source on the borders of that territory? I don't know what this means. This is the live UA map. Recognize it, so nothing actually changed. Ukraine considered territories as occupied by Russia. They probably mean and will consider to do so. Yeah, I want some kind of intentional confusion. I don't think the live UA map is like a pro-Russian source. You need Ryan to update something? Yeah, tell Ryan to hold off until we get information on this. UN Security Council? I need a resolution to this particular thing. It is a pretty illegible tweet. They're saying nothing is actually changing in their view. Russia recognizes existing borders, so nothing actually changed. Ukraine considered territories as occupied by Russia and will to do so. Are they... I don't know if this is even in reference to which areas Russia is calling as part of its own... Yeah, will continue to do so. I don't know if this is referring to Ukraine's perception of the situation, or if this is referring to the areas that... Okay, can somebody... We need to hold off on this, because I don't like being wrong. Can somebody provide me another source? Live UA map aren't native English speakers? Yeah, getting that vibe. No hate. Okay. Only worry about Russian Interior Minister told Putin Moscow should recognize all of these, from Mariupol ending with those historical borders. So this is claiming the Russian Interior Minister claimed this. Was that what was in the language? I hate ambiguity like this. I would need to know the language of the treaty in question. Oh, we have so many tabs open. Russia to recognize Ukraine rebel regions as Putin defies West. Yeah, but is it the Luhansk and the Donbass regions, just these? Or does it include all of this to the historic borders that it's referring to here with the minister? Was it vague and open to reinterpretation? The ambiguity is, I imagine, deliberate. That is the historic Donbass? Okay, hold on. Donbass region, Wikipedia. The historic Donbass region. Okay. So the Donbass region historically is much larger than the region we've been referring to. The Luhansk and the Donetsk regions are what we've been referring to colloquially as the Donbass region, but clearly it encompasses a much larger swath of territory. So can I please get a confirmation that Russia's acknowledgement of the borders, Russia's acknowledgement of the secessionary state, is the historical Donbass borders, that they conform to this set of borders? The Donbass, not just the Luhansk and the Donetsk regions? I need to know this. Chat, if you were typing in chat, you could be Googling. I'm trying to play a video game. Somniostatic. Those are the regions. Look at the map. The red line isn't the borders. Okay, but the Luhansk and Donbass regions are not the same as... sorry, and the Donetsk regions are not the same as Donbass. Or are they? Wait, am I a fucking moron? You're right, the Donetsk region and the Luhansk region both extend beyond... Wait, hold on. I might be an actual fucking moron. Hold on. Donetsk region. So does it say then it encompasses... Oh, shit. The oblasts. Fuck, yeah. Look. The Donetsk Oblast, right here, it goes down to the sea. Farther, it includes Mariupol. Yeah, okay. So all we need now is a confirmation that... No, they meant it. No, I was right. Yeah, okay, yeah, the map is confirmed. Yeah. When they say Luhansk and Donetsk, they include... That's the full historical region, not just the red line, which currently defines the borders between the separatist region and the fuck. Okay, I was right. Ryan, it's time. Deploy. Deploy. I was right. Deploy the info. By the way, as much as I love being right, this is bad. It's actually bad that I'm right here. Hold on. What are the million links that I have open right now? Okay. Oh, it's
what
Destiny.
today
Hello.
is going to be the biggest escalation from the
Feeling
Russian
bad
side.
about the
Everything leading up to this is insignificant in comparison to what happened today.
Why the fuck do there multiple Hassans open? Oh my, I can't escape the fucking guy. Well, there's no way Destiny's in the wrong on this one. Sorry.
But like, you feeling
Thank you,
bad
Serpent
about the
Left.
Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation
I wanna
being
listen
a
to it again.
completely
It's so
justifiable
stupid.
fucking act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first? Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem.
I think
he wasn't
both were
like
bad.
He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler. I
think one was
That was like
worse.
maybe eighth down the line.
I think genocide is worse than annexation, but they're still both pretty bad. Yeah, Russia. Yeah, Intel currently says that Russia is planning on killing or putting into camps dissidents. So I guess we'll see. Hey guys, do you think Russia would put like ethnic minorities and queer people in camps? I don't know. I guess you would just have to be even slightly familiar with Russia to arrive at an answer to that question.
What happened today is going to be the biggest escalation from the Russian side. Everything leading up to this is insignificant in comparison to what happened today. Okay? The recognition of Eastern Ukrainian territories that have...
Wait, so far this is fine. It's true that what's just happened is the largest step by far.
Decent chunk of Russian people living in them. That is an escalation. Military border exercises is not. Let's see what the American analysis on the Putin speech is now.
I eagerly await further updates on this. Yeah, this is the actual region right here, the Donbass region. But they wouldn't stop here, you know. One of the things they need to do is secure a proper land bridge over to Crimea, right? They're not going to stop with the Donbass region. They're just going to use it to facilitate a pretext to engage in a land grab in the rest of Ukraine following. They need that land bridge. That's also why they declared a no-fly zone over the Sea of Azov, right? They put ships in there. It wouldn't make much sense for them to commit significant naval resources if the only thing they're doing is supporting this coastal area next to Donetsk, but if they wanted to go further... There already is a bridge. Yeah, but they want like a... You know what I mean. As geopolitically, it's generally not a good idea to have like a tiny little straight, little like one... Yeah, you know, like a little fucking hop you gotta take to get there. It's generally better, I think, to have a more secure position. Look up Novorossiya. Yeah. Future targets of engagement. From Twitter, another column to the south, 20 pieces of tracked armor, a dozen Urals with attachments and howitzers, and 20 pieces of wheeled equipment of different sizes. Oh Christ, it's happening today. Couldn't Putin just be using the military power to suppress responses against softer / under-the-table politics? I mean... The rock could be hit by... Could be picked up by a bird. I don't know. Yeah, we saw this. This is a lot of tweets, man. I don't... Hold on. Ah, yes, in the separatist controlled territory. Pre-planned? Yeah, of course. Nice audio. That's what I like to call Russian audio engineering. Russian armored personnel carriers and buses carrying soldiers enter Donetsk. It's happening. It's happening. We saw this one. People linked it many times, which is fine, because it's very important. More celebrations in Donetsk. In your settings, Tarian Knight, it's there. Nice. There are like 20 people celebrating. Yeah, this is clearly being put on by their secessionist forces, you know. 35 tanks, up to a dozen on the move. Oh yeah, here's the Russian exchange getting cuckarinoed. American Special Forces flying in from Poland. We better not fucking go in there. They're not going to go in. There's no way they would ever let themselves be tracked if special ops are going to do something in Ukraine. Zero chance. I'm calling it zero chance. There's no way, if this is actually some kind of secret shit, like, first of all, I don't think we'd do that at all, but second of all, like, letting themselves be tracked at all, I don't think so. They're going to do something that's within the existing battle lines. Okay, we saw this. 35 tanks moving in. In the Belgorod region, the road leading to the Ukrainian border has been blocked and civil transportation is prohibited. Civilian clearance areas have been closed. Oh, boy. All right, I'm going to change my stream title to It's Happening, because I think that's an accurate description of where we're at right now, you know? Oh, boy. I think we might be at the It's Happening stage. Maybe still a little too soon. They're rolling in tanks into the Donbass. The Donbass region is Ukrainian. Saki announcement? Hold on. Okay, we're getting announcements. Hold on. From Saki, President Biden will soon issue an executive order that will prohibit new investment, trade, and financing by U.S. persons to, from, or in the so-called DNR or LNR regions of Ukraine. These aren't even sanctions towards Russia. These are towards that region, the secessionist region. But I guess that's still like a necessary step. Yes, Ukraine's president is to address the country. I need a live link to that when it begins. Zelensky to address the nation soon. Okay, let me know when he begins addressing the nation. Thank you. United Nations.
In this regard, we
is boring. Don't care. Didn't ask. Thank you. More, more. Phenomenal. Oh, more fireworks. Great. It's very obvious this is being done for propaganda purposes. Why am I trending? Is it because of the Hassan thing? It's because of the Hassan thing. Can we focus on what matters? Look at Artemy licking his foot. Look at how cute that is. That's so cute. That's so cute. I love him. He is a good boy. All right. Actual tragic shit. What a whiplash. You want to know how Ukrainians react to Putin's speech? Here's a glimpse. Moms on Facebook discuss putting stickers on their children's clothes when they go to school indicating their blood type. Make no mistake, this speech is perceived as a declaration of war in Ukraine. Jesus. Thanks, Hassan. I feel like the online left is going to explode because of you and Hassan really going at it. There can't be any going at it because Hassan's positions cannot survive any direct scrutiny. He'll whine about me on, like, YouTube or whatever, or, like, or sorry, Twitch, like, he'll complain on stream. If he ever wants to talk, I'm happy. Not even to debate, just to explain. This isn't some clout sharking thing. He's just wrong and being stupid. I will take any position. I will extend any olive branch necessary if it makes his positions one iota less brain dead on this issue. Like, any refusal to engage in this, any inability, any unwillingness. This isn't like some reciprocal back and forth fight. He's wrong and he accepts it or he doesn't. Here is the strategically planned false flag everyone's been waiting for. This has been in the works for 1 year if you paid attention. Kiev inflicts massive strikes in residential areas in the DPR. When was this from? Yeah, 5 minutes ago. Yeah, we'll see. Sure looks like they're heading straight for Ukraine. We'll take a look. Hold on. Give me the linkies. Link, 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 link. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you highlight and explain the evidence for tanks in Ukraine? I'm just trying to understand. There are, like, multiple reports and sightings of armored columns moving through the Donetsk region. Additionally, like, everything that's happening right now is perfectly consistent with our understanding of how an invasion would begin. There's no divergence whatsoever. Trending on flight radar, 3 of them. Guys, I don't think that the fucking US Secret Service are going to keep their transponder on as they enter Ukraine to go fight. This is just a guess of mine that special ops generally turn their tracking devices off before doing something sneaky. They forego, yeah. NATO Secretary General. I condemn Russia's decision to extend recognition to the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic. This further undermines Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Yeah. Deleting their metadata. Let's take a look at the flights over Ukraine right now. Wow, those sure are flights that are close to the border, but not at the border. Commercial, 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 commercial. They're just avoiding Ukraine. That makes sense. I would too. Yeah, US sanctions have been placed on the new regions. We have flights directly over Kyiv. Commercial, commercial. I have a feeling that once these flights land, they're probably going to stop sending planes out sometime soon. They're probably going to have, like, a no-fly. You're only going to see commercial flights at this point. Yeah, the game's on at this point, folks. If there are any actual military planes doing their work, they are not going to have their transponders on. At this point, everything's going to be covert. This tool is going to be less useful, except as a sort of suspicious absence type of deal. All right, mods, new rule. You get to ban for 1 month anyone who posts a link without explaining in chat what the link is. Okay? That's a new rule. All troll links permaban. All links that don't contain any explanation for the content of the link adjacent to it. That's a 30-day ban. Okay? Mods, I know this is tough on you, but these are good rules and they're important and it's wartime. We have a command? Yeah, but we gotta enforce it. We gotta crack down on them, okay? I want some good links to come back to when I'm done peeing. In the meantime, enjoy the fucking... Where are they? Where's the no-call sign? Where's the no-call sign? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait, these are military. Hold on. Yep. Track. All right. Listen, okay? If World War III starts, let me know. I need to pee. What is that? USAF Lockheed Martin MC-130J Super Hercules. What is that? Transport? I don't see weapons on it. No, wait, yeah, I do. Wait, do I? I'm not good at this. All right. Is it over? Are there nukes heading our way? No? Okay. Yeah, I've seen the full White House statement. It's just sanctions being placed on the so-called independent regions. Russia's army claims it's destroyed 2 Ukrainian APCs. It says crossed the Russian border evacuating saboteurs from the battlefield. False flag. Lies. The idea that Ukraine, while trying to avoid a war, would send armored personnel carriers, the least subtle vehicles in existence, to evacuate saboteurs from Russia's borders. Complete lie. Yes. Lazy false flag. The plane is a military transport craft? Okay. Russia will only recognize the current Donbass borders for now. Let me look. No need to look for adequacy and logic in their actions. Sick terrorist organizations on the balance of the Kremlin. I can't really parse anything from this. Federation Council Deputy Chair Andrei Klimov says Russia will recognize the de facto borders of the DPR, LPR as they are today, TASS reports. No claims yet on the 2/3 of Ukraine's Donetsk, Luhansk oblasts, which are under Kyiv's control. This is very much a temporary measure right here. All they're saying right now is that this is just buying time. They're just saying, like, we're not going to begin killing our way across the battle lines immediately. They don't want to. They want to establish a foothold inside of the area that's firmly under their control, and then they begin the shelling. Remember, the war is going to begin with shelling. It's going to begin with bombing. It's going to begin with artillery. It's going to begin with missile strikes. It's not going to begin with tanks rolling in. That's a stupid way of conducting warfare. Also, Russia has a metric shit fuck ton of artillery, and also it has air superiority. There is no reason why it would begin the conflict by rolling in tanks into, like, Kiev-occupied regions. But they're going to occupy the area in the Donbass region that's currently controlled by the separatists, and they're going to use it as a staging ground. There's been shelling for weeks. Nothing compared to what we're about to see. If you think the shelling that Ukraine has experienced in the past 8 years, I guarantee you that when Russia decides to start, in like 2 nights, they will exceed the number of munitions exploded within their borders that they have since 2014. They are going to immediately annihilate that record. We will know. Okay, I'm going to die in this hill Vosh. Transports have to keep transponders on while in areas that aren't war zones. We don't know what's on them, and anyone who says they're spec ops is being hyperbolic. I bet a sub as soon as they leave Poland, they go dark. Maybe. The only point that I'm making and the only point that I want to reinforce is that we're not sending like a bunch of fucking GI Joes into Ukraine to go lead the lead the Ukrainian resistance or whatever. If a US soldier wearing a US flag patch was found anywhere near the Donbass region, it would be like that would actually be like near World War III material, okay? They're not doing that, all right? There are a lot of things that could be happening. I just want to make it clear that I do not believe that this is some kind of like US troops backing them up type thing. But the little green men in Crimea were literally unmarked Russian soldiers. Yeah, but I don't think we'd do that here. Like, do you think we'd get away with that? Like, Russia would, like, obviously call us out. They're going to Lviv to evacuate any U.S. forces? Yeah, that doesn't seem too unlikely. Didn't we move embassy staff to Lviv, right? Or something? Yeah, the embassy staff are there. They're probably getting evacuated. That seems like the most likely possibility. Sanctions on Russia? Oh, shit! It's happening. It's happening. Their economy is going to fucking implode, dude. Holy shit. Do you have any... These are going to be probably the harshest sanctions that we've imposed on any country in a long time outside of Cuba. And it's not just going to be us. It's going to be all of NATO and probably a lot of non-NATO Western-aligned countries. Oh, God, they're going to fucking get it. Holy shit. Sanctions are just going to be another excuse for the invasion, right? Well, they'll say whatever. Yeah, they're going to say. Russia prepared hard since 2014, though. They got massive reserves. Yeah, they do. I'm not saying they're going to collapse, but it's going to suck. Oil will cost much more in Europe now. Well, if they're fucking Europeans, who cares? Let them walk. Let them... How do Europeans transport themselves? Mary Poppins style? Just get an umbrella. Just do the floaty thing, okay? I don't know. Is the Donbass region important because of resources? Yeah, it contains natural gas and black soil. It's actually potentially an incredibly economically productive spot of land. The Ukrainians just haven't been able to fully capitalize on it because Russia keeps fucking with them. Jesus. Yeah, it's also got millions of people in it. Material for computer chips, yeah. Fuck. Alright, hold on. False flag alert. This video is doing the rounds, claiming to show Ukrainian armor attacking a border post, but it's filmed in Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine at a village of Kuznetsy. Wow. Doxing? Wow. I'm sorry, wait. Are we supposed to believe that the Ukrainian military just filmed their own vehicles doing an attack in occupied enemy territory? Oh, catch up, dude. Catch up, dude. Dude. Hey, slow down. Hey. 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 Asshole. Oh, we have the Call of Duty angle again. Alright, well that didn't tell us shit. Nice memes. Why would any soldier just be randomly filming? Yeah, okay. I don't care. Whatever. Sanctions from the United Kingdom. Oh, shit! Hey, listen, okay? People, listen, alright? People say that I'm an opponent of actual existing socialism. But when I called for anarcho-sanctionism to cripple the Russian economy, and they laughed at me, well, look whose vision of socialism is happening now, huh? Anarcho-sanctionism coming down hard, alright? It's when you're an anarchist, but also as long as nation-states are around, you want to sanction the really bad ones. Let's go. It's insane how much of a stark contrast there is between you and it's like, huh, he's just playing Putin's address, not criticizing at all. To be fair, it's pretty hard to, direct criticize it, because so much of it is, rambling, incoherent bullshit, but, yeah. The Houthis in Yemen have announced they recognize the separatist republics. Nice. All of the usual Houthis, thank you. All the usual suspects coming out, you know? You know who else would have recognized the separatist republics if he was around? Adolf Hitler. Yeah, I said it. And it's true, by the way. I'm right. ISIS. Waiting for the ISIS endorsement. Sorry. Did the Russian oligarchs turn on Putin? I feel like he would kill them. Glenn Greenwald blames the US? Really? What a surprise. This is from an hour ago. This is the moment where US journalists really get to shine. They put on their toughest war rhetoric, tell Americans about the virtue of sacrifice. It's funny because, nobody is doing this. Americans aren't going to sacrifice themselves. Not a single American soldier is going to die as a result of this conflict. Nobody is saying this. There was one, Washington Post article saying that war is actually good for people, and the person who wrote that article can go choke on the fucking keyboard they wrote that with. Don't get me wrong, but the idea that US journalists as a whole right now are, putting on tough war rhetoric is wrong. It's not true. Under Obama, Russia annexed Crimea. Under Biden, Russia recognized the sovereignty and independence of 2 territories of Ukraine. Under Trump, he did none of this. Should this cause any reevaluation of whether Trump was, in fact, a blackmail-controlled puppet of the Kremlin? Well, I guess that's an argument that one might make if they had brain damage. You know, hypothetically. I'm so glad that Glenn Greenwald is a conservative, okay? Because if he was on the left, I would really fucking hate to have to answer for a guy this stupid on my side of the field. Holy shit. And he's gay, too. Oh my god. People would fucking dive at him. He's like a gay dude who, didn't he, fucking, go sex pad a husband or something that was, half his age? Holy shit, I'm so fucking glad this guy pivoted to the right. I would hate to have to defend this guy's existence on my side of things. He what? It's like a whole thing. He gets super defensive about it when you point it out on Twitter. But it's okay if you do, because he's called me a pedophile, so you can say, like, whatever you want about him. It's all good. Russian artillery movement near Belgorod, 30 kilometers from border. We know that they've been within 30 kilometers of border. I'm looking for stuff within the Donbas region now. Howitzers on the move. Let's see. Rubles have crashed. Let me see. From Reuters. Ooh, can't wait to get ad blocked because I haven't gotten that thing that gets rid of the ad block, or the paywall or whatever. The ruble tanked on Monday, slipping past 80 against the dollar, while stocks plunged their lowest in over a year. Wait, what was the ruble's value before? Hold on. Ruble value. Can we get like a live? No, ruble, not double. Hold on. Over the past 5 years. Wait. 80 versus dollar? Like 80 rubles to $1? I don't see much of a change here. Looks like it's been flatlining for a while. I mean, there have been... Oh, wait, hold on. Since February 21st. It's been a dip. I don't know how new this information is. It's possible that stuff that's happened in the past hour hasn't caught up quite yet. Russian stocks right now. Yeah, we've seen the Russian stock market. It is very, very funny. Numbers going down! Numbers going down! Keep this page open for the rest of the stream. It's really good. Ukraine war report. I love getting war reports on Ukraine. Thank you. Reporting the latest round of tensions between Ukraine. Okay, here, wait, hold on. Let me close the 87 tabs that I have open right now on Google Chrome. A dangerous game to play. Thank you. There we go. Zelensky reportedly told Biden about introducing martial law in the Donetsk and Luhansk region. Biden's reply was it should be solved diplomatically. Ukrainian media citing Zelensky's office. It's so funny how people on the left are trying to paint Biden as some kind of warmongerer when, like, the most defining geopolitical moments he's had in his presidency are A, ending the drone war pretty much, B, pulling out of Afghanistan, and 3, committing to not send any troops to the Ukraine to the Ukraine conflict. Like, don't get me wrong, you could give him shit for a lot of the stuff he's done, but like, what is AB3? What am I looking at? What did I do? Did I say something? What did I say? AB3. Wait, what did I say? You said A, B, and 3? Did I say that? Holy shit, my fucking brain is faltering. Oh my god. That's wild. Soup brain. Jesus. He's the least warmongering neolib. He's definitely a lot less warmongering than, like, Obama was, I think. Yeah. More BS from Donetsk celebrations? Okay. Been covering Hassan too much, your brain is melting? Okay, okay. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we watched at the twilight's last beating? I don't know the lyrics, I'm not a patriot, but it's nice. Yeah, it's like 5 dudes. It's 5 dudes here basically. You know, whatever. Oh god. Okay. Pentagon is expecting Putin to move into Ukraine tonight onto those just recognized independent areas. Yep. And guys, please do not buy the propaganda, okay? Because I know the line that they're going to use. All right? Just because Russia doesn't fucking instantly sweep to Kiev and only keeps its armored divisions in the areas of the Donbas currently controlled by separatists, that is still an invasion. That is Ukraine. You do not get to fund secessionist groups in a neighboring country for 8 years, pumping them full of millions and millions of dollars of equipment and support, and then declare that they're actually a separate country because you destabilized them. That's not how that works, actually. Thank God it doesn't work that way. No, sanctions for now are just against the separatist regions, but the White House has said they intend on applying them to Russia. Warning speakers and artillery noises in Donetsk. Hold on. You mean like in Syria, not saying us funding those rebels was wrong, but they were rebels nonetheless? Well, you have to make a moral argument for that sort of thing. With regards to Syria, Assad is a dictator. I really don't give a fuck if rebels overthrow him. It would be very difficult to be worse than Assad, you know? But in this case, this has nothing to do with, like, you know, who is better for the people of Ukraine. This is just like a power grab from Russia. This would be like the Syrian situation if Assad wasn't all that bad, or at least was a lot better than, like, you know, than the alternative in this case. And also if we were right next to Syria and we were trying to annex the territory. It definitely changes the situation a little bit. Osprey is stalling from entering Ukrainian space. Something fishy is going on. They're probably just evacuating people. Streaming Hassan alert. Hassan just said, I do not consent to being restreamed because he can't take any criticism. Wait, after the whole fucking shit he went on with React Andy chair streams. Wait, I need a clip of that. Is he really that immune to criticism? Is he really that allergic to it? Please give me a clip. No shot, dude. That's so dumb. Large column of tanks. Transformative content only, yeah. Yeah, we've seen this. This is the daytime. Some article, don't care about this. Another large spike in traffic levels in conjunction. Russia moving force across the border in separate controlled areas. Oh yeah. Our military helicopter is doing loop-de-loops right outside the border. Right over here in the border in Poland. Yeah, my guess is that embassy staff are driving across. US probably doesn't want to provoke any antagonism by even having, like, evacuation copters move into Ukraine during this, so they're probably just having them drive out and gonna pick them up in Poland. Briefing will start shortly. Gotcha. Link the briefing when it begins. You're getting coverage here. Oh, the Vanguard. These are the guys who still can't talk to me. These are like Jimmy Dore wannabe pussies, and they, like, cover my shit. And multiple times they've been like, oh, maybe we could talk. I think? I can't... All these guys are the same to me. But yeah, like, it's one of those, like, they'll never ever, like, talk to me type deals. People are massive pussies, dude. Like, unbelievable, just massive pussies. Hassan's behavior is making me more of a debate bro. The more shit like this happens, the more I begin to believe that an unwillingness to engage in debate actually is just some kind of critical failure in your, like, intellectual honesty, you know? Obviously, if the debate's just supposed to be some kind of blood sports rhetoric, like, game, then yeah, that's fine if you're not, like, don't want to do that. But if it's actually just, like, somebody wants to talk with you with your positions and you fucking refuse to, you know? Do we have any clip from Hassan saying that? Forte 11 deployed. Our baby! Forte 11! Go! Well, it has no call sign right now, so I don't think we actually know. You have to stop. You have to save the people of Ukraine. You have to go. Hassan, Destiny is watching Hassan. Hassan's basically talking to him through chat. Wait, okay, that sounds really funny. While we wait on more news, can we take like 2 minutes to watch that? Here, we're not going to restream the content, okay? Hold on, we're just going to listen to it from Hassan's perspective. Or we should do it from Destiny's so that we're not restreaming, right?
Just like come from other streamers that are watching, like that's their fan base. I'm going to be all right. You can try.
Here,
and you
no restream. I don't want to get DMCA'd. I wonder if he'd be that spiteful. Here.
That make it so that if you only engage in diplomacy, you can get like a little bit fucked.
Responding?
So for instance, right? Let's say that I call an ex. Let's say I'm an abusive ex and I call my ex and I'm like, I want to.
Well, that was immediately a Destiny stream. Sort of immediately became a Destiny stream. Just the nanosecond we tuned into it. God fucking damn it, dude. Okay. Let's say you own an elephant, and the elephant is a rape elephant. Okay, now hold on. Now the elephant is very tall, so it doesn't have to worry about fences. Okay. Okay. Do we have the defense counsel briefing? When is that starting? The defense counsel briefing, okay? And nobody provided a clip of Hassan saying that as far as I can see, so I'm just going to assume that it was like an offhand comment, or it didn't sound that bad in reality, and it was just kind of exaggerated, you know? What's a rape elephant? I don't know. We would have had to keep listening to Destiny. Claimed deployment of Russian soldiers into Donbass tonight. Hold on. Nighttime footage of tanks. Council briefing got delayed 15 minutes. Don't they know that there are live streamers out here trying to cover this shit? How inconsiderate. Boris Johnson on the news. All right, hold on. Okay, are we still doing loop-de-loops over here? We looping? You're not looping. Hey, where'd that helicopter go? Where'd that osprey go? Going stealth? Going ghost! Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I might have landed. Hold on. We saw this. We saw this. It's the same video. Wow, guys. Okay. Yep, I've seen that video. Boris Johnson says this is plainly in breach of international law. It is a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine. Boris Johnson comments on Russian President Vladimir Putin's decision to recognize two. Okay, yeah. It seems like kind of the thing that you would expect him to say. Sergei Narishkin, head of Russia's foreign intelligence, in a stunning exchange with Putin, said, stuttering, he supports incorporating Donetsk and Luhansk into Russia. We're not talking about it yet, Mr. Putin interrupted him. He's like, don't give the game away, dude. Hey, shh. Hey, come on, not yet. Yet, yeah. The Osprey is back online. Oh, good, I was so worried. Where are you? Was it online or not? These aren't Ospreys. You're over here? No, that's commercial. F5. I'm F5 and... Wait, where did it go? Here? Okay. Hiding from me. Yeah, he's shy. Well, there you are. All right. Oh, it's pulling away. It went dark for a bit. Now it's pulling away. My guess, it picked up the staff. Let me close the window a bit. My hands are going to freeze, and I really don't want to be wearing fingerless gloves during a 14,000 viewer war coverage stream. Speaking of, if you're watching this, if it doesn't sound too cynical for me to promote myself while we're, you know, watching the impending destruction of the lives of innocent people at the behest of an imperialist warmongering power, please consider subscribing. I love you. It is freezing outside, though I imagine it's quite a bit colder in the Donbass. Stop the war and I sub. A high bar, but I am willing to work for it. But Vosh, I'm poor. I mean, sub to the YouTube channel, not to the fucking site. Okay. Okay. All right. The two Hercules could be paratroopers in case of an attack on the Osprey staff. Yeah, it's just an escort, you know? Oh! Went dark again. Hey, there you go. All right, they're doing some covert bullshit. This is where Hassan mentioned restreaming. Listen for a minute or so. He's gonna DMCA me. All right, fine, fucking listen.
But it doesn't matter. You should admit that you're wrong. You should admit that you're wrong.
1.5 here, 1.25.
So weird, dude. Also, I do not fucking consent to being restreamed to all the fucking weirdos that literally look. You can restream my content all day, every day. Obviously, I have entire fucking channels that are dedicated this shit. I have like YouTube channels that are fan made and fan operated. But if you're restreaming me and then your fucking fan base is coming in to like try to get me canceled, then fuck you. You do not.
He means criticism. He just doesn't want criticism. He means criticism. That's what he means. He means criticism. It's don't restream me if you're gonna be critical of the positions that I have. That's what he means. I don't know why the fuck he's waving cancel culture around like he's some kind of TPUSA Republican using it as a buzzword.
Not have the consent. You can't do that. And if you are doing that, I hope you get fucking banned. Straight up.
Oh, well, I'm not on Twitch, so yeah. All right. Let me see. Very nice. Can you frame the criticism in a positive light? He is challenging my ability to do so. Found the link to the briefing? Okay. Oh my god, it's a Hassan stream. Oh, sorry, this is from a different thing. This is, somebody said that Putin's advisors are terrified of him. I guess we're going to see some body language.
Значит, в противном случае вы предлагаете начать переговорный процесс? Нет, я... Или признавать суверенитет их. А я... Говорите прямо. Я поддержу предложение о признании. Поддержу или поддерживаю? Говорите прямо, Сергей. Поддерживаю предложение. Так и скажите, да или нет.
Now there's a gecko in his head.
Поддерживаю предложение о вхождении Донецкой и Луганской народных республик в состав Российской Федерации. Мы об этом не говорим, мы этого не обсуждаем. Мы говорим о признании их независимости или нет. Да. Я поддерживаю.
Well, I don't know what I got from that. It's like watching anime without the subtitles. Security meeting, let's go! Please, Ukraine. You have been filming this empty podium for almost exactly 1 hour. If you could kindly... Do you agree Putin looks constantly drunk? I don't fucking know, dude. Russians look like Russians, man. I don't know. Russian oligarchs. It's like a whole thing. EU announces sanctions. The whole of the EU? EU will impose sanctions over Russian President Vladimir Putin. Nice! Beef up! Beef up! Fucking get him! Hey! Fucking sucks, all the innocent Russian people that are going to be hurt by this. Maybe Russia's government shouldn't, like, warmonger. I don't know. Guys, do you have any idea how, like, hard online lefties would cheer if America did another, like, Iraq-type deal, and in response the rest of the world didn't want to trade with us because we were warmongers? Holy fuck. All of these arguments about hurting innocent people would go right out the fucking window. Instantly, it would just be like, well, fuck, maybe you shouldn't have been, like, a fucking global imperialist power then. Instantly, they would throw all that shit out. Immediately, with no, like, guaranteed. There's no fucking way these unprincipled fucks would ever sit down and go like, okay, well, America also shouldn't be sanctioned. I can't even imagine them saying it. America, we shouldn't sanction America. I can't even imagine them saying it. It's impossible. Traffic info, 11 p.m. their time. This is through the Donbass region. Oh, shit! There's traffic. I wonder why. In the central route that leads from the Russian border out. Interesting. Yeah, tank traffic. So it turns out tanks do not follow the rules of the road. They do not overtake on the left lane. The German EU sanctions are only on the people responsible, not on Russia. That's good. Responsible targeting of sanctions is always going to be preferable to broad sanctions. Yeah, Russian tanks don't overtake on the left. They overtake on top. That's good. Here, hold on. He said he will support the regions of Donetsk and Luhansk joining Russia, after which Putin cut him off and asked, will support or currently supports. The guy says currently supports, then Putin said the question being discussed, the independence of the region, not whether to join Russia. Right, okay, so basically he's saying one thing at a time, and they do have every intention of annexing those territories, of course. Most entertaining geopolitics summit. My God. This is why live streaming is the way of the future, okay? They need to get, who they need to get? Dr. Disrespect out there. We need Dr. Disrespect behind this podium, man, okay? We need to spritz up the, we need to zhuzh it up a little bit. Hassan on the podium. Oh, dude, I would love it. You fucking kidding me? Hassan giving a speech right here in this context, right now, at this time, on this subject? I fucking love that. I found the clip of Hassan.
You're
oh,
wrong.
We already found it.
You
I'm sorry. I love you. I know you worked hard for that, but we already found the clip and listened to it and made fun of him appropriately for it. Part of not relative stuff. There's already a concentration camp in Donbass. In 21st century and territories occupied by Russian black military, there's a camp where Ukrainians are being tortured held as captives. Once it was an art space, Izolyatia. Now this name belongs to the establishment of horror. What's going on in Ukraine? A thread. This is from 2021, so it's like an illegal prison. I would need some more info on this to know or say anything. Kyle is saying it's World War III. God damn it.
So the crisis in Ukraine with
my concerns that it could be premiered 34 minutes. Yeah. My concern that it could be like World War III type shit was before the United States committed to not send troops in to Ukraine. If it's just a conflict between Russia and Ukraine, I think the odds of the rest of the world getting pulled in are incredibly low.
Russia has now balanced and less psychotic than
And psychological health is.
I'm going to talk to Putin and I guess try to de-escalate, negotiate, or do something. That was the original news. That was the news for about half a day. And then we learned that Macron actually set up a meeting between Biden and Putin. They both agreed to it, but Biden has the caveat of, I'm only going to do it if you don't invade Ukraine. So don't invade Ukraine now, and then we meet after you've already invaded Ukraine. I'll meet with you, but don't invade Ukraine, and let's talk effectively.
Well, that seems reasonable.
And then you also saw at the end there, the claim is Russia or Russian separatists are shooting on, they shot at a Ukrainian preschool or kindergarten, and, somebody went to survey the damage over there. Some Ukrainian official went to survey the damage over there. So that's the claim from the Western side of this. Now let me show you what they're saying on RT about this. Take a look.
Oh, no. Wait.
Meanwhile, 2 civilians were reportedly killed in artillery.
You're just going to present what they say? Like, you're going to summarize the Ukraine side, but you're just going to show...
Who fired on us, and in fact, we have 2 dead civilians as a result of what they did. Russia is claiming, oh, we weren't the aggressor.
Hold on.
It was Ukraine who fired on us, and in fact, we have 2 dead civilians as a result of what they did. And then there was another thing I saw about some car exploded in the area that they're blaming on Ukrainian soldiers. Now, so you're getting 2 very different pictures of how this is unfolding, how it's going down. Ukraine is saying Russia or Russian separatists are the aggressors. Russia is claiming Ukraine are the aggressors. When I look through it and break it down, my sincere answer is I have no idea who's...
Okay. I feel like if you look at it even a little bit critically, it's pretty clear that these are false flags being done by Russia. Okay, hold on. UK war report with replies on. What's going on? Macron condemns Russian recognition of this. Expected. Australian Chancellor called Russia's decision to recognize this a violation of the Minsk Agreement. Okay. Venezuela. Hassan just finally admitted he was wrong. If this is a meme, then you're getting banned.
This is actually concerning. And it is a step against diplomacy. It is a step. This is the first fucking time and gearing up for this very moment is the first time that I have legitimately changed my position and now do think that Russia would potentially, or Russia is making moves towards, at the very least, eastern Ukrainian territories. The intel overall on Russia...
I don't know how much credit I can give him for waiting for the blood and soil speech after weeks of military buildup and aggression and false flags, that being the turning point. But I guess this is preferable to him holding his position till his dying breath, I guess. The Pentagon expects Putin to order troop deployment to the territory of the newly recognized DPR and LPR as soon as tonight. Fox News. It's not really an apology, but yeah, Georgia condemns Russia's recognition of separatist regions in Ukraine. Oh, really? Georgia? I'm surprised. I would have expected Georgia to stay quiet, considering, you know... Yes, Georgia, the country, the state of Georgia, doesn't have a fucking foreign policy. This exact shit happened in Georgia? Yeah, I know. I'd think that maybe history might make them want to, like, stay quiet. Georgia despises Russia? Yeah, but they also fear Russia for good reason. Okay, whatever. Okay, it's good. I think that's good. What, Georgia hates Russia? I'm not saying Georgia doesn't hate Russia. I'm saying that Russia has demonstrated that they're perfectly comfortable squashing Georgia when they want to, okay? Georgia is not in a position where if I were them, I would feel extremely comfortable condemning Russia for their invasions of other countries. You know, it's very much a, you know, today you, tomorrow me type deal. But no, it's good. Georgia and Ukraine are very solid allies. I'm not saying I expected Georgia to side with Russia. I'm saying I expected them to stay quiet for their own... Okay. Briefing starting? Link. Oh, wait, I have it. Does it start? Oh! About to drop a banger track. Let's go. Okay, is this being translated live? My guess is no, because the title of this is in Ukrainian. Does anyone have a link for this where there's going to be a translation? Is this? Will this be translated? This is also in Ukrainian. Does anyone know if there's going to be a translation for any of these? Can anyone translate? Nobody in chat can translate fast enough to keep up with a person speaking for a long speech. There's no way. He does English speeches sometimes. Just to learn Ukrainian really quickly. Martial law is starting. Do we have a confirmation on the martial law? Ukrainian media reporting. No, this is earlier. This is the thing that we weren't able to verify. Was that Hamilton in your recommendeds? Yes, I listened to all of Hamilton. I enjoyed it more than I thought that I did. I can understand why it was popular with the groups that it was popular with. Funsies. March May Index. Biden admin discussing potential for Zelensky to flee Kyiv. That would be fucking grim. Would Russia commit to airstrikes? Yeah, why not? Get me on Discord. I can't just bring some random chatter on to translate. That's not a responsibility that I'm willing to field. Briefing in 12 minutes, local news channels say. In the meantime, please try to find me any of these recordings of the speech which purport to have an English translation. Text or voice. Ukrainian business jet just left Kyiv. Yeah, but not their leader. Live Earth cam of Kyiv. Yeah. Yes, J-Nick. The Russian politician who said that on February 22nd, 4 a.m., which is 4 hours from now, shit's going to go down. UN Security Council is meeting. What are they going to do? Sanction? Wait, can the UN even sanction? It's the UN. It's not like an economic bloc. So what are they going to do? Write a letter? I hate the UN, dude. Fuck the UN.
Started a Russian microwave weapon was actually used on U.S. soil by... And where to continue. So Biden is...
Oh, wait, that's the Ukrainian Security Council, not the UN Security Council? Then why did it say UNSC? Does UNSC also Ukraine? Because Ukraine ends with an N, kind of? Little? Is that? Okay. I don't know. Just, we'll get to it when we get to it.
A more trustworthy source, although he's not trustworthy, but he's more trustworthy.
Oh, Ukraine National Security Council? I hate you guys, okay? Can we just link me the shit when it's live?
Than U.S. intelligence. But look, I hope the diplomacy works. I hope the negotiations work. I hope we can pull back from the brink. But, you know, look, if it is true that Russia did some sort of false flag to drag themselves back in, then it is the case that Putin is unappeasable, if that is the set of facts that is indeed accurate. Because if it was the plan all along to make it look like we're being the victim, make it look like we're withdrawing, and then you go back in, then there is no deal that would appease him from doing what he wants to do.
This is exactly what we talked about. If he changes his mind, no, that's good. Look, guys, I don't want to come down on Kyle at all here because, like, Hassan has shown us how bad people can get about having the wrong take on something, right? Like, Kyle has a video and he's like, okay, well, yeah, if it turns out this is the case, then whatever. Whereas Hassan's, like, screaming on his stream. You know? Briefing started but can't find translation. Oh, God. All right, guys, get ready to quickly learn. Holy shit, this person looks like shit. Really? A national address and this is how you're coming out? All right. Fuck it, whatever. We're watching Ukrainian. I don't care. You think I give a shit? I don't. It's live too, so I can't even speed it up after we meet the live point. Yeah, he probably hasn't slept in a while. There's no way closed captions aren't there.
Доброго дня, шановні друзі. Я зараз з засідання Ради нацбезпеки і оборони, яке було скликано президентом нашої країни, з урахування ситуації, яка відбувалася сьогодні в Російській Федерації, яка відбувалася на сьогоднішній день на частині окупованої Донецької, Луганської області. Засідання Ради.
Wow, what scathing charisma. Holy shit.
Нацбезпеки і оборони не є закритим, воно триває. Президент за необхідності найближчим часом збере знову всіх членів Ради нацбезпеки і оборони. Ми засідання не закривали. На засіданні Ради нацбезпеки і оборони було заслуханий сектор безпеки і оборони стосовно стану справ, які відбуваються на сьогоднішній день в нашій країні, на наших кордонах. Крім того, була окрема доповідь генерального прокурора Ірини Венедіктової. Були виступи.
Hold on.
У разі необхідності ми їх будемо розширяти за потреби.
Okay, an English translation is being broadcast on the top of this. This is what we need right here. Fuck, but we missed the first few minutes. Do we go check the VOD? How quickly does Twitch refresh its VOD cache? It used to be every 30 minutes.
Фактично розірвані. І чи означає це, що у нас можливо повномасштабне?
Hold on.
Somebody says go to the bridge.
No, we just have to watch live. I love you guys.
Для прийняття тих чи інших.
Wait, this is 10 days ago? Wait, no, this is live. Shut up.
На сьогоднішній час я вам більше сказати нічого не можу. Зараз відбувається відпрацювання великої кількості документів.
Ukraine conflict rebel declares. Oh, fuck no, it's just a headline ticker. Damn it. Oh, I thought somebody was like live typing it. That happens. That's a thing that people can do. Fuck.
От ми чітко розуміємо, що територія нашої країни – це Автономна Республіка Крим.
Moppin live on Russia Today. Okay, wait, this I do want to watch. Hello.
So that's what we've heard. We're waiting for
further
he's a big
response.
Streamer
we
now.
know
that there has been a meeting going on all day. The Vice President Kamala Harris, U.S. President Joe Biden, the head of national security, and other figures from the Pentagon have been meeting at the White House behind closed doors. So far, this statement is all we have from the U.S. administration. But we expect there will be more of a response from U.S. leaders as things develop. They have been meeting all day in response to these events. And they've been probably most likely working out different scenarios of what they can do in response. We shall see what measures they take in addition to these sanctions we're hearing about against the new republics.
All right, RT's okay. Let Mop on
this guy
the latest from New
works.
York. Thanks for that.
For his fucking
Bit earlier, our correspondent Murad Gazdi
for his fucking RT
from
check.
the just
He's the
recognized.
least attractive person I would ever accuse of having had to suck dick to get their job, dude. Holy shit. You know this guy would do anything and everything, okay? This guy brings lube with him when he goes to his fucking bosses in the Kremlin to receive orders.
QEs have been coming in to... Right? There's a history of...
I was only on for a bit.
History of Russia.
I was only on for a tiny bit, wow. Alright, artillery guns and support trucks into Donetsk. Oh, new video. Love that audio. Love those links in chat that I'm not looking at the moment. Oh, God. Reuters confirms. Oh, shit. Breaking: Putin orders peacekeeping operation in East Ukraine. Well, there we go, folks. We officially now objectively have its beginning. It's happening. Hold on. Russia begins invasion. Live updates. Live coverage? I don't know. I've never done this before. Coverage? Live commentary? That sounds stupid. Live coverage. Fine. This is abuser behavior? Yeah. Ukraine and Putin really need to go talk to a fucking relationship counselor. Biden administrations have discussed plans with Zelensky to leave Kiev in the event of a Russian invasion. This would be grim. This would be really bad for Ukrainian troop morale if Zelensky fled during the invasion. Don't get me wrong, it might be a good security move, but it would still yeah. Check this out, please. What? Putin ordered Russian armed forces to help occupation authorities in parts of Donetsk. Yeah, the peacekeeping operation that's being referred to, yes. So confirmed from Putin, yes, the troops are going in. I wonder how quickly clashes are going to happen between them and the Ukrainian armed forces. Reports from on the ground confirming Ukrainian air defenses have downed something in the eastern part of the country. No clue what they've downed as of yet, but more info coming soon. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let it just be a drone. If this was a manned aircraft, then it really is starting. How long ago? 4 minutes ago. Let it be a drone. How reliably could Ukrainian military even hit a drone? It's not as though they would be flying low. That would be high up. Easily? Pretty well? Okay. I trust you. I trust you, random chatter. Thank you. When I think of drones, I imagine them being quite difficult to hit, but, you know, I'm not a military expert.
Then Ukraine wasn't ready for war, and now it's ready because it's received weapons from Europe and will use them here.
In a matter of weeks, the situation here has escalated to the point that we had the UN come out today and call for an immediate...
Do you think it might be a bit dangerous for you to be publicly speculating on whether a war is started based on breaking news headlines? Well, considering one of the breaking news headlines is the leader of the country says they are moving troops into the other country, you know what? I'll take the L on this one if the Kremlin posts the whoopsie subsequent retraction, okay? But I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with my assumption until that point. You know, I feel okay with my priors. Serbian President Vučić orders army police on high alert due to events in Ukraine. That seems reasonable given the circumstances. I would expect that. Guys, can you guys give me the flight tracker link again? U.S. to impose new sanctions amid Ukraine crisis. I want to know what these sanctions are. I'm very interested. There we go. Official Russian order for peacekeeping operations? Yeah. Anybody, I hope to God nobody in my community would be stupid enough to fall for the phrase peacekeeping operation being employed as a way of not officially declaring it a war. I don't know how you could be a lefty and fall for something like that. That would be quite impressive. A lot of flights going in and out of Moscow. What do we have over Kiev? We have a few flights over Kiev. Airbus, that's commercial. Just a commercial liner. Number 8 most tracked worldwide. AS Aero, that's a private jet, isn't it? I'm pretty sure this is a private jet. And I don't know what that one is. Details the EU sanctions. I will look. As a Yugoslav, it's pronounced Vucic. Vucic? Listen, no disrespect intended, okay? You have to understand that Eastern European and Russian pronunciations are really not easy to people who grow up speaking English. We don't have the mouth noises. Vucic. I'm trying. These fuckers getting tracked. What's the number 1? Ah, yes, the number 1 is our big plane, our transport that's flying. Ukrainian trucks leading Kiev. All right, let's look. Moscow formally recognizes 2 potential pretexts for. Yeah, we saw this. Troop movement in Ukrainian capital.
Время часов там 11, 12. Счастливо его не наблюдаю. Разбудил нас бунт.
I'm just trying to hype you guys up. A bunch of people are going to die. It's actually really tragic. Though, it is possible to simultaneously hold 2 positions. One is that war is tragic, and the other one is that I want the Ukrainians to kick their ass. You can hold both those positions. You can believe both of those things. And I do. Let the Russian invasion be the most brutal and bloody affair for their side. Let them bear the brunt of their behavior, the consequences. You let them suffer more than the suffering experienced by those they harm. You know, the Ukrainians are the victims here. Why hasn't NATO deployed to Ukraine yet? They won't. Why would we? We can't. Ukraine wins and Russia disintegrates into a bunch of breakaway states. Dude, this is what if we just what if fucking all of Russia just becomes East Ukraine, okay? It's like the meme in the cartoons where like the big beefy guy like charges up to punch like the little scrawny guy and the big beefy guy's arm breaks when it like crashes against the unmoving wall of the little guy, you know? Russia crashes against the rocks of Ukraine, and then we just have 87 different like separatist Ukraine states. Yeah, the good ending, okay? And all the successor state to Russia, all of the nukes that they control, they all go over to one teeny tiny little country, and then we ship that country with no people in it into the sun, and that's denuclearization. This can happen, and I have serious opinions on the subject, okay? I'm definitely someone we should all be listening to while a war is breaking out. Okay, let's okay. What the fuck are you talking about? Can we focus on what matters? All right, it's the people of Ukraine. That's what matters. Hassan admits Putin equals bad now? Damn, that's crazy. Who else will I listen to? Everyone else is lying about it. You know, speaking of lying about it, I'm kind of curious how RT is like spinning this.
Back then understood that simply the West.
By the way, love the fact that RT has 5 million subs and I do not, and I have nearly 3 times as many viewers as them live right now.
And the U.S., first of all, doesn't
bulwark
need Russia,
of the left
as a friend. It needs Russia
Western
as
leftists
an enemy,
unite.
If it's big, if it's independent, and if it really has a say on the international stage. Let's take a listen.
You don't want to see a friend in us, an ally in us.
Shut up.
One of his other concerns is that when
A completely different level.
All right, RT's Ilya Petrenko, don't go too far.
Shut up.
Pretext by Moscow for an invasion. Now, all of this coming as we're hearing from the Latvian Prime Minister that the recognition is a continuation of the attack on Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity that began in 2014 by, to quote, unlawfully changing borders in Europe. What we're hearing from the Latvians is an urgement to the international. Maybe the last thing to mention here from the German capital is that earlier on Monday, the German Chancellor did speak with the Russian president via phone, and he...
God help me, I do not have the fucking... I do not have the patience. I do not have the fucking patience, man. Holy shit. Yes, we've seen the declaration of Russian troops heading into,
Weird,
into
dude.
Ukraine.
Also,
huh?
I do not fucking consent to being restreamed.
We saw this. We saw this. How's your desktop not shitting itself with all your tabs open? Because I have a live streamer rig. Because it is my job to have a large computer. U.S. announces first sanctions. Okay, is this against Russia? Or is this against the separatists? No, these are against the separatists. Okay, guys. Guys, you gotta pay attention to what we've talked about already, okay? This is hilarious, you have to admit. Let me see. Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua indeed recognize the DPR and the LPR. Yeah. So this is the whole like geopolitical like bulwark stuff, you know? The thing that would really disappoint me actually would be if Bolivia does. Bolivia has courted Russia and China in the past because again, you know, geopolitics, you know, it's one leader or another. But I do hope that Bolivia can actually stick to its principles and not just end up being kind of like a subsidiary. Bolivia will trust me. I think it will too, yeah. Austria is back on the move. Heading west or east? Heading up. What are you doing, my man? What are you doing over Kaplika Rizimkokatstolika? I think it cuts off there too, so there's actually more letters to that name. What are you doing over the 867, huh? What are you doing? What's the plan? Why are we going north? What's north? They were holding for a while. No invasion has begun yet? It has already begun. The order for a peacekeeping operation has already been signed by the Russian government. It is already happening. Well, I guess they're just zipping up now. Going to Zimowsk? Please ban some of the bots in YouTube chat. I'm afraid that's between YouTube chat, my YouTube mods, and God. I have very little control over that. Oh, 16,000 people watching. What a delight. Hello. Sub to my channels, please. I love you. Okay, more work. Guys, this is going to be a long-ass stream, all right? So this is a marathon, not a sprint. We have a lot of stuff to cover. First sighting of Russian T... What? This is daytime. Why would they post this now? First sighting of Russian T-80 UK tanks in major deployment site Belgorod. This is daytime, not recent. I think we've even seen this. Whee! TASS reports shelling has stopped in Donetsk and Luhansk. What is the TASS again? TASS Ukraine. What is the full name of this? Russian state media? That's what I thought. You know why the shelling has stopped? Because the shelling was being done by the separatist groups. The shelling has stopped because they're no longer under orders to continue manufacturing a pretext for Russian involvement. Russia's already signed the orders. They don't need to keep it up by shelling on their own positions. Telegraph Agency of Soviet Union? Or whatever, yes. They're also moving in from Crimea. Check the traffic data. Cool. You have 16K people, tell them to like the stream, idiot. It feels hack. Fine. If you're watching from YouTube, please like the stream. Okay? Hit the like button. It means more people will see this. And I think more people should see this because it's important. Thank you. I love you. Can we help Ukraine out somehow? I have some cash left over. I don't know of any apparatuses through which you could reasonably help them. There will probably be refugee crisis support efforts afterwards, but at the moment, I think observation is the main thing we can do. And it is important that we observe, by the way, because today, until the day that you die, you are going to remember what took place today. You're going to remember the ways in which Russia lied. You're going to remember the ways in which they backed off of promises, broke treaties, violated preset rules. And you'll remember all of this, and it will help inform you make good decisions in future political situations. Observation is helping in this respect. Not as much helping as I would like, of course, but 2K likes in 10 seconds. Well, that's nice. This is a big deal. What are we... This has to be Ukrainian troop movements, right? This area right here is outside of the Donetsk and Luhansk Donbasses. This is probably troop movement from the Ukrainian military. Is it can we like drop a little dude here? No, wait, I'm an idiot. That doesn't show a live feed. That just shows like, okay, yeah, I'm stupid. Never mind. Could be people fleeing? Possibly, but between these two cities? If they were fleeing, wouldn't people in Kharkiv head this way? Likewise, both of those groups, they would head west. I don't think they would head between each other. Now that was a brain fart. Oh, we're going to get more. Here, listen, I'm going to take a little bit more methamphetamine to prevent future brain farts, okay? Thank you. There we go. Links. Seeming military columns entering Donbass by bus. I will see. Russians entering the DPR. Russians celebrating with car rally. More Russian columns. Okay, let's look. Troops in Ukraine from Russia. Let's look, let's see. Please stop linking this. Anything in the daytime is not recent. It is currently, as I understand it, like midnight 42 over there. It is very not daytime over there. I think we've seen this. Have? Yes, we have, but this video starts 11:42? Not midnight 42, thank you. Same link as which is shown. This might be new. Russia's recognition of the Republic celebrated with the car rally. Okay, this is more, the Freedom Convoy! Nice. All right, guys. I love you all very much. Please exercise some discretion with the links that we post. Guys, you're killing me here. You're killing me here. Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs strongly advises its citizens to leave eastern Ukraine. Yeah. Yeah, a bit late to the party on this one. 2 minutes ago. Okay. Announcing this at, like, midnight or whatever. It's like, hey, maybe, you know, possibly. All right, chat. I need to shift, okay? We're shifting into war mode, all right? I'm disabling alerts on the stream. If you want to donate to support me, obviously I appreciate it, but this is war mode. There will be no geckos popping up on screen during wartime. And let me also disable it here because there are two separate alert functions. All right? We're in the war room. No geckos. One day I will get to donos, but it will not be this day. Hold on. White House announcing more sanctions. Yes, yes. Old interview. Russia moving troops in right now. Power outage in Kharkiv. Tweet from Macron. Okay. Breaking. Russian armed forces are beginning to enter the Donbass region. Okay. Guess we'll have to take them at their word for that. Though we already know this is happening, it seems. Probably in Kharkiv, the power is partially out. Updates follow. Remember, the first steps of the invasion are going to be power outages, internet outages, mass disinformation, and then shelling. Not tanks rolling in. Tanks will roll into the separatist-controlled areas. Here's Macron, Emmanuel Macron. Le cuck boy, oui, oui. By recognizing the separatist regions of eastern Ukraine, Russia is violating its commitments. Yeah, okay, get it. Get some links. Interfax, Russia is ready to show the real decommunization of the authorities. We saw this. This is a quote from the speech that he gave. This is an hour out of date. Hello, person. What's up? On February 21st at about 8:41 p.m., as a result of shelling by the Russian occupation forces in the village of Zaitsevo, a staff sergeant, Stelmak Alexander, Anatolievich, incompatible with life, translation error, was wounded. Senior Lieutenant Demichud Igor Alexandrovich, eternal memory of heroes. Wait, was he wounded or killed? I'm going to assume killed. I don't think you would make a tweet like this if somebody was just wounded. Incompatible with life means deadly wounds. Is that an actual medical term that's used in English? It is? Wow, I've never heard that before, but okay, I guess we learned today. Fatally wounded. Rest in peace. You know, for what it's worth, I have a feeling that if you know what, if nothing else, I feel like Ukrainian troops are pretty fucking pumped to finally have the authorization to fight back, you know? Because like for 8 years they've had to deal with this like hands-off, you know, like I'm not touching you bullshit from Russia. Yeah, guys, this is why we got rid of the F emote. I don't know if you know, but like the whole meme about the Call of Duty game was that the idea of posting F out of respect for a dead person is disrespectful, and that was in a video game, and this is an actual dead person. I understand this is a autistic pro-autistic community. This is a community that is welcoming and receptive to its autistic members, all right? But you fucks need to know your place. Liz Truss, tomorrow we will be announcing new sanctions on Russia in response to their breach of international law. Nice. Finland condemns. Okay, I get it. I understand which countries are going to condemn this. Though Finland doing so is nicer, I think. Yeah, Foreign Secretary, right? Please chat. I beg of you. RT, what are you up to?
Condemned Russia's plan to conduct military training in Ukraine. At the same time, the EU will send cyber experts to Ukraine. The EU, we know, earlier approved an emergency package to the tune of 1.2 billion euros in financial assistance for Ukraine. Now, all of this happening as we hear also from the Italian foreign minister saying that this recognition by Moscow hinders the resolution of the crisis through diplomacy and also that it contradicts Minsk agreements. The president of Estonia has said that he will never accept this illegal decision, that Moscow is not serious about diplomacy. Here in Germany, what's happening is the German Foreign Ministry has said that the recognition is a gross violation of international law that is also ruining any kind of diplomatic efforts. The German Foreign Ministry has urged for the decision to be reversed.
Well, to put it quite frankly, the message from London is that this is now a step closer to...
This is the most sane RT viewer. Putin and Biden working together to cause big war in a few years. New World Order Masonic agenda being all caps spammed.
War, if not a guaranteed move. Boris Johnson has reacted just as expected, calling Putin's decision an ill omen, a dark sign, and in his words, plainly what has happened is extremely bad news. So it's really being interpreted as a significant escalation in the crisis, a substantial change in Moscow's position, particularly referring to the Minsk agreement, but most notably a pretext paving the way for Russian troops to cross the border. So Boris Johnson is seeing this as an illegal act and undermines Ukraine's sovereignty. Now, in terms of diplomacy, is there any diplomacy? Is that an option on the table for Boris Johnson? He simply says it cannot be. This significantly narrows that window of opportunity. And in fact, the feeling here in London is...
Wait, how is the question whether or not Boris Johnson is willing to engage in diplomacy when Putin is invading? Say something in RT chat, the people need you. I'll strongly consider it.
An attack from the east is pretty much set in stone now.
Hassan just now, please God, please, 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 please God. Oh, thank the good Lord. Oh, thank Jesus Christ alive. I was wrong. The Russian recognition of Eastern Ukrainian territories independent and the subsequent Russian troop activity into said reasons for peacekeeping is 100% an aggressive escalation that absolutely moves away from diplomatic talks. Horrible move. Oh, thank God. I still think the processes and like the beliefs that led him to this point are fucked beyond belief. Don't get me wrong. This isn't like a complete exoneration, but oh, thank God. This is this is the diplomatic talk succeeding, okay? Diplomacy didn't succeed with Russia, but it succeeded with Hassan, all right? Didn't lead to war. Oh. All right. Let's stop worrying about it.
Already then, in the last few minutes, really, he's already reconfirmed the UK's commitment to supporting Ukraine and has said that the UK will now be thinking what more it can do. So what has the UK already done? It's threatened...
The goal of the diplomatic talks wherever the goal of... The idea that diplomatic talks wherever the goal of Russia is still kind of stupid. Well, yeah, of course. Putin outright said that he denied the meeting that Biden wanted to have. Remember, Macron tried to set up a meeting between Putin and Biden, and Putin was like, maybe in principle, and then later, like, the Kremlin canceled. He clearly doesn't want diplomacy.
Sanctions against Russia, including new powers to target any individual or entity, even in the comments today, RT was brought up at that point, links to the Russian state. That's the minute a single Russian towcap enters what's seen as the Ukraine's territory. Then reiterating that today, saying it's become clear we need to start applying as much pressure.
You guys are going to get me unfollowed by RT on Twitter, okay?
Because he really feels that the situation is not going to improve. Of course, we also know in terms of troops, boots on the ground, that's already been something that the UK has been moving towards, sending troops to Ukraine, also sending weaponry as well. And he always long said that he would be happy to send even more troops and weapons as and when need be. The reaction from the UK always been bad. In fact, the words of Boris Johnson just a few days ago saying that any escalation would be the biggest war since 1945. Today, earlier, the government was reiterating such comments, saying that there would be a retaliation if Putin didn't retreat. So from the United Kingdom, I suspect there's a lot worse to come.
Yeah, I spoke a short time ago with a political science lecturer, John Laughlin. Now, he says that the West appears to be doing exactly what it is accusing Moscow of doing.
Huh?
What is going on in Ukraine at the moment is an attack, essentially, is a provocation.
Yeah.
While the Western media have been telling us now for many days and weeks, not only that there will be a Russian invasion of Ukraine, but also that Russia will stage false flag attacks in order to justify such an invasion. I've long suspected, and unfortunately, as I say, your reports seem to confirm this, that actually it's the other way around, that in fact Ukraine does intend to attack the separatist republics.
Well, hold on. To be fair, if Ukraine wants to attack them, they have a right to. It's their country and their secessionist groups. It's that they're allowed to do that, actually.
In order to either regain them or to provoke a Russian response and thereby to trigger the sanctions, which everybody seems to want. That does.
Yes. Ukraine is actually trying to get Russia to invade them to put sanctions on Russia. That is quite a 9,000 IQ play right there. I gotta say. That's like Jesus Christ. That's like saying that you're trying to bait somebody else. You're trying to trick somebody else into shooting you in the face so that they can have like a sore hand afterwards from like the gunshot in their hand. You know, like it's all a dastardly ploy.
Does indeed imply that Ukraine is spoiling for a fight. It would be the perfect cover, wouldn't it? Because we've been told now for weeks that Russia's about to invade. But if Ukraine were to try to take the separatist regions by force, and if that were to cause casualties, then the Western media would unanimously say, well, this is all fake news coming from Russia. And it would be immediately discredited as information.
Well, meanwhile, officials...
What a high IQ perspective. I like how this guy's a professor, and that basically boiled down to know you. Like, okay, well, like, what if Ukraine's actually trying to, like, trick Russia into putting hundreds of thousands of troops on their border and supporting a secessionist group in their country for 8 years so that they invade them, so that the sanctions come out? Like, oh, damn. Hey, guys, do you think... Quick question. Do you think the Jews, the Romani, and the disabled, the homosexuals in Nazi Germany actually tricked Hitler into doing the Holocaust because they knew it would lead to the rest of the Western Allies cracking down on them? So many people are saying this. It's a big question, you know? Hey, if you think that RT isn't on that level of crazy, I think they are, man. I think they are. I think they would. If they would do something on that level. If it was even remotely beneficial to the Kremlin's agenda. Incredible. They openly JQ the 100% would. Oh yeah, dude. There are Nazis all over Russia. They are it's a very far-right country. It's not good. It's not good. It's not a good country, folks. Very bad. Very bad country, you know? Would you say China has a right to invade Taiwan, though? No. Because Taiwan's not a secessionist group that's doing terrorist attacks in their country. It's another country. It's even on a whole other island, man. It's a whole... You can't even swim to Taiwan. It's a while out. You gotta get a boat. A big boat, okay? You don't want to cross that strait in a fucking fishing dinghy, alright? It's a whole ass country. Potential new video of Russian light armor moving into Donbass. Gotcha. 1 second. By your logic, Russia can attack Ukraine for seceding in 1991? No. The breakaway states from the dissolution of the Soviet Union were recognized by the new Russian government. Treaties were signed respecting the sovereignty. Okay. I should always remember, anyone who disagrees with me on this, to them, everything is everything else. They don't actually understand what any of these things are or mean. So, like, all these situations are exactly the same. The U.S. providing arms to Ukraine is exactly the same as us invading Iraq. You know, the only equivocacy, what's the word that people are always talking? Yeah, the only equivocacy that people won't listen to, okay, is the idea that there's anything Hitler-esque about Putin. That is the one they do not want to hear. Every other issue, they will compare anything to anything in order to attack, like, Western powers. But the comparison between Putin and Hitler, that is the one thing they do not want to listen to. Okay, hold on. What's your opinion on the intervention in Kosovo? I genuinely don't know that much about it, but it's probably cringe. I'm generally pretty anti-interventionist, you know? People accuse me of being pro-interventionist because I'm anti-interventionism when Russia's doing the interventionism. So I can't really win that one, you know? It was actually based. I would have to read into it. One issue at a time, okay? Ukrainian military vehicles have reportedly been spotted in Kiev heading in the direction of northeastern Ukraine. Helicopters have been reportedly seen. That makes sense. What if China invaded Taiwan right now while the whole world was distracted? I don't know if that's going to happen. The Kosovo intervention stopped 1.5 million Albanians from being cleansed. Well, that sounds good. I like it when 1.5 million people don't die. So I'm just briefly Googling it right now, and it seems like the historical consensus on the Kosovo intervention is that it was a success. So I guess I could look more into it, but I guess that's nice. Yeah, but Taiwan is still called Republic of China, and everyone recognizes it as part of China. So by your logic, it's like DNR in Ukraine. First argument, just the first rational one, kill yourself. Second argument, no. Everyone recognizes Taiwan as a separate country. We even have embassies there. The only reason we don't officially refer to it as a separate country is because China gets pissy about it. That's the only reason. In every practical sense, Taiwan is treated as a separate country. Do we have an embassy in the Donbass region? Does every country have an embassy in the Donbass region? No, obviously not. It is very obviously a separate country. The only reason people pretend otherwise is to appease China, whereas the separatist region is literally just a part of Ukraine that Russia keeps sending like troops and military equipment into. Another false flag? I love false flags. After a couple hours of science and celebrations, Donetsk region pro-Russian sources now claim the town of Oktyabrsky in northwest Donetsk is being shelled and small arms fire can be heard. Well, I would love it. This site allows you to listen to radio broadcasts in the area. Don't listen on stream as copyright music is also playing. Oh, interesting. Well, I don't get insta-copyrighted the nanosecond a note plays, so... Translation on Ukraine Ministry of Defense urgent announcement. Auto-translation waiting for the official one. Please do not distribute it with... I don't know if this is useful to me. Another car bomb explosion in Luhansk. Why are you linking me this? This doesn't exist. What are you doing? Translated? The Ukraine Ministry of Defense asking people to not share information about movement of Ukraine military. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. They're saying, hey, please don't upload videos of our tanks moving across the highway to TikTok. Which, to be fair, makes sense. Please don't do that, guys. That would you would be narking. Vosh, even treating Taiwan as a separate country doesn't mean it's recognized as Taiwan. The separate country is still the Republic of China. What? Do you know what the definition of a country is? Look up the definition of a country. Just look up any definition of what criteria a territory needs to meet in order for them to be considered a country. Taiwan meets every single one of those with flying colors. It's not even close. The eastern territories of Ukraine simply do not. Okay? Quit whining. Do you think the draft will come back for this shit? No. U.S. soldiers are not going in there. Taiwan still claims all territory of Imperial China. Good. I hope you're having fun.
And Kiev tell you about the written version of the decree that Mr. Putin signed when recognizing the independence of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics. Because in Section 4 of it, it says that after a request by the head of the Donetsk People's Republic, Denis Pushilin, Vladimir Putin has ordered the Russian Ministry of Defense to send its troops to the Donetsk People's Republic, and they are there on a peacekeeping mission. So when you were asking our guests and...
Oh my god, chat, holy fuck. Are we going to whataboutism this point for the rest of the day? Vosh, not disagreeing with that reasoning. Would that reasoning not mean Assad would be justified in crushing Rojava? So that would be the case if the only argument that one could ever make for territorial sovereignty is where the borders are drawn at what points. I am okay with Assad being overthrown. You can make a good argument for secessionist action for Rojava because it's an area that was left to itself that developed an authentic, independent governance. Whereas everything happening in the Donbass region in East Ukraine is literally just a front for Russian aggression, okay? If there was If the Eastern Ukraine had a legitimate, authentic emergence of a secessionist group that legitimately felt as though they were being oppressed by the mainstream Kiev-backed government and they wanted to live independently, if that was the circumstance at hand here, then I would probably support their independence, or at the very least some concessions being made. But everything happening in East Ukraine is eternally tainted by the fact that Russia has just completely fronted this entire thing. It is the most astroturfed independence movement in the fucking history of the universe, okay? There were grievances in East Ukraine before, but like Russia has turned this into a fucking proxy war. And right now, nothing we're talking about has anything to do with the independence for these people, because Russia and Putin are explicitly, presently, talking about incorporating the Donbass region into Russia. They made that clear during their talk. That's the goal. They don't just want it to be some independent state, and neither do they, because when we saw those separatists over in East Ukraine, they weren't waving separatist flags. They were waving the Russian flag, okay? It is just a proxy war being enacted by Russia. This isn't some authentic bid for independence here. It's just a land grab being facilitated through snaky means, because that's how Russia likes to do things, all right? If you want to get into the details, the actual logic, ethically and geopolitically, behind dealing with secessionist movements and independence and borders and what should be supported, what shouldn't be, are actually really complicated. This situation is not complicated. This is an extremely unambiguously, morally wrong situation from Russia and the secessionist perspective. It's very easy to defend that point of view. So, you know, if you want nuance, we can talk nuance later. But right now, a country is being invaded. Please, 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 I beg of you. Convo moving on highway, has an RT mark. No audio. Apparently Russia is plotting to kill LGBT Ukrainians. U.S. official has warned that Russia may target prominent political activists, anti-corruption activists, and vulnerable... Yeah, we saw this. We saw this. We will see if this takes place. I gotta say, without the sound, the bombast is definitely lacking. Well, so noted. Do you have any foundational knowledge of Ukraine versus Russia militarily? Yeah, the foundational knowledge is that Russia will win. Serbia weighed in? Really? Re-Ukraine, the president of Serbia said the pressures to Belgrade to make a stand will increase and that it respects the territorial sovereignty of Ukraine. However, he also noted that media in Serbia are always siding with Russia, disapproval of Russia, but fear of domestic upheaval. Oh. Okay, well, respect for territorial sovereignty is definitely nice. Comparison of their militaries? Yes. 900,000 active service versus 209,000. About 1 million to 2 million reserves. But where Russia really blows them out is in the equipment. In aircrafts and tanks, in particular. Really good military analysis of Russia versus Ukraine, 17 minutes? No. Yes, Russia has quite a bit of equipment. Though I don't think these numbers are fully reflective of the situation. A, Russia cannot commit its full military to this. Ukraine can. Russia has to maintain reserve force because they're a whole country with, you know, they're a country, a very large border they have to protect. Whereas Ukraine is being invaded, so they get to commit everything they have. Additionally, in modern warfare, defender's advantage is always at play. You know, with people planting improvised explosive devices or, you know, greater familiarity with the terrain, stuff like that. So I think that Ukraine has a decent chance at holding them off for a while. But again, it's going to begin with an air war, bombs and what have you. Is there a line at which the U.S. should intervene? No. We cannot. Massive Russian Navy armada moves into place off Ukraine. Warships active west of Crimea, near Odessa. What time was this put out? Time? 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 Soon enough. Oh my god, I have to stop letting myself get baited by these fucking RT shills. Vosh is saying irredentism is bad, which it is, but in the stream he says that Taiwan is claiming all the territory of Imperial China is good. Well, if Vosh was even remotely educated on what... The Imperial China shit was a joke. Holy shit. When I said Taiwan, the tiny, powerless island nation, claims the entirety of Imperial China, I did not literally mean they have a fucking justification for... I just gotta ban you guys. Pointing out the contradictions in his argument. Jesus Christ. I'm pointing out the contradictions, okay? In the fucking uterine baths that you received in your mother's womb that led to you being fucking retarded when you were born. Sorry, she should have smoked less. All right, what were we doing? All right, boats. That's right, boats. Boats. And boats. Got him. Okay. Holy shit. That's maybe the best take she could have had. I'm actually impressed. Why would you link to a screenshot of this tweet instead of the tweet itself? What aggression? I think you're confused. The Kiev government's aggression against the people in Donbass is reprehensible. Russia coming to the raid is a good thing. Remember when I said this was exactly what he was going to do? That he would go from Russia wants no war to actually Russia has no choice but to do war. I literally, like, it's so fucking predictable, dude. Let me retweet that tweet, because I'm always right. Never not been right. Every time. Hold on, I'll find it. Control F? What is Control F? There, I'm retweeting it. No, wait, I should... Hold on. There we go. I tweeted it. Go support me, or you're a bad friend. And by friend, I mean viewer. Okay! Get all my news from RT.
Seeing tonight are developments potentially towards a peaceful future, but potentially more de-escalation as well. Ilya Petrenko, thank you very much. Well, we can now cross live to Earl Rasmussen, Executive Director of the Eurasia Center, now joining us here live on RT International during our continued breaking news. Great to see you, and a very good evening to you all the way from the Russian capital here. How did this hit you? The first moment you heard what Putin was planning when he came out with the speech, essentially recognizing the independence of these breakaway republics, how did it hit you?
Well, it kind of surprised me to some degree. I knew there was not going to be any invasion. I was pretty confident of that unless something really tragic happened to draw it in. And obviously there's been...
But he signed an
order. The
order.
West has been trying to lure Putin into invading. And
dude, they're literally... She was asking for it. They're trying to lure... They're literally like, dude, Ukraine just made invading them so tempting. She kept flaunting her skirt there. What choice did Russia have? Holy shit.
And that's not going to happen. But they're looking for something. And
it's not going to happen. Wait, it's happening.
For some reason to put sanctions in. It surprised me to some degree, but at another way it didn't. I mean, let's face it. I mean, those regions are not ever going to vote for Mr. Zelensky or anyone
that wasn't me. That was
put in
them.
place there from the U.S. with their nod of approval to be president. And essentially, that's a whole massive millions of electoral votes, of election votes, that would not side with Kiev. So it's very, from a political perspective and a polling perspective, does Ukraine really want? I mean, they'll use them as a ploy to for discussions, negotiations, as a kind of a standoff issue. But do they really want those regions back? From a political perspective, I don't think so. So in that aspect, I think, and with the fact that Ukraine was adamant about not implementing the Minsk Accord, there's very little options happen. I mean, for those areas to move forward, they either Minsk Accords need to be implemented in the autonomous regions, or they need their independence to some degree. And so it's not surprising that...
This is the reason why you can't take seriously any of the claims coming out from people saying that this is some kind of legitimate secessionist movement that should be backed in the same way as like the Kurdish people, or in Iraq or whatever, They are utterly incomparable because Russia has made this breakaway not as an element of like secessionist freedom-seeking, geopolitical action, but rather as an extension of their geopolitical power. We will never actually know how Ukraine may have developed in a world where Russia wasn't such a piece of shit. We may never actually know. It's entirely possible that if Russia didn't act the way that it did, if it wasn't constantly invading or posturing warfare against its neighbors and trying to bully those countries next to it into staying out of the EU and NATO, it's possible that Ukraine would have been a highly prosperous country that wouldn't have had any meaningful negative or secessionist sentiments. But we will never know. We can't ever know.
I mean, it's a surprise here to a certain degree, but I think it is. Another side is that I think Putin was put in a position that really, what direction does he go? He doesn't want to invade.
You could say the same thing about NATO. The Ukrainian people want NATO. Mods, again, you can just ban any RT shows in here. Anyone who thinks that there's an equivacy to be drawn between Russia invading Ukraine and Russia wanting NATO to defend them against being invaded, all of you people can be banned, and subsequently, I wish all of you happy and short lifetimes, okay? I'm sorry. Well, I have no idea what's wrong with you people. How do you call yourself leftists? What despicable, disgusting fucking excuses for leftists you must be. That you're out here simping for a fucking far-right, authoritarian, capitalist, imperialist country. Do you sincerely believe there is even a tiny vestigial fragment of whatever part of socialism you think the Soviet Union achieved left in Russia? If you would simply admit all of this is because you have arbitrarily chosen Russia's hegemony of capitalist authoritarians over America's hegemony of sometimes democratic and sometimes authoritarian capitalists, then fucking go for it if you want. I would appreciate the honesty, but stop pretending to be left-leaning. It's fucking pathetic, and it embarrasses me as an actual member of the ideological tendencies that you have rejected in your defense of Vladimir Putin.
And I think that would be tragic. It could escalate situations even more. He realizes that they're just being used by the West, and they'll never really be fully accepted back into as part of Ukraine. And there's no desire to come to a diplomatic or a peaceful resolution on that. So from that aspect, I think he's faced with.
I'm sorry if I could just jump in because I'm running so low on time, and I really want to pick your brain on this. But with Putin's televised announcement just a few hours ago, is this a move towards de-escalation in East Ukraine?
It gives a chance.
Live UN statement. Twitter. 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 Twitter.
Does it look weird? Okay. Yeah, I think so. Everybody ready? Yeah, okay.
You good?
Good afternoon. I have a statement to read on behalf of the Secretary General on the situation in and around Ukraine. The Secretary General is greatly concerned by the decision by the Russian Federation related to the status of certain areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine. He calls for the peaceful settlement of the conflict in eastern Ukraine in accordance with the Minsk Agreement, as endorsed by the Security Council in 2015. The Secretary General considers the decision of the Russian Federation to be a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The United Nations, in line with the relevant General Assembly resolutions, remains fully supportive of the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. The Secretary General urges all relevant actors to focus their efforts on ensuring an immediate cessation of hostilities, protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure, preventing any action and statements that may further escalate the dangerous situation in and around Ukraine, and prioritizing diplomacy to address all issues peacefully. Thank you.
Well, that meant fucking nothing. Thank you, United Nations. As always, what a delightful reminder that you're incapable of doing anything. Whose idea was it to make the Security Council? Who? Show me. It was the United States, wasn't it? We did it. We did it, didn't we? It was us. Yeah. Fucking Security Council, dude. Fucking piece of shit. Stupid fucking UN statement.
Absolutely. It depends how the West is going to react.
Russia were to, quote, further
Hey,
invade
Borgar!
Ukraine. Now, we have seen...
Wait, let's go. I want to see the full Borgar segment.
The U.S. will probably with South.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry for French fries and a Borgar.
Moppin now standing by for us. What are the latest statements from Washington, Caleb? Can you bring us up to speed?
Sure. We have a statement from Jen Psaki, the White House spokesperson, and she says that sanctions are being imposed that will prevent any new investment, trade, or financing from or by these republics that just received recognition. Now, in addition to that, the United States has said it will impose sanctions on anyone deemed...
You know, I don't think I've called this out explicitly before, but the fact that RT is Russian state media and the media they produce is overwhelmingly in English and they have English broadcasters and English commentators all over the world, I feel like really speaks to the idea that this is a propaganda network. It's actually really interesting because, like, the fact that they're speaking English makes you feel for a moment like, oh, these guys aren't literally directly getting instructions from the Kremlin, which they are. It's Russian state media. They're not independent. It's directly controlled by the Kremlin, you know? It's very obviously an attempt to facilitate the, you know, the kind of disruption in America and in other English-speaking countries, which to some extent is every country. Yeah.
To be operating in the area. So even if these people are not doing business with the republics in question, if they do business in the areas in which these republics have been declared and recognized, they will also be subject to U.S. sanctions. Now, the USA is talking about sanctions on Russia, new sanctions that will be placed on Russia. However, at this point, Jen Psaki in her statement made clear these are not the SWIFT sanctions that have been threatened. These SWIFT sanctions kicking Russia out of the international banking system.
The English coverage is completely different from domestic RT coverage. Okay, no, you have to understand my point. The point is that RT invests a disproportionate amount of their news infrastructure to producing media which is not meant for Russian people. The BBC, their shit is in English because their country speaks English. America doesn't really have state media in the way that the RT does. We have, like, kind of a little bit, but not in the same way. But, like, our news agencies, the ones that are privately owned, CNN or whatever, Fox, mostly, like, you know, it's pretty much all English speaking, you know? RT, however, is an attempt to spread an international political narrative. I don't think that's really arguable. That's nonsense. We have Radio Free X. Yeah, we have PBS and Radio Free X. Yes, the long arms of the Biden administration.
Is not what they're going to impose at this time. Those would be imposed if Russia were to, quote...
BBC is not... Guys, I'm not saying that other countries don't have news services that talk in languages other than the most spoken language in their country. If you seriously don't see the difference between RT's massive global reach as a state media apparatus, if you genuinely don't see anything different about that, please, I don't know what to say to you, okay? But thank you for informing me that, yes, news agencies do speak several languages sometimes.
further invade Ukraine. Now, we have seen the White House communicating with different leaders around the world to confirm that they agree in opposition to Russia's move to recognize the republics. We have the White House speaking with German Chancellor Scholz, and they're both expressing opposition to the recognition of these republics. We also have the United States speaking with Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and agreeing with him in opposition to this new recognition. Now, we've also heard from the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. This is what he had to say about the entire situation.
We will fully stand for the entire
the window was closed.
territorial integrity of Ukraine.
The Kremlin is hitting me with a fucking
any
ice beam.
Attempts to independently recognize or autonomize the separatist occupied region.
I was agreeing with you. I was requesting you check domestic RT coverage. Yeah, actually, I'm curious. Where would I go to check out translated domestic RT live coverage? How are they speaking to their own people? Russian.rt.com. Yeah, okay, but does it have? Is it translated? And where's the live feed? I know how to get to the website. What happened if NATO started loudly? What would happen if NATO started loudly planning to allow Finland entry into NATO as a response to bullshit in Ukraine? I don't know. Finland should be in NATO, though. That'd be funny, because it'd make Russia mad. I think that'd be good. Click translate on the link. I'm looking for live video feed. I know how to click the translate button. Thank you. Most video. Okay, I'll queue this up. Yeah, Finland doesn't want to join NATO. I think Finland can defend itself just fine. The treaty Putin signed allows for counteracts of aggression. Well, of course, it would have to. All right, where's the translate button? Where is it? Oh, this is just the video. Address bar? Oh, right. There we go. Russian President Vladimir Putin signed decrees recognizing the independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. Earlier, the leaders of the DPR and LPR, Denis Pushilin and Leonid Pesishnik, addressed the Russian leader with a corresponding request. This isn't news. Like, this is just a little paragraph. What are you doing? Come on, where's the op-eds from bloodthirsty Russian conservatives talking about how they should annex all of Ukraine? Come on. RT talk with residents of the Russian village shelled by Ukrainian soldiers. Do you honestly not see the utility of the UN? Anyone in chat who has a question for me, the answer is I don't care. Shut up. Stop. When the fuck did I say that the UN serves no utility? When did I say that? Did you imagine that? Take your meds. Not here to argue with whatever retarded fucking misinterpretations you develop in your own mind of the things that I've never said. Okay? Jesus. Talk with yourself. Zelensky canceled his speech. Yeah, apparently Zelensky said no statements will be coming out for 24 to 48 hours, which suggests to me that they're anticipating like direct and immediate military conflicts. Hassan backtracking toward Twitter. Yes, I saw the Hassan thing. Thank you. I saw the Hassan thing. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't be irritated with chat when there are so many people in here. I apologize. The situation on its own is pretty stressful, so people asking stupid fucking rhetorical questions in chat doesn't help, but you know, that's definitely a responsibility associated with live streaming. Can you imagine watching Tucker Carlson, except in addition to the teleprompter, there was a live feed of people watching him on the side? Oh, he would lose his shit, dude. He would lose his shit. He'd be like, he'd be trying not to have a fucking breakdown. Oh, God. Yeah, live Tucker reaction. Artillery unit spotted in Belgorod tonight. This is still in Russia. I think we get the gist. Okay, the most interesting thing here by far is the fact that Zelensky canceled his speech. NSC Secretary Danilov cut his address short, stating they were waiting for Zelensky's speech. Journalists were reportedly informed to leave the premises. Other reports say there won't be an official Ukrainian position for 24 to 48 hours. Okay, so I'm going to make a guess as to what this means, okay? The guess that I have... Oh, what did Shu say? Is this official War Watch room? Yes, it is. Thank you, Shu. Or, I mean, welcome, Shu. And thank you, yes. My guess here is that at this point, Zelensky is fully aware of the fact that there is about to be shelling on existing Ukrainian military positions, and that an unwillingness to speak and deliver a position right now saves him from having to clarify the situation in terms more explicit than Russia is using. So right now, Zelensky would be in the right to go on his TV and say, the war has begun, they have begun the invasion of East Ukraine, this is now an active conflict zone. He would be correct. All three of these statements would be factually correct, right? However, if he does say all of that, he'll be accused by propagandists that he's the one declaring war because Russia hasn't officially acknowledged that it's war yet, because they made up two new independent republics that they're invading instead of Ukraine, which is where the independent republics are, you know? So he also can't make a statement where he doesn't explicitly say that, because a statement in which he doesn't explicitly acknowledge the fact that the war has begun would be interpreted as a sign of weakness, or it might cause confusion. I think he's waiting for Russians to play their hand and begin shelling positions. That is my guess. So I think he's really just waiting for the situation to become more explicit. He's essentially waiting for them to make it more clear, either that they're declaring war, or that he has pretext for defensively responding with a declaration of war, such as if Russian artillery began to fire on entrenched Ukrainian armed forces positions. Lamavosh, that's an old Onion video. New live poll lets pundits pander to viewers in real time. What? Oh, wait, no, yeah, before live streaming... This will probably copyright strike me. Before live streaming was even a thing, where you see, yeah, the approval poll fucking shift. I remember this one, yeah. So they're like fucking desperately trying to keep the approval rating high. Like, do you like puppies? I've got a puppy, you know, like that type of shit. Very fucking good. That's such a good meme. It literally predicted live streaming. This predicted live streaming. 2009 was before live streaming was a thing. This anticipated the entire fucking dynamic. Yeah. Alleged picture of Russian troops in Donbass. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Trupa Russe Hano appena olt trepassano il confini del Ucraina el frondo in Donbass. This guy having a stroke? Sorry, I'm done. Russian troops have just crossed the Ukrainian border in Donbass. Well, that would certainly be a war if that happened. And it is happening, so it's this war. Yeah, the military agreement that was signed between Russia and these fake secessionist breakaway states allows them to establish military bases and build infrastructure in the territory. So, yeah, you know. The video of peacekeeping forces being brought in. Second part of same video, column is huge. Okay, so it's the same video that we've seen, except it's the... No, we've seen this. We've seen both parts of this. We've seen both parts of this. It is indeed a large column. We say old video, but it's like 1 hour old, so, you know. Oh, God. Do you think Russia will just put troops in the separatist region, or will he advance into other parts of Ukraine? Okay, here... Okay, I think what we need to do, guys, we need to stop reading Twitter for a second, okay? And we need to enter the war room. Guys, give me the tweet that contained the map of Ukraine that had the existing armed forces border, and also the grayed out area was the historical Donbass territory. I want that tweet. I want that image to work with, okay? Yeah, stop reading Twitter, but give me that tweet. Thank you. You understand exactly what I'm looking for. Yes, I have the image. Don't do anything more. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I need this, and I need a map of Ukraine. And we're going to use both of these to enter the war room. Are you guys ready? So what I'm going to try to do is use the incredibly limited knowledge that I have accrued as a video game playing live streamer with no experience whatsoever in wartime reporting. Absolutely none. Literally, I have no experience in this. The only thing that I could possibly defer to is the fact that I consider myself a reasonably intelligent person, and even that is highly contested in many online spaces. Okay, I have this image saved, but it was a fucking WebP file, so there. Okay, here we go. We load these up. Just a moment. Open. No, wait, new. Open. This and this. Paste. And paste. Beautiful. Folks, it's time. Get ready. Gonna need to do a little bit of cropping to make this, you know, halfway acceptable. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, folks. All right, this switch to the red. There we go. Okay, over here on the left. No, this fucking. No fucking. I know there's no object to transform. Thank you. Nope. 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 Stop. Oh god, it's been so long. Okay, here, just go next to it. Gonna get angry. My dude, promote yourself a little bit, please. Hello to everyone watching. I'm sure most of you are fans of mine, but if you're not already a fan of mine, please be known that I am a live streamer and I talk politics, but we don't normally cover war stuff because wars don't happen that often. Well, actually, they do happen all the time, but we don't cover them that often because they're not normally gigantic European wars that could potentially break out into an enormous conflict and lead to hundreds of thousands of people dead. You know, normally when warfare happens, it's just Western or at least like imperial core powers silently, either directly or indirectly, killing hundreds of thousands of brown people. And we don't pay attention to that because we've culturally normalized not paying attention to that. But now we're paying attention to it for a number of reasons, one of which is because of racism, and some of them are also because there are other things that differentiate this war from other stuff. So if you like that and also like video games and want me to play Elden Ring, then please fucking sub to the stream. Thank you. I mean to the channel. Okay, here, look. Shh. All right. Okay, let's talk about what's going on right here, okay? This right here is an OSCE recognized list of ceasefire violations taking place in the Donbass region of Ukraine, which describes its eastern territory about here. See? This right here, this refers to this area. You understand? Are you following? Do you understand? Do I want to cut this entire layer? What? No, Control Z, fuck, okay? All right, so here's what I think is going to happen, all right? Now, currently, the line held by the Ukrainian armed forces divides the Donbass region. Only about 1/3 of the Donbass region is actually controlled by Russian separatists, okay? This red line that you can see right here is the line which describes the border between Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine and areas of Ukraine which are controlled by Kyiv, by the capital building, okay? Now, the issue here is that the recent declaration of independence that Russia has formalized and supported, it is one in which not just this area, the current separatist-controlled part of Ukraine, but the entire Donbass region, Donetsk and Luhansk, right here, are independent breakaway states, which Russia now considers to be an independent territory for which the incursion of Ukrainian military personnel is an act of invasion they have a right to defend them, their ally against. You understand? So you see, this isn't Putin invading Ukraine, it's Putin saying that magically this area is no longer Ukraine. And all the Ukrainian troops in there, well, now they're invading this breakaway state. You understand? It's definitely a strategy. You know, I disagree with the logic that they've implemented. Yeah, here's something that gives a broader scale with the entirety of Ukraine. The dark yellow bit right here, the dehydrated piss color, that is the area controlled by Russian separatists. Whereas this area right here, the broader Luhansk and Donetsk areas, those are the areas Russia has declared to be independent secessionist territories, okay? Now, this area of Luhansk and this area of Donetsk have a lot of Ukrainian troops in there. Like, a lot of them. Of course they do. This is where the line was. A lot of military equipment, too. Essentially, Russia has, through their own backwards logic, legitimized military action against Ukrainian forces that are within this area as an act of defense, assisting their new ally. The Kremlin has already come out saying that the Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, pictured here, and by pictured I mean circled here, intends on committing an ethnic cleansing of the Donbass region. There's no evidence of this, of course, but they claim it. So what Russia is doing right now is moving in to the Donbass region, the area that is currently controlled by the separatists. And here, from this point forward, I am speculating what Russia's plan is, okay? So here's the war room part, now that we've established all of the priors, okay? Everyone ready? Okay. So, the Russian Federation, as far as all efforts we have observed, is currently moving troops into the region. They probably already have, unbeknownst to us, tens of thousands of people in there. They're probably doing as best a job as they can from keeping most of that information from getting out. In fact, I imagine that they're doing this to the extent that we should probably be worried for the safety of any of the people who recorded those videos we saw of the convoy moving into the Donbass region. Right now it's about, what, midnight, 1 a.m. or so over there? In the dead of night, they're going to bring as many troops as they can into this area. They're also going to start setting up military fortifications. They can't do so very quickly. I mean, they only have a few hours before daybreak, but they want to do so quickly enough that they can begin to establish what appears to be a sort of supportive bulwark for what they claim to be the separatist states, the Russian-backed separatists that already exist in this region. The reason they're doing this is, well, there are three main reasons. First of all, it lends credence to the narrative that they're going in to defend the Russian separatist groups from ethnic cleansing by broader Ukraine. This is also supported by the fact that there have been a number of false flag attacks going on in these regions, with the Luhansk and Donetsk separatist commanders claiming that they're being shelled by artillery when they're not. There was one particularly funny instance where they claimed that Ukrainian artillery had shelled the east side of a building, which, if you can see where the lines are drawn, and the building was like pretty far in, to hit the east side of the building, that would have had to be a pretty strong headwind blowing the shell back. We'll look at the Zelensky address very shortly, okay? There were the faked car bombs. There have been a number of attempts to support the idea that if Russia were to move into this area, they would be doing so to defend the secessionist groups. Now, that is a lie. It is a lie. Okay? That is simply not true, and I'm not going to keep addressing that because I want to talk about the actual strategy. Russian troops are going to move in here and begin to establish a bulwark, okay? They're also going to begin shelling Ukrainian positions past this line as a way of trying to get them to push back to the outer edges of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Now, the Ukrainian military can do one of two things here. They can either give up and move outside the Donbass region, or they cannot. I would be very surprised if they gave up. If they do give up and move all the way back there, Russia might actually consider that a win and cut it off right there. If they simply take the Donbass region and Ukraine lets them take it because they pull back, Russia might decide that's the best win they can get. Okay? I don't think that's going to happen, though. The likelihood of Ukraine ceding that territory seems pretty low to me. How do you know this? Just vibes? It's just what I think will happen based on the available information. I have no expertise in this matter. However, I feel like so far the estimations that I've made of Russia's behavior have been pretty close. So I feel fairly confident in what I'm saying. And by fairly confident, I mean I think I have reason to believe it, and not I think I'm guaranteed to be right. Keep that in mind. So, if Ukraine backs off to outside the Donbass territory, Russia might just decide that's a W and decide to take what they can get, even though they probably still want a land bridge to Crimea. I doubt that'll happen, though. In reality, what'll probably happen is the Ukrainian armed forces will wait until they're shelled to a point where they feel they can get away with, in a diplomatic sense, declaring that Russia has officially declared war on them, and then they will respond in kind, and the war will kick off for real. If the war kicks off for real, it will begin with shelling. Russia is not going to march the tanks outside of the Luhansk and Donetsk regions already controlled by separatist forces. What they're probably going to do is keep their troops and military equipment in here and conduct artillery and bombing raids outside of it. Russia has essentially unmatched firepower, and they have enough artillery to level the countryside. So, in all likelihood, we've also been seeing videos of them moving artillery for like days now. They have huge convoys of artillery coming in. They're probably going to shell the fuck out of this area. When you're fighting against a non-nuclear power, and Ukraine does not have any nuclear weapons, the easiest way to soften them up for a conflict is to fucking obliterate them from a distance before ever risking any of your troops directly. This is not a good situation for Ukraine. Now, the real question for me is, will Russia constrict their military aggression exclusively to the Donbass front, or will they move in from Crimea? There's an objective answer to this, and it's that they're also going to move in from Crimea. I'm interested in seeing how they intend to justify this, like what lies they're going to throw out there as a way of justifying this, but they have moved a ton of ships to the Crimean region, and there seem to be reports of them moving convoys through it as well. They want a land bridge to connect the Donbass region to Crimea. They want, at the very least, this territory, because a land bridge for Crimea would be very much in their stated geopolitical interests. Frankly, they want quite a bit of eastern Ukraine, but, you know, whatever they can get away with. What about coming from Belarus? So this is another key question, all right? East Ukraine is one thing, all right? But if they commit to a full aerial superiority campaign with shelling, do they also start to shell West Ukraine? Now, if they intend to commit to a full conflict where they will wage war with the entirety of Ukraine, that would be the smart thing to do. It helps divide their forces. It helps sow, a lack of morale. It tears their forces apart. You can strike at essential military and civilian infrastructure behind lines. But it's also a departure from the existing narrative that they're simply defending the Russian separatists in this part of the Donbass region. Here's what I think is going to happen, as simply as I can put. This is my guess. Okay? Russia is going to stockpile a fuck ton of equipment and soldiers in the separatist-controlled parts of the Donbass region until they are capable of manufacturing enough conflict between themselves and the Ukrainian armed forces along this line that either the Ukrainian armed forces leave and go outside the Donbass region, abandoning 6 million or so people, or if they stay and fight. If they leave, things might pen off then, but I doubt it. I don't think that's going to happen. And even if it did, I think Russia might still commit. What's more likely is that the Ukrainian armed forces wait until they have sufficient justification to declare this an active war zone, and they begin firing back. Russia, in my opinion, will then launch a trifecta attack of aerial bombardments and artillery. From Russia, they will annihilate East Ukraine with all of their artillery, which we have been seeing lining up outside of the Russian-Ukraine border. We've seen for days now videos of them piling artillery up along this border. They are going to just tear it apart. They can do air runs as well. Ukraine can't really defend themselves against Russia's air force. Not enough. I also think they're going to do so from Belarus. Russia extended indefinitely the training drills they were doing in Belarus and have moved their troops further south. The staging here suggests that they are interested in using Belarus as a staging ground for engaging in shelling. This would also give them a pretty clear. This would put them within range of Kiev, the capital, which might be one of the reasons why the United States has offered to the leader of the Ukrainian government their leadership to leave. Because if they're within shelling range, it would be pretty bad for Ukraine if they just lost their government, to a missile strike. And additionally, they're going to send troops up from Crimea, where they're going to additionally soften things up. And they're probably going to engage in this campaign of softening Ukraine. I keep doing that. Softening Ukraine along the accessible range of their air and artillery campaign until they believe that they have softened it up enough to move the troops in. And when they do that, it is going to be a very swift blitzkrieg across to the river, where they may or may not decide to stop before taking Kyiv. If they genuinely decide to push through and take Western Ukraine as well, that might be an overextension that the Russian military is not capable of handling. What's the point of trying to predict the entire war like this? I understand that my behavior here might come across as arrogant, though I've already prefaced this by saying 20 times that I have no way of knowing that this is going to be true. These are my guesses because I want you guys to understand and prepare for some of the bad things that I think are going to happen. This is just a guess of mine. I can't know, and I don't have the expertise necessary to prove that I know these things. The only guesses that I have here, the ones that I can field, are guesses which are a product of information which is publicly available based on the videos and reports that we've seen. And I think that everything that I've described here is also in alignment with some of the expectations presented by the Pentagon and other military organizations which have laid expectations for what Ukraine might do. So I don't think that I'm acting irrationally here in saying this, but I do think it's important to have a general understanding of how things might go. I don't think anything that I'm saying right now is particularly irrational or out of the, out of hat. Yes, trust me because I'm a CIA informant, of course. Russia is also committing, yes, the Transnistria region as well. This little breakaway portion of Moldova. I don't know how many troops they have stationed there, but they could also use this as a staging ground. Ukraine is genuinely surrounded right now. Seriously, this entire line right here, that's how surrounded Ukraine is. They're only not surrounded like here. Oh, God. They're only not surrounded like right here. This area right here is not surrounded. With, interestingly, Lviv, the area that a bunch of officials have either gone to or considered going to, is centered. This is one of the reasons why I feel confident in the idea that there's going to be some kind of like multi-border shelling campaign, because the fact that they consider this a safe zone only makes sense if there are going to be multiple war fronts opened outside of the Donbass region. You understand? Lviv. Sorry, I forgot that Ukraine is France, apparently. You understand? Now, I could be completely wrong on all of this, but that is my guess. I hope that none of this happens. Lviv. You can literally look up the pronunciation. If I looked up the pronunciation of every word that I mispronounced on stream, I would never have time to do segments and my editors would starve to death. Do you think this will massively fuel NATO memberships for other countries in the region? If nothing else, all I know is that support for NATO has increased significantly in Ukraine since 2014. So it seems likely to me that Russia's behavior is probably going to make other countries want to side with NATO more, Ravel Institute, still both sides in this conflict. Fuck, man. I think the Gravel Institute folks are available for coming on sometime maybe later tonight. I don't know. I don't want to, interrupt a fucking live war broadcast by, doing internet debate shit, but... Ben Burgess is also both sides in this. Just link it. Link the tweet. Don't ever say anything substantiated by another thing unless you're actually substantiated, okay? Please. More important discourse. Well, keep in mind, okay? I can't prevent a war from happening, but I can, ideally, do a good job politically aligning people over here in the English-speaking world against bad perspectives. The most that I can do in this instance is to inform and direct. And I do think that responding to bad takes is an important part of that. For instance, understanding Russian propaganda and how to effectively respond to it. I think that's really, really important given the circumstances. It might be the most important thing that I'm even capable of affecting, frankly. I feel like I've done a good job pushing back against it for as long as I've been live streaming. Jesus Christ, what did they film this with? A Game Boy Color? Putin, the right-wing gangster capitalist oligarchy he presides over, Russia's regional mini-imperialism are all bad. Everyone should be clear about that. But FFS opposing facial feminization surgery, opposing American imperialism. This is the first I'm hearing about it. FFS opposing U.S. imperialism should be the overwhelming priority for American leftists, and that should go without saying. I don't understand how opposing American imperialism can be the priority in this particular situation, given that American imperialism has like nothing to do with what's happening right now. It's just like we're just sitting over here, you know, like this is between he meant for fuck's sake, not facial feminization surgery. It's between Ukraine and Russia. It's not. Yeah, I don't get it. Like this is like responding to this by going like we should remember, okay, the real priority here is Medicare for all. You know? What are we looking at? Is Vosh literally just ignoring JK Calinetta? If you ever in a chat with 20,000 people watching say, is Vosh just ignoring this link, Pepe mods again? I will fucking tier -4 sub you, okay? Do you know about the negative sub tiers? You don't, do you? That's because you only see the positive sub tiers. All right, what are we looking at? Wow, Russian military forces. Okay. Fourth Mechanized Brigade. Wait. With who? Luhansk Oblast, territory controlled by occupied unit number. Separate artillery brigade. Greka, separate recon brigade. Are these listed as Russian military units? Or are these a separatist? Hello? What are we doing? What are these lines? 1st Army Corps HQ, Donetsk Oblast, territory controlled. 4 mechanized brigades, 2 mechanized regiments, 2 SF battalions, 1 mechanized battalion, 1 tank. These are the separatist groups using Russian equipment. Where do we see the distinction with Russian forces? I don't know how well we're going to be able to make use of this, though, because, like, we shouldn't be able to see their armored movements if they're rolling in. And they're also saying this separatist, this is in Russia, but it's still saying it has the same flag. The lines are the chain of command. All right. We might follow this when the war is declared more explicitly, I think. Yeah, we'll look at this in the future, I think. Link to me the Zelensky speech. Didn't that happen? Why can we see military positioning? Well, not all military locations are kept secret, but no, not yet. Why were people in chat screaming at me that it had happened already? Why? False info not happening yet? Oh, I saw people getting banned for that. Good. I banned them for it? Good. This is no time for disinformation. We get enough of that from the fucking Kremlin. Didn't you say they canceled it? No, apparently an emergency address is coming out, which is interesting. From Democracy Now!, Katrina Vanden Heuvel, smart diplomacy can still revive the Ukraine... Hold on, what is this? When did this come out? Is this after everything that's happened? Came out a couple of hours ago. No, I'm not watching an 18-minute video. He's preparing, yeah. Former wars aren't really declared anymore. Yeah, but eventually Ukraine's government is going to announce like an official state of aggression. Essentially what we're really waiting for isn't a declaration of war. We're waiting on the Ukrainian and Russian governments both to say fire at will. That's really what we're waiting on right now. The war has already started. Russia has already invaded Ukraine. We're waiting now on the official order given to the troops, which we will be privy to because it's hard to hide stuff like that, to fucking kill them. In diplomatic terms. According to the AFP, Russian President Putin demands that Ukrainian military forces immediately end military operation. Yep, it's already happening. Remember? Now that they're claiming that the entire Donbass region belongs to the separatist groups, the battle lines drawn by the Ukrainian armed forces are now in foreign territory. Yep. Doesn't that mean he's telling them to get out of the Donbass? Yeah, well, this is the point now where either the Ukrainian armed forces will pull out or not, and I really don't think they will. It seems very unlikely to me. I wonder, given the fact that Russia has the ability... So, Ukraine, I do not think, is going to shell anything beyond the Russian border. If they do, it'll be by accident. I don't think Ukraine has any intention of turning this into a kind of mutual loss, because they have way more to lose than to gain, and any damage done to Russian cities would give Russia the additional sort of diplomatic privilege to engage in retaliatory violence. But I wonder, do you think that Ukraine might take Russia's aggression as an excuse to rush them? Like, the Ukrainian armed forces are not a small military, you know. If the Russian forces begin to stock up in the separatist-backed territory, and rather than just wait out the shelling, they decide to just take it in, like just go in. I don't know if I've ever heard of that military strategy being employed on a modern battlefield, but I don't know if there's much in the way of precedent for that. You would just get decimated, right? East Ukraine is all flat. You would be bombed into oblivion, right? If the rules of if it's essentially fire on sight, like any direct movement, yeah, they would be annihilated. Yeah, it couldn't be done. Couldn't be done. No way. They might try to bomb those positions. At the very least, they'll shell them. But yeah, actual troop movement would be insane. It'd be suicidal. Yeah, no. I wonder, how good of a job do you think the Ukrainian armed forces have done littering East Ukraine with trenches and bunkers? They have to have, right? There's no way they haven't been doing this for years now. The East Ukraine is probably just fucking covered with covert military fortifications, which would hopefully allow them to hide while waiting out the shelling and the aerial bombardment. It already is trench warfare. Yeah, I feel like they've probably done a lot of it, right? Yeah, the whole fucking East Ukraine is probably just one big gigantic maze of a trench right now. It's covered in landmines already? Yeah, unsurprising. Landmines, pretty sure. Yeah, can't blame them. Dude, how fucked of a position do you have to be in to plant landmines in your own territory? That is like a mega last resort kind of deal. Landmines have long-standing consequences. They are a fucking ruinous thing to lay on a countryside. For them to do it to their own territory, like, holy shit. The fact that they're willing to do that tells me they're not going to move out of the fucking Donbass region when requested by Russia. Anti-tank ditches too, probably. Yeah, probably. They usually just hurt civilians, yeah. Not going down quietly. When will I play Dark Souls on stream? I've played all of the Dark Souls games on stream, actually, except for Demon Souls. We'll play Elden Ring when it comes out. If there's not a war on! Sorry, guys. I want to play Elden Ring when it comes out, but this stuff's important. Biden is doing asset freezing, it seems. Holy shit, does Biden watch my streams? Asset freezing was the thing that I said would probably be the most effective way of engaging in targeted sanctions. Blocking property of... I literally said, freeze the fucking penthouse apartments of Russian oligarchs in Manhattan. Holy shit. Dude! Fuck yes! Anarcho-sanctionism! Real existing socialism! Fuck yes! Goddamn right! Prohibiting certain transactions with respect to continued Russian efforts to undermine sovereignty and territorial... Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Direct line to the fucking White House, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Whew! They've been saying that for weeks? Yeah, okay, well, let me have fun, okay? Yeah, CIA involvement confirmed. UK tells Ukraine invasion is coming within hours. Oh, yeah, well, the invasion has already happened. The invasion is currently happening. The only reason there isn't explicit conflict between Ukraine and Russia right now is because Russia has spent the past 8 years softening up a part of the Donbass region for a staging ground. The invasion has already happened. They've just, established a buffer territory. I'm wondering if the war will be formally declared or not. Well, Ukraine will have to. They're not as snaky as Russia is. Why is this okay and what was done in Canada not? Perish. The Canada Emergency Acts were a temporary extension of emergency state powers to freeze the assets of protesters. Whereas this is, by the contrary, a completely other separate thing with no relationship between the two. These are sanctions being targeted against officials from a foreign country engaged in warfare. These are very different things. Very, very, very different, you know. Do countries even declare war anymore? Guys, we don't really have a modern precedent for the Russia-Ukraine thing. Guys, when was the last time a conflict like this between two modernized militaries was on the field? I understand that during the Gulf War, the Iraq military had, I mean, they weren't nothing. Like the Gulf War wasn't like us fighting insurgents. They had a military, but I don't think it was anywhere near close. Yugoslavia? No, Yugoslavia doesn't come close. The Iran-Iraq War? Yeah, maybe. But like the Iran-Iraq War, neither of those countries have anything even close to the military hardware on display in Ukraine and Russia, right? In terms of something at this scale, this level of both countries having like fully modern mechanized militaries, I think it really has been like since World War II. How about the Iraq War? No. The Iraq War, no. Yeah. The Falkland Islands was a modern military war. Yeah, but not like a full fucking committed battle between two massive armed nation states. No, I think this is pretty unique. USA, oh shit. Orders all remaining State Department personnel out of Ukraine. The embassy had previously relocated from Kyiv to the western city of Lviv. Now they're shifting to Poland. This has already happened. Remember that helicopter we were following 2 hours ago? That was them. They only announced this after they'd already retreated to Poland. Guaranteed, 100%. They would never announce this retreat while it was still ongoing. They've only made it public now. Guarantee. Yeah, the Osprey that we were tracking. Does it still have its transponder on? Where is it? Yep. There it is, booking it the fuck away from Lviv. There's the Osprey. How you doing? I hope the embassy officials in there are comfortable. All aircraft have their transponders on at all times. I'm pretty sure that if they want to move military aircraft around without being seen, they can do it by turning them off. The Korean War can be considered. Yeah. Maybe. What military equipment was Korea fielding? Did they have post World War II like mechanized? They did have World War II equipment. I know they were supplied, but I don't know. Was that like the bulk of their forces? They also fought with China at the end of that war. Yeah. Well, yeah, U.S. versus China. Yeah. Jets were first used there extensively. Okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Armenia-Azerbaijan war, Russia-Georgia war. I don't think those are really comparable. Russia stomped Georgia. Guys, I'm not just saying a war where both sides had tanks. I'm saying a war between two nations. Both Ukraine and Russia have total troop numbers in the 7 digits, okay? Ukraine has, between all of its combined forces, about 1.6 million, I think. Russia, about 3 million. They both have like armored vehicles that can be numbered in the thousands. This goes beyond just they both have tanks. A lot of people are going to die. So many people are going to die. Assuming things proceed in a manner which I expect. And that they don't like end the war randomly, which I hope they do. Ukrainian equipment is fucking dog water and outdated, just so you know. Yeah, but it's still post-World War. I think Ukrainian equipment has been bulked up by all the shit we've sold them recently, but additionally, like, so we modernized them recently, but also their equipment that they already had was old, but as I understand it, it was old but not so old that it can't be used. Does that make any sense? Like, the difference between a modern tank and a World War II tank is enormous. It's overwhelming. A modern tank, if there was a war between like a bunch of German Panzer tanks from World War II and a modern like M1 Abrams, the M1 Abrams would just be rolling over a field of trashed metal. It would just be a fucking slaughter. Modern armor and modern armaments are, as I understand it, leagues beyond what they used to be. Not to mention like modern like computer equipment allowing for better like site tracking and look stuff that I don't even get, probably definitely stuff that I don't even know. But as I understand it, Ukraine's military is advanced to the point that it can do battle with the Russian military, especially after the equipment that we've given them. It's like it's not going to be like this one-sided stomp. It's not as though it's not like us sending our tanks into like Afghanistan or whatever where they just can't do anything to an Abrams, you know? Like, I don't think you can do anything to an Abrams, really. Most of the Abrams we lost in Afghanistan and Iraq were like from friendly fire, right? Or like a track broke and we just like were like, whatever. Because it's like 8,000 tons of metal that we're just, whatever. It's a pillbox now. Have fun. You know? It's just, yeah, mechanical failures. Yeah. But it's not like they had weapons. Like an RPG can't destroy a modern Abrams tank, I don't think. An RPG is just a grenade with a it's just like a little rocket grenade. I don't think that can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that can't do shit. I think it can. It could in Iraq. I could be wrong. From what I've heard, like traditional explosives don't really do much against modern mechanized armor. You need like dedicated anti-armor rounds. Javelin? Well, a javelin is not an RPG. A javelin is like a dedicated it's a whole thing, right? It's like, yeah, it's like a shape charge, right? Where like an RPG is literally just a bomb on a rocket, traditionally speaking. But an anti-tank round is like this shaped explosive that shoots like super hot metal. RPGs are also... Okay, let's look it up. For whatever it's worth, technicalities aside, my understanding is that the Ukrainian military can hold its own. But let's see. RPGs Wikipedia. This is like a really broad term, right? This doesn't refer to a specific... It's bringing up games. Rocket-propelled grenade. Wikipedia, thank you. Right. Javelin tanks attack tanks from the top down. Yeah, they do that like up in the air thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like RPGs have been around for a while. I guess you could have shape charges, right? Oh, first shape charge. Yeah, here we go. Roots in the 20th century. Larger anti-tank guns made to be more effective. Research World War II, used extensively here. Is there like a section here for modern use? Here, weapons by country. If the U.S. uses it, that probably means that it's still useful because our military is pretty good. The law. Oh, yeah, the law. Yeah. The M72 law was in use, 1961. Disposable rocket heat warhead, recoilless, easy to use, effective against armored vehicles, still in use today. In response to a threat of thicker armor, the weapon is replaced by the AT-4 recoilless rifle, which is still an RPG? It says it's an anti-tank weapon. Still an RPG? JRPG. Yeah. You know. You're looking at old-ass Gulf War shit? Well, okay, how advanced is the Ukrainian military? Do they have a section for that with the RPGs? Oh, Ukraine. It links to a non-existent article. That's nice. Man-portable anti-tank systems. Well, listen, the point is we gave them javelins. Guys, does anyone have a number for how many javelins we gave them? At least 4. I hope more than 4. Jesus. A few hundred? Well, a few hundred or something. List of equipment of the Ukrainian ground forces. Yeah, let's take a look. Hundreds of anti-tank missiles. Okay. Well, the javelins are pretty useful from what I've heard. List of equipment they use. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure the handguns they use are fine. That's a handsome handgun. Yeah, I'm more looking at the anti armor stuff they have. Grenades, okay. Don't think grenades are used against tanks that much these days. Need something a little more pointed. Grenade launchers. Here, anti-materiel and anti-tank weapons. Okay. We have a bunch of different RPG models. These are all post-Soviet lines. A lot of their equipment is going to be post-Soviet. Let me take a look at the stuff they've developed or bought since then. Combat vehicle anti-mounted. They don't have how many of them they have. At least 50 systems now developed. The RPG-29, look at it. The 29. Adopted in 1989. Well, that's pretty recent. About 300 Javelin missile systems. Gotcha. Quite a lot of these. Wow. I guess one of the upsides of being a post-Soviet state is that you just get this. It's just so much random military equipment they have to put somewhere. 1989 equals recent. What the fuck, Vosh? Well, it's post-Soviet. It could have been from the fucking 30s. I don't know. If it came from the Soviet Union, yeah, 1989 is about as recent as a Soviet weapon can get, basically. So, I mean, I'll take that. Yeah, it's not that. You're pretty sure stuff back then is fine. Oh, yeah, look, here. It's the stuff we gave them. Hey! At least 377 launchers and 1,200 missiles have been delivered. Well, that's nice. And then the law. Law. What tanks do they field? Vehicles, let's go. T-84, main battle tank. All right. 10 T-84U acquired before 2014. 6 are currently restored. Nearly 130 T-80UD tanks are being updated to the T-84 standard over the course of a 3-year period. You don't have time for that. Sweetie, Ukraine, you don't have time for that anymore. You gotta stop updating. You gotta roll these babies out. It's beginning spring 2019. Yeah, over the course of a 3-year period, and it never only takes 3 years. Roll out whatever you have, baby. It's 3 years. Time's up. Let's go. Bring them out there. So they have T-80s. A T-80 can fight against a Russian tank, right? These were it's a T-80, right? You must understand the unupgraded tanks are dog water and useless against Russian armor. Really? A T-80 can't... I feel like my feelings tell me that a T-80 could. A lot of Russian tanks are just T-80s. Yeah, it's not like they're not using post-Soviet equipment. T-80 versus T-80 warfare. Huh. What's your take on NATO and their involvement in this? NATO isn't involved. NATO said no to Ukraine joining NATO. NATO's not involved. Russia's just using it as a pretext. T-80 on T-80 violence, yeah. I hope you guys don't find this boring, but looking at this stuff, to me, helps clarify or contextualize the violence that's to come. Does that make any sense? Like, we talk about troop movements and military equipment in kind of like an abstract, like, oh, they can do this, they can do that. But, like, this is actually what we're talking about. Billions and billions of dollars of equipment and hundreds of thousands of people dead, you know? They inherited a bunch of the T-72s. These are older, right? Troubled by high cost, reliance on immature developmental technology. About 25,000 T-72 tanks. Well, not all those are in Ukraine. T-72s are trash. Oh, so we know. T-64s, no doubt, are worse. Then you have infantry fighting vehicles, APCs. I'm more interested in the tanks, really, because, you know, APCs are going to do their job anyway. All right. Welcome back. Sorry, folks. I'm afraid that I was not. I was not deleted by Putin. Yeah, another cyber attack. List of Russian military equipment. Why isn't this organized like the other one was? What the hell? Oh wait, it kind of is. Anti-tank missiles. What tank are you using these days? What are you up to? Artillery. So much artillery. The T-90. Okay, yeah, no, they've got a bunch of T-80s and T-72s. They have quantity listings for the Russians, but not for the Ukrainians? The T-90. Well, that looks fancy. Well, I'm not really educated enough to parse much information from this. Did you see Noah unprivated the hit piece just now? Oh, Zan, that happened like 2 days ago. Or like a day ago, at least? We're talking minor upgrades, reactive armor, laser guidance, different munitions. Listen, okay? We'll focus on what's important, okay? And what's important is, I hope Ukraine kicks their asses. That's what's important, all right? Gotta focus on what's important. All right, folks. That's enough fucking weirdo military shit for a second. Let me go back to doing what really matters right now while we're waiting on more information from the front, which is to watch RT desperately attempt to spin a narrative where they're not at fault. Quickly check out Russian tech. I did very quickly check out Russian tech. Oh my god. Is that fucking Cenk Uygur? I'm sorry, Zan. How?
Russia's economic posture, and it'll be destabilizing for the globe.
That was a joke, guys.
You know, he recognizes this. That's why he sought a
That's
diplomatic
Peter
solution.
Griffin.
But the thing is,
oh
NATO
yeah,
and the
Zan.
United
It's a
States
fucking
don't seem to recognize this. It's almost as if
minefield.
they want a war, and the irony is they're willing to sacrifice Ukraine on the altar of false, the false promise of NATO membership. This is the tragedy. No one will benefit from this, but the people that are going to suffer the most are the people of Ukraine, and they're being sacrificed by NATO for a point of principle. The principle of open door policy. There is no open door policy in NATO. Reread Article 10 of the.
So again, NATO has explicitly said they're not letting Ukraine in. This is absolutely psychotic nonsense being pushed by propagandists who make money by lying.
Of the NATO Charter, where it talks about letting nations in. Only if that nation's inclusion in NATO will improve the security posture of NATO should that invitation be extended. There's no automatic entree. And there's no one that can articulate a case that Ukraine's membership in NATO would enhance the security of anyone. All it does is guarantee war. So I don't think Russia wants this war. I don't think Ukraine.
Really? Because so far Russia has invaded like fucking 5 non-NATO countries since the end of the Cold War, and they've invaded no NATO countries. Curious. Oh, I didn't know the Humanist Report was downplaying the invasion shit. Oh, well, okay, they changed their mind. That's good.
Ukraine doesn't want this war, but you know who does? NATO, because a war over Ukraine would give NATO, in its belief system, a reason to exist. And NATO is desperately searching for a reason to.
Okay, guys, new talking point. Okay, everyone who defends Russia is pro-rape. Okay, because they were asking for it from Russian propagandists is pretty fucking weird, man. There's a lot of it. Okay, they're all pro-rape. They're in favor of rape, and they would rape more themselves if they weren't afraid of prison. Okay, that's it. Their future, they're either rape supporters or actual rapists themselves, including this guy right here.
Exist after the debacle of Afghanistan. So I think the responsibility for all of this falls on the shoulders of those diplomats in Brussels who are unable to come up with a solution to a problem that Russia has been articulating for some time now. I mean, back in 2009, William Burns, then the U.S. ambassador, wrote a memorandum. Niet means niet, meaning The Russians, when they say no to NATO expansion in Ukraine, they mean it. And his memorandum,
I love that. When Russians say no to Ukraine joining NATO, no means no. Hey, listen, Dame. When you tell me not to sexually assault you, no means no. I've said no. Respect. Respect my autonomy.
Not only accurately outlined the Russian concerns, but also said these are legitimate concerns. Nobody listened to him. Nobody's listened to Russia since then, and now Russia feels it has no choice. I mean, how much further back can Russia go? How much more can Russia give? We've reached the end of the line, and now we're paying the consequences. But Russia will not benefit from this. Let's just make that absolutely clear.
Oh, that we will make sure of.
Russia will pay a heavy price, a horrible price, if there's a war in Ukraine. And Putin knows this, but he has no other choice. Other than total surrender, which no nation would do.
Well, Scott, I'm afraid we're running out of time now, but thank you very
By surrender, of course, they mean just don't invade your neighbor.
much for your analysis into this situation. That's Scott Ritter, author, analyst, and former Marine Corps intelligence officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Biden announces new sanctions against Russia after it recognizes Donbas republics, a move the White House was quick to label a gross violation of international obligations.
I wonder why.
Well, let's cross live now to RT's Caleb Morphin in New York. Caleb, what are the latest statements from Washington?
I'm really sorry. I understand this has nothing to do with the arguments and that he's such a reprehensible person that making fun of his appearance kind of detracts from that a little bit. But I really cannot get over how fucking strange looking Caleb Moppet is, okay? Everyone else looks like a guy, and he genuinely looks like a bad drawing of a guy done by a child given hideous form by some kind of necromancer, you know? Like, it's really, really weird.
Sure. Well, we now have an executive order from U.S. President Joe Biden.
He does look like a Muppet.
That executive order prohibits any American entity or U.S. person from doing business with any of the recently recognized republics. The two recently recognized republics are officially under U.S. sanctions. Joe Biden signed this into law. I believe it was an emergency, a state of emergency, statement that was signed. One of these emergency sanctions that the president has the ability to impose under U.S. law. Not only does it target the republics themselves, it also targets anyone doing business in the area in which these republics exist. Now, in addition to that, we understand the White House has been in communication with various world leaders about the ongoing crisis. We understand the White House has spoken with Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, and assured him they disagree with Russia's recent move to confer recognition onto the republics.
To disagree with Russia's recent news to decide that a part of your country is actually not your country. That's fucking wild, bro.
We also understand that the German chancellor has been in touch with Biden and that they have also agreed to condemn these moves. Now, interestingly, at this point, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has spoken up and echoed a lot of Washington's sentiments about the recent move by Russia. This is what we heard from the Canadian Prime Minister.
We will fully stand for the entire territorial integrity.
I hate looking at him.
Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Donbas residents have been fleeing the region as the crisis escalates. Our correspondent Don Corto is at one of the many temporary housing facilities set up to accommodate the evacuees.
Source?
Just after the evacuation was declared, actually, the Rostov regional government declared a state of emergency and set up around over now 100 different temporary housing complexes around the region to make sure that these people coming in will have free food, they'll be able to have a warm place to stay while they make their way onto different, actually, other Russian regions that are prepared to hold them for more or longer term. We actually spoke with one family today that actually took a family of evacuees from Donbass into their home themselves, and they're making sure that.
Wait, are they saying they're in Russia or still in the Donbass?
Home. But another thing that the governor of Rostov actually said at the beginning, he appealed to hotels in the region to help out with this housing effort. And like you said, I am at one of those facilities right now. This is the hotel that we've been staying in here as we've been working throughout the region. And, this is the lobby where evacuees have been coming in to check in and everything. Right now it's a bit empty, but at very different times of the day, this place is literally packed to the brim. So
shouldn't there be refugees there? Okay. Hey, do you think he's going to go around asking all of the women and children over here how they feel about the fact that their men were left behind so they could be forcibly conscripted and used as cannon fodder in Russia's war against Ukraine?
I wanted to show you all basically what goes on here once evacuees make it to this hotel. They register here at the check-in desk, but they also have several other things they have to do. Here, this is a COVID-19 testing station, actually, and the workers here have agreed to tell us a bit about what they do here. Подскажите, пожалуйста, чем вы здесь занимаетесь, когда беженцы приходят?
COVID express tests. People get the results in 15 minutes. All tests we have done are negative. There are no positive tests so far. And we have done around...
Wait, isn't this supposed to be live? How are they live transposing the TTS, the TTS voice and the... It's pre-recorded. Okay, it's got to be pre-recorded.
100 tests today.
Okay, so that was the area where they're doing COVID tests for the evacuees that are coming through these doors. As she mentioned just there have been no positive tests recorded in this location. And also we spoke to other
massive jump cuts too. Yeah, I also like how you can't actually hear what she's saying if you could speak Russian.
We spoke to staff at other temporary housing facilities that also said that these the rate of positive COVID tests has actually been very low. Another thing I want to show you right here, you could see these people working at computers. This is the area where the people from Donetsk and Lugansk officially register with their passports from the self-proclaimed People's Republics. And they're also, we heard from several people that they're able here to receive or apply for the 10,000 rubles that the Russian government has promised to every person coming here from the Donbass People's Republics. That's about $130. So this is the lobby, and like I said before, there are a lot of other places throughout Rostov region that have been set up as temporary housing shelters, and it's not just hotels; it's also places like former children's day camps, summer camps, and even a sports school. Actually, we earlier went to a children's sports school that has a big gym that's been outfitted with beds, a clinic, and everything people need basically to live on their way to...
It's pretty wild how the narrative that's being sold is that tens of thousands of people are fleeing to safety in Russia, and we're in the inside of a hotel that's allegedly been set up to receive them, and there's, like, no one here. Like, it's not as though this is some kind of long-standing event that's been taking place for months. This evacuation has apparently been happening for less than 48 hours. You'd think there'd be a lot of people here. Did they really set up the hotel to handle, like, the 3 people who came to this town? I don't know, man.
Other Russian regions. So let's take a look at what I was able to cover earlier in the day.
Well, Western leaders have certainly been quick to condemn Putin's signing of a decree to recognise the Donbas republics. British PM Boris Johnson has dismissed the move as a violation of international law, while French leader Emmanuel Macron called on the European bloc to impose sanctions on Russia.
Is this Paul Joseph Watson? Is this just Paul Joseph Watson if he was crossed with an egg? Imagine my shock. That's not how he says it.
Russia in light of the recognition. RT's Shadia Ewes-Dashti in London and Paula Slier in Berlin have more on that European reaction.
Well, we're getting a lot of reaction.
Okay, hold on. We got to check these links. Russian tanks, artillery pieces, and trucks heading to Donetsk. Yeah. Just looking through all the things that have been shown here. Oh, we've got Hickel. Vladimir Putin is appalling leader of the brutal conflict that he's trying to sell. Oh no, the Gravel Institute is getting pushback because they've done tanky shit for like 2 years, so now they have tanky viewers. What brutal conflict is he engaging in? Sending peacekeepers into Donbass to stop the bloodshed? There have been 14,000 plus individuals, a quarter of them civilians, who've been killed in the Ukrainian/Azov-led aggression in the region since 2014. I love that, dude. Like I said, man, immediately from Russia wants no war to Russia has no choice but to intervene. Immediately. I said. Ukraine has requested an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council due to Russia's legal actions. We've already sent the request to the council. All right. This article describes some of the effects Russian military launched numbers of Belarus. It's not pretty for local soldiers, the army. Didn't we see this? We saw something like this about how the Russian soldiers have been poorly disciplined in Belarus, and their training exercises have led to a lot of like litter and disruptive activity. I did see this. Oh, and this was the Gravel Institute. Vladimir Putin's appalling leader. Yeah. Do you guys have like 2 interns fighting over control of this Twitter account right now? You know what? I'm just gonna leave this specific image up while I really quickly pee. That's great. All right, there we go. I think we've all gotten a full appreciation for the medic value of this image. All right. False flag shenanigans, Russian equipment losses incurred during false flag. Okay. UN Security Council will organize a meeting today. Okay. This is not going to lead to anything. However, I do genuinely, sincerely, and absolutely want to watch the fucking UN representative for Russia, like, explain the situation, okay? I really just want to see a fist fight between the Security Council representatives, okay? Where China is just like nervously, you know, like sitting in a corner while everyone else trying to beat the shit out of Russia. Let's go.
The latest is a joint statement from the European Commission and the European Council. No surprises there. Them saying that this is a blatant violation of international law and at the same time of territorial integrity and the Minsk agreements. The EU and its partners, and I'm quoting, will react with unity, firmness and determination in solidarity with Ukraine and the United States. The NATO Secretary General has condemned Russia's recognition of Lugansk and Donetsk. We're hearing from Stoltenberg that this undermines settlement efforts in Ukraine and that this will be or could be used as a pretext by Moscow for an invasion. Now, all of this coming as we're hearing from the Latvian Prime Minister that the recognition is a continuation of the attack on Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity that began in 2014 by, to quote, unlawfully changing borders in Europe. What we're hearing from the Latvians is an urgement to the international...
Somebody else's borders, no less. This person was linked, seems to agree with my take on the situation, that the U.S. evacuation from Lviv is a strong indication that the Ukrainian military forces are expecting a full-on bombardment of the entire country.
international community to stop, quote, Russian aggression and offer assistance to Ukraine. Now, Latvia has also announced that it will be delivering Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine from tomorrow, Tuesday.
Honestly not wrong.
At the same time, we are hearing from the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. They have said that the European Union and Ukraine have reached a preliminary deal to conduct military training in Ukraine. At the same time, the EU will send cyber experts to Ukraine. The EU, we know, earlier approved an emergency package to the tune of 1.2 billion euros in financial assistance for Ukraine. Now, all of this happening as we hear also from the Italian Foreign Minister saying that this recognition by Moscow hinders the resolution of the crisis through diplomacy and also that it contradicts Minsk agreements. The President of Estonia has said that he will never accept this illegal decision, that Moscow is not serious about diplomacy. Here in Germany, what's happening is the German Foreign Ministry has said that the recognition...
This is the only lady that we've seen who just seems to report information in a fairly unbiased way. This is her job to be like the front, you know? Like everyone else, like the camera's on them and they're like, okay, now let me explain how this is actually a Ukrainian invasion of Russia's territory, okay? Just hold on, give me a second, you know? This lady's just talking. Okay, I respect that.
Is a gross violation of international law that is also ruining any kind of diplomatic efforts. The German Foreign Ministry has urged for the decision to be reversed.
Well, to put it quite frankly, the message from London is that this is now a step closer to war, if not a guaranteed move. Boris Johnson has reacted just as expected, calling Putin's decision an ill omen, a dark sign.
This is plainly in breach of international law. It's a violation, a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and integrity of the of.
Haven't we seen this already? Are they looping? Are they looping us?
Them and to de-escalate, a return to a lull that we've seen here over the past few years. Nevertheless, it remains to be seen how Russia's announcement that it is recognizing the self-proclaimed republics, their independence, how that will affect the situation, because the situation is such that a huge number of troops, along with heavy weapons and on the Ukrainian side, deadly, precise new weapons delivered to them by NATO, they're all still there and they're poised for military action. It remains to be seen whether peace here will return and whether it will be respected.
Earlier today, Russia's Security Council discussed the need to recognize the Donbas republics to ensure their residents' safety. RT's Saskia Taylor has more.
Well, it was indeed an emergency session of the Security Council. It was convened by President Putin himself. And I think given the very rapid deterioration that we have witnessed in the last few days alone in eastern Ukraine, there was absolutely no doubt what was going to be on the agenda. It was going to be around the crisis in Ukraine. But really, I think what probably triggered this...
That's dumb and bullshit and gay. And to those of you who don't watch me that often, I can say that things are gay when I mean bad, ironically. Because I am gay, and I fuck men. But it's like a joke. Lots of gay people do that, okay? It's like an in-joke thing, you know? Because it's like, oh, that's gay. But like, you know that they know that you suck dick, so... Not girl dick. That would be straight. Okay, moving on. Protein bars. Why have you been watching RT for 2 hours? Because it's indistinguishable from engaging with the rest of the online left. Gravel backpedaling. What is happening? What? If you need any indication Putin is not the friend of any leftists, you do not need to look further than the speech he just gave. This isn't backpedaling. This is him This is them continuing to say that Putin bad. It's both Putin bad. Which, you know, cool. Oh, they retweeted the Bernie Sanders thing. All right. The good intern took power. Trending again? I'll always be trending. Hold on. Who do you think has a really bad take on this right now? I can always look at chat for bad takes. No, I'm just kidding. Tater Dragon says, Vosh, help me out. Fuck Putin and everything. Cool. But I can't get a good read on if the people of the Donbass want to be a part of Russia or not, do they? Look, I'm going to keep it 100 with you, okay? If the people of the Donbass region really wanted to be a part of Russia, they could move there. They're right there. They're right there. Just move. Unironically, just move. That's the take that I'm having, okay? The problem is that it's impossible to know how much of the separatist sentiment in the Donbass region is sincere and how much of it is manufactured, you know? And also, like, how much legitimacy do you give secessionist groups just if they want it? If 50% of Texans wanted to secede, would you take that seriously? I know for a fucking fact that I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't. I wouldn't care if it was 60, 70, I don't care. Fuck you. You're part of the goddamn union. Okay? Maybe Florida. Maybe Florida. Texas, they've got a developing tech sector that I would like to continue to benefit from living in the country of. Fuck Florida, though. But yeah, in terms of like how legitimate the separatist sentiment is, generally, okay, here are the criteria that I want to see if I'm looking for a sincere, like legitimate, if I want to back a separatist group, like if I want to back a secessionist movement, okay? The shit that I'm really looking for, okay? Historical oppression, a lack of fair representation in the government that's oppressing them. Fair representation. If they're represented, but it's not like a way for them to meaningfully express their will, then that doesn't count, you know? And logistically, it needs to be possible for them to thrive as an independent political force. That's really, really important, okay? Because at the end of the day, you're kind of just wasting time if we're talking about secessionist groups in areas where it's too small for them to thrive as an independent nation state. If you're talking about carving out like 60 square miles landlocked with no geopolitical resources, like, I guess you can, but you're gonna die, you know? So, yeah, shit like that, you know? But it's really nuanced, and it really does matter, like, based on a lot of the context on the ground. The issue is the secessionists in East Ukraine don't want to be independent. They want to be a part of Russia, which means this isn't about finding representation in a secessionist group. Now it's about them wanting Russia to invade and include them. And those are very different things. It's also been heavily astroturfed by Russia, yeah, which means that, like, this just doesn't come across as a legitimate cry for freedom for me. Also, the fact that Russia is a pretty autocratic state inclines me against it as well. Like, there's a pretty big difference between wanting to be like part of another state because you feel that your lives would be better or would protect your kids or like better education or better economic opportunity or whatever, and like just we're nationalists for Russia as opposed to being nationalists for this other country. There's a lot of stuff like that, and it's going to vary heavily, but I feel like I'm consistent if you can like parse out the details in any given secessionist movement. But again, this isn't a separatist movement. They just want Russia to invade and conquer the part of territory they're on. The funny thing is, the stuff happening in East Ukraine is actually the clearest example of a color revolution that you can find. The idea of a revolution that's completely backed by foreign powers, that's only being used as an extension of the geopolitical interests of those countries. It's actually the clearest example I can think of in the world today of one of those. But you know, Illinois Sea thing. Yeah, that's actually a good line to use against tankies, I think. Like, oh, I don't support them because it's a color revolution, yeah. Language divide, Ukrainians live there too. Yeah. Well, yeah, the Crimea region, if there was any region of Ukraine you could make an argument for, like, annexation, Crimea would be it. I still don't agree with that, but Crimea was, like, very Russian-leaning in a number of ways. The Donbass region has a lot of, like, pro-Russian types or whatever, you know, but it's not holistic. It's not total. And additionally, like, you know, it's just speaking Russian doesn't mean that Russia should get to conquer that part of the, I don't know. Yeah, Crimea also had some degree of autonomous. Okay, when Zelensky does the speech, I'll look at the link. This map is inaccurate. Where was that map of Ukraine based on like how many people wanted to support independence or something? It was like done by geography with all the districts having their own percentage votes. It was after 2014. It was like you know, you know what I'm talking about? Didn't realize Democrats were so popular in Ukraine. True. In the Adam something video? Was it the Adam something video? I want that link. Give me the linky. Look at Crimea Tartars? What? Russian security forces arrest more than 50 people in Crimea? Okay. I'd have to look into that. Yeah. I will say, though, that generally speaking, when it comes to, like, separatist movements, I'm not really a big fan of separatist movements because I'm not of the opinion that forming a new nation state will, like, fix the problems. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, ideally, I don't want Israel and Palestine to be two separate countries. I want them to be one country with a bicameral government that fairly represents both groups. Ideally, I don't want any countries, right? I mean, that's kind of the end state goal. But yeah, the goal ideally should not to be to form a new country that will represent you well, but to make all countries represent everyone well, insofar as countries continue to exist as a concept, you know. Of course, that is unironically, an idealist perspective. Sometimes that's just not going to happen. Do you hold the same opinion about the Kashmir? No, I don't. Because like I said, sometimes that just ain't gonna happen. Yeah, I know, idealism. Sorry. All right, hold on. The Kashmiri region, the whole province with the Uyghur Muslims. Oh God, I'm forgetting the name of the province. The whole district. Oh God, it's huge. It's a huge district. Xinjiang. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Xinjiang, the Kashmiri region, Rojava. You know, there are plenty of cases I can think of. Yeah, Turkestan. Yeah, where I think that you could make a very strong argument for national liberation, you know, in a separatist sense. But obviously, the ideal would be that there would be no terror to flee from. Right? I believe this is the map you wanted. Here we go. Ukrainians in eastern regions who oppose unification with Russia as of April 2014. So this region, the Donbass region right here, kind of like a 50-50 dealio, you know? Crimea is not even listed here. I imagine they would have been mostly in favor of it. Outside of that, though, and in West Ukraine, these numbers would probably be like, 98% oppose unification. And this is oppose unification. I wonder, I'd have to take a look more at that study. Rojava doesn't even want their own state. They want a democratic and federal Syria. Yeah, of course. Good luck, you know. We pray every day for our Rojavan YPG comrades to take down Assad. Every day we pray. Take down Assad, take down ISIS. This is the referendum. Okay, this is from 1991. Keep in mind that this right here, April 2014, this took place after the former president was ousted, after Russia began the separatist funding. Like, this is after Russia already began meddling. Back in 1991... Here we go. Do you support the act of declaration for the independence of Ukraine? Here we go. This is much more representative, I feel. Here's the entirety of Ukraine, and then down there at the bottom, we have the key. Dark green is 95 to 100%. All of West Ukraine, basically. 95 to 100%. Slightly, this area is 90 to 95%. So that's pretty strong support. 85 to 90% are these to right here, I believe. 80 to 85%. Even the Donbass region, 80 to 85% support for independence. Even the Donbass region. And then Crimea down here with its very different situation, 50 to 60%. Crimea, Russia's claim to Crimea was always much stronger than its claim to the Donbass region, which is why they had to spend 8 years softening them up with Russian-backed secessionist groups here, and they didn't have to in Crimea. Not in the same way, at least. When was the USSR dissolved? 1991, right? That's when the Ukrainian independence referendum was held. Please tune into infrared. All right, we will see. Dignify infrared with what? 17,000 eyeballs? No, wait, 34,000, sorry.
Nazi Germans did not honor the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. They have no honor. They sign something, they don't honor it. They themselves go and sign it, and then they don't honor it.
Okay.
How is Putin a fascist? How is he a fascist? How is he a fascist?
True. All right.
Workers Patriot donated $3. The rise of Eurasia is imminent, the landed empires have returned, and a new age of multipolarity is upon us.
Such fucking LARPers, dude. Imagine believing that multipolarity is going to be brought about by Russia sweatily, desperately invading Ukraine. I think he's drinking right now, too. Dude, should I drink? Oh, fuck! I don't really have any alcohol. Fuck. Also, it's War Stream. Vodka? I'm sorry. I think vodka is disgusting, okay? I am a homosexual, and the alcohol that I drink is fruity, okay? The alcohol that I drink, the alcohol that I enjoy drinking is dessert wine. All of my, the alcohol that I drink, okay? I want it to be indistinguishable from non-alcoholic, citrus-based beverages, all right? That's what I want. We do have alcohol? Yeah, but the alcohol we have isn't that good. Fruity vodka? I've had plenty of fruity vodka. Don't worry. Breaking Russia invades Ukraine. All right, well, this is a correct thing that is happening. I don't want to give Kyle any shit for that. Honey wine? Yeah, I love honey wine. War is the best to drink to? Yeah, if you're going to be fighting. What the fuck is this? Chat, what are you linking? Oh, yeah, speaking of anime war. Did any of you guys see this shit? This person on Twitter swears they found this at a U.S. Marines recruiting booth. And you know what? I believe them, because I want to believe that the world is a magical place where anything can happen. That's great. Unironically, you remember how the military tried to do that, like, military esports thing? You remember? They tried to do the, like, on Twitch. Like, they were like, yeah, dude, we're like the U.S. Marines, and we're, like, super dope. It's still a thing? Oh, my God. This is kind of in line with that, right? I'm telling you, man, if you really want to get the modern demographic involved, okay, you got to bring him in. We need military Wojaks, okay? We need the military to start producing Wojaks to get people into Biden's they-them army. Oh, fuck, dude. Holy shit, look. It's not just out there on a wall. They have that shit front and center. That's based. All the Hetalia players, or the Hetalia lovers. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh yeah, Japan does advertise their armed forces with anime. They advertise everything with anime. I've been to Japan. If you go on their subways, there are anime girls politely asking you to not take pictures up girls' skirts. It's fucking wild. And honestly, why not? I mean, why not with the military thing? Not why not why not take... I meant why not with the military anime thing? Not why not with the sexually harassing and taking creep shots of girls? I understand that came out poorly, and I'm hoping that you all will move past this. Yeah, but why not with the anime thing, you know? Why not with the anime thing? It's if it works. Breaking Point's video defending Russia, of course, of course. 22 minutes. I have a short attention span. Marines helping to build our alliance with Twitter. Oh, fuck me. What is this going to be? Is this racist to be passing a Japanese a cruiser or whatever and to hold up fucking anime pictures? So maybe a little bit. No, I don't know if it is or not. I don't know. Let's just say medium. Let's just say maybe. Let's just say a little bit, okay? Let's just say maybe racist, possibly. Klinsky talking shit about Caleb Maupin. Oh, fuck yeah.
So first, let me warn you against one type of person who you shouldn't be, okay? This guy, Caleb Maupin, he said the following. What aggression? I think you are confused. The Kyiv government's aggression against the peoples of Donbass is reprehensible. Russia coming to their aid is a good thing. So this is literally just spinning.
Love you, Kyle. Never gonna quit you, Kyle. Medium racist is still racist. Okay, but it's not mega racist. Okay? If you order like a fucking Starbucks cup of racism and it's like a medium or whatever, like if someone else orders a large cup of racism, like it's still racism, but like there's a difference in the quantity of race. All right. Yeah. Venti racism, thank you. Least racist action by United States Army, to be fair. God damn it. Okay, stop. Oh my god, please stop. Listen, we need to go back to focusing on what matters here, okay? And what matters right now is finishing what I was saying about the fucking anime recruitment picture, okay? Listen, the US military is a fucking threshing machine, okay? It exists only to kill people in its own ranks and other people. It is not good. It is a bad institution. The United States military does not need additional soldiers. We have so many more soldiers than a nation-state needs in order to protect itself. We are vastly, vastly overcommitted to the military-industrial complex. However, if you did want to get people to join the military, okay, what you need to do is you need to start branding the military at different levels, okay? You know how when you're buying deodorant, there are 3 types of deodorant? There's like neutral deodorant, woman's deodorant, and like grunk deodorant made out of iron chains and like salt or something. And you like apply it by like loading a pop cap gun and like firing at your armpits. You know what I mean? We need different brands for the military. Because for ages, it's always been the same story, okay? Every military recruitment ad, especially the fucking Marines, dude, has always been the exact same shit, okay? It's always been Ukrainian president speaking. Fuck, I was about to do a joke. Okay, all right. All right, yeah, okay.
Громадян, ви вкотре доводите, українці розумна.
Chat, we have a problem.
І попри все зберігає холодну голову, реагує спокійно, виважено, по-дорослому.
This is an incredibly hot voice.
Ми давно і до всього готові. Але причин для вашої безсонної ночі немає. Сьогодні ввечері ми провели засідання Ради національної безпеки і оборони України. Україна однозначно кваліфікує останні дії Російської Федерації як порушення суверенітету та територіальної цілісності нашої держави. Вся відповідальність за наслідки в зв'язку зі згаданими рішеннями покладається на політичне керівництво Росії. Визнання незалежності окупованих районів Донецької та Луганської областей може означати односторонній вихід Росії з Мінських домовленостей та ігнорування рішень в рамках Нормандії. Це підриває мирні зусилля та руйнує наявні переговорні формати. Сьогоднішнім та завтрашніми можливими рішеннями Росія легалізує свої війська, які фактично перебували в окупованих районах Донбасу з 2014 року. Країна
This basically confirms that Ukrainian troops will not respond to Russia's request to move past the Donbass.
Я обговорив ситуацію із президентом Франції Еммануелем Макроном, канцлером Німеччини Шольцем, президентом США Байденом, прем'єр-міністром Британії Борисом Джонсоном. А також говорив з президентом Європейської ради Шарлем Мішелем. І ще планую говорити із президентом Туреччини Реджепом Ердоганом. Що буде відбуватися далі? Ми хочемо миру, та ми послідовні у своїх діях. Сьогодні Міністерство закордонних справ України направило державам-членам Ради безпеки ООН запит на основі Будапештського меморандуму з вимогою негайно провести консультації. Я ініціював скликання засідання Ради безпеки ООН, проведення спеціального засідання ОБСЄ. Ми наполягаємо на повноцінній роботі СММ ОБСЄ для запобігання провокаціям та подальшій ескалації. Також ініційовано екстрене скликання саміту Нормандської четвірки. Від наших партнерів ми очікуємо чітких і дієвих кроків підтримки.
This is a declaration of war, right? This is more of a declaration of non-surrender.
Справжній друг і партнер. А хто продовжить лякати Російську Федерацію словами? Ми віддані політико-дипломатичному врегулюванню і не піддаємось на будь-які провокації. Наші кордони надійно захищені, створено систему територіальної оборони. Наші партнери нас підтримують. Відповідно до статті 51 Статуту ООН, Україна залишає за собою право на індивідуальну і колективну самооборону. Ми добре розрізняємо провокації та наступ військ-агресора. За нами правда. І правду ми ніколи не будемо приховувати від вас. Як тільки ми побачимо зміну ситуації, як тільки ми побачимо зростання ризиків, ви будете про все це знати.
If he's hoping for a fucking US cavalry coming in, he's going to be sorely disappointed. You're behind in the live stream? No, I'm behind by like 7 seconds. I'm not behind by a...
мирному і дипломатичному шляху. І будемо йти ним і тільки ним. Ми на своїй землі. Ми нічого і нікого не боїмось.
Mind the stick, the sanctions are already coming out.
І нікому не винні. І ми нічого і нікому не віддамо. І ми в цьому впевнені. Бо зараз...
Oh, no, 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 no.
року, а
oh, no, no, no.
Інша країна. Інша армія.
Anarcho-sanctionism. It's coming out.
Мир в Україні. Слава Україні.
За не дуже добрих новин ночі зазвичай...
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, this confirms basically what I was expecting, which is that it seems very unlikely that the Ukrainian armed forces will respond positively to Russia, essentially ordering them back to the outermost borders of the Donbass region. That they're going to maintain their current positions, remember? Which is going to lead to conflict. A lot of people are going to die, folks. But I don't see another way Ukraine can handle this. I wonder how many armored... I wonder what they've already brought into the region. Hold on. Russian forces have almost reached the border between Ukrainian forces and separatists. This is it. People on the ground in Russian-controlled town of Makivka are claiming that for the last hour or so, Russian armored columns have been heading in the direction of Yezinovata, which is a separatist-controlled city right in the point of contact with Ukrainian military forces. Where? Where on the map? Yazinovata. Yazinovata. Where? Yazinovata. It's too small of a town. I need a better map. Chat, the map. UA map. UA map. Probably a small village or town. Get the UA conflict map. Thank you. Make a command. I'm very stupid, Demon Mama. You must understand. Where? What was the name of the city again? I'm stupid. Okay, it's in the Donetsk Oblast. Where? Yasinovata. Point of contact, Yasinovata. Northeast? North of Mariupol? Bottom left. Then why'd they say northeast? Ugh. Mariupol is there. Yasinovata. Right above Donetsk? Just northeast of Donetsk? No, that's close. Blue mark? Oh my god, that's right fucking there. Holy shit. That's so much closer than I thought they'd be going. Holy fuck. That's literally within walking distance. Jesus Christ. All right. Oh, that's good. That's good. Will not be sharing any Ukrainian troop/vehicle movements here on out. Slava Ukraini. That's what I like to see, folks. Curious as we all are about Ukrainian troop movements, okay? Not today, okay? May they operate silently in the cover of night. Jesus Christ, that's literally within, what, 2 kilometers? Donetsk water treatment plant lost power as a result of shelling just 12 hours ago. Are they seriously at the capital? No. The capital is Yi over here. Quite a while out. But they're heading right here. I saw if it's the dragon. Slava Ukraini was a banned phrase in the Soviet Union. Jesus Christ. Ukrainian national salute. Wildly popular among ethnic Ukrainians during the Ukrainian War for Independence. I'm not seeing here where it says that it was banned. Oh. In the Soviet Union, it was forbidden and discredited via a decades-long propaganda campaign alongside the diaspora Ukrainian nationalists who used it. They were dubbed Ukrainian bourgeois nationalists and Banderites. I love how the Soviet Union will call literally anything bourgeois if it doesn't like it. Like, they'll call homosexuality bourgeois if they don't like gay people. They'll call anything and everything. Just whatever, dude. Just fucking bourgeois shit. Literally anything and everything. You know, genetics are a bougie science. Yeah. To be fair, Nazi allied Ukrainians use it. Okay, I don't think you can say that, dude. Like, obviously, yeah, but like the only reason there are fucking Nazis in Ukraine is because of a far-right nationalist movement that sprung up due to literal decades of Russian and Soviet oppression in Ukraine. Like, obviously. Also, you can't say a saying because, like, the far-right... You guys realize that any, like, slogan for freedom from, like, the Irish, like, the like, Northern Irish or whatever, like, during the fucking, the Troubles or whatever, that was probably also used by their far-right groups. There are Nazis in just about every country on Earth, or at least some approximate equivalent of Nazis. Like, any national call for independence is going to be echoed by, like, far-right groups that want to be away from the, like, oppressive country because they think the oppressive country is Jews or whatever. Like, you realize, like, one of my big talking points, because it's fucking true, is that the economic elite, like, subvert democracy in America. Nazis also say that. It's just when they say economic elite, they mean Jewish people, and they don't actually care about the real economic elite. Like, just because Nazis say a thing, like, this is very much a Hitler drank water type dealio. So Azov is like how Palestine has Hamas? Yes, exactly. Though I think, yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. And the way Israeli media tries to make it out as though all the millions of people in Palestine and Gaza are like pro-Hamas supporters, that's just as cringe as people going like, oh, well, you know who else doesn't want to be invaded by Russia? This group of like 1,000 Nazis. It's like, okay, well, all right. Yeah. Second military vehicle in Kurakovo. Yeah, the Azov is not super popular in Ukraine. Don't get me wrong, Ukraine is not some like super progressive country or whatever, but... Oh, fuck! Oh shit, one of these live streams. This is the one we were watching earlier. The top left had the speech. Kurakovo, where? Where is Kurakovo? Does anyone know? How close to the border? Or how close, not to the border, but the fighting line? Google it. Ukrainian side east of Donetsk? Wait. Ukrainian side east? This is the separatist side. Okay, fine. Yes, I can just Google it. Thank you. In the Donetsk Oblast. About the center of the Donetsk Oblast. Be like here? Wait, why doesn't it show it on the fucking map in Wikipedia? Wait, it only shows it? Wait, what? It doesn't show it when you're zoomed in? This is infuriating. Large lake west of Donetsk. Here. Right here. Okay, this is past the separatist line. So that truck must have been Ukraine military. We would know if Russian equipment had broken through the line. Wild. Careful, these video streams can lead to IDing ally movement. Yeah, that's true. We shouldn't look at any live streams. We shouldn't look at any live streams of any cities that aren't in the active conflict zone. I don't think it's likely that anything off my live stream could ever contribute to any kind of action outside, but I don't want to even risk it. Video uploaded today shows a large convoy, at least 65 tanks, the Belgorod region of Russia. Yeah, we saw that. Turkey being based for once. Oh yeah, so wait, Turkey changed its name? Can somebody explain to me when that happened and how? I like it. I always thought it was dumb that Turkey had the same name as Turkey's, but now its new name is like kind of cool. I like it. A month ago? I didn't know you could do that. You can just change the fucking spelling of your country? That's awesome. That's like being trans. Oh, Turkey is just the Turkish spelling? Okay, so did Turkey just request that other countries use its like local spelling? Yes? Okay, gotcha. Turkey is now officially a trans country. And how is it pronounced? The same? Some people are saying it's pronounced the same, and some people are saying that it's not. Türkiye? Türkiye? That sounds Turkish to me. Türkiye? Türkiye? Turkey. Turkey. Like that? Turkey? A or E? It's not like you would pronounce it correctly anyway. True! Torkiye? Torkiye? Torkiye. Lamau Shu is speaking at CPAC. Good luck. Shu, if you don't bring up Medicare for all while speaking, I am going to be furious with you. I understand this is part of your plan to fuck Tulsi Gabbard, because she's going to be there too. If you don't bring up Medicare for all on stage, I swear to fucking God. It's not real? Oh. Well, now I'm just disappointed. Well, I hope you get to fuck Tulsi Gabbard someday. Rooting for you. It's not that out of hat. How to pronounce Turkey? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Let's learn. Okay, I'm sorry. This is just kind of a departure. Turkeys are the weirdest fucking animals in the world, dude. They are so weird. I love them. They're so weird. Just 2-minute departure. Look at them. They're little feather dinosaurs.
I'm getting attacked by a wild turkey. Wow.
I don't care. Does it think it's its mom? I don't know. I like turkeys. We shouldn't eat turkeys. First of all, turkey is mid, like as a food. And second of all, we shouldn't eat animals at all. And third of all, they're cute and dumb. And I love them. Have you ever been turkey hunting? Fucking no. Okay, alright. Brief turkey stun lock. There was a turkey nest by my high school bus stop. That's awesome, Vermin. Will I have to fight in a war? No. The CPUSA are defending Russia. I guess this is how you know they're not feds. Maybe, or maybe they're a fucking plant. Maybe the feds want the Western left to be super weak and contradictory, so they deliberately promote and fund Western leftists who cripple themselves by supporting the geopolitical interests of a capitalist oligarchy.
Türkiye. Türkiye. Türkiye.
Turkey. I'm just going to say Turkey. 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 I don't like this pronunciation. It sounds weird. Turkey. 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 Well, now I'm back to going to Turkey. All right, I'll try my best. All right. War is happening. Did you know turkeys are so stupid they will attempt to mate with a turkey head on a stick? Okay, that's kind of grim. But not as grim as war. Okay? Focus up! What a dumb fuck. Oh no. Jeremy. Oh god.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At this incredibly dangerous time, I noticed that the Defence Secretary did not mention or say much about the Minsk agreement. Does he think this is a way that we can go back to further talks? And would he be prepared to countenance, if the Russians pull back, any reduction in the NATO presence on the border as well, in order to bring about a longer-term, secure peace in the region?
Man. Yeah, Russia violated that agreement. I don't... Man, can I hit you guys the real hot take, okay? You know how Corbyn was absolutely dragged through the press? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have my legit disagreements with him, but like the British press fucking tore through him. I mean, they were and his own party as well. Yeah, just everything just fucking tore through him, okay? For the anti-Semitism thing. Not just that, like the impression that I always got from Corbyn, I don't think he's quite like Bernie. I don't think Corbyn plays the game that well. He comes across like if you just took like a lefty like college professor and like put them at the head of a party, you know? Bernie is a politician through and through. He knows how to speak and how to, like leverage his power and everything. He's the best politician even, but I never got that vibe from Corbyn. I'm half happy he didn't win, because if he won and his governance was really bad, like it would have stigmatized leftism in the UK and the world broadly so much more than his loss could have. Maybe he wasn't the right torch carrier for that ideology. Because like if he was leader right now, can you imagine what he would be saying as prime minister, defending Russia? The only leader in the West doing so? Like, it would have made all leftists look like insane pro-Russia, like, fucking lunatics. Like, I don't know, man. Domestically, his politics are infinitely better, unimaginably better than anyone else who was on the table, and I will never, ever, ever deny that. But, like, I feel like the political consequences for something like that could have been unimaginable, you know? Honestly, Vosh, he'd be better than Boris. Yes. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to say this again. His politics would have been infinitely better than Boris's, obviously. Okay? But I'm concerned that poor advocacy for the left as a prime minister would have stigmatized left executive branch power for decades in the rest of the Western world, because everyone would go, because we finally get our explicitly leftist prime minister or president, like our first explicitly leftist state leader, basically like ever, really, in the West. And it happens right during this crisis with Russia, and he supports the Russian government through implication. Does that make sense? The potential political consequences of that, alongside other things in line with that, might have been miserably bad, you know? Might have sealed the death of leftism. Not the death of leftism, but might have hurt significantly. Maybe he would have had a different take if he was head of state. Maybe! It's possible that talking with his cabinet would have improved things. Wait, what has he done that's so bad? Shoo, Corbyn has essentially refused to acknowledge the fact that Russia is the aggressor in this situation, and has continued to refer to the, essentially, he's essentially saying that it's like the West refusing to do diplomacy with Putin that's causing the issue, which is, that's just empirically not true. It's just empirically not true. It's a really, really bad take. You know, guys, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders has always made a very strong effort to avoid doing the LARPy, like, Soviet pro-Russia thing, and it's really been to his benefit. It allowed Bernie Sanders the ability to speak with so much more broad a range of potential supporters that he never did that shit. So much better. Doesn't the Budapest Memorandum mean the U.S. would have to get militarily involved to defend Ukraine? The memorandum included security assurances against threats or use of force against the territorial integrity. No, that's from Russia. No, I don't know. No, it wouldn't. And we're not going to either way. Doesn't really matter what the treaty says. We're not starting World War III over that. There's been rumors for decades that Corbyn has had dealing with Russia. I'm not saying that Corbyn is a Russian plant. I'm just saying that I feel like Corbyn's perspective on this is tainted by a historical, like, post-Cold War, like, Soviet attitude, you know? Anyway, I hope you guys understand what I'm talking about. I've told this story before, and it's really important to remember in politics. It's a really fucking miserable fact of life, but it's just a fact of life, okay? Rosa Parks refusing to stand up to give a seat to a white person was one of the big defining moments of the civil rights movement, but there were plans to go ahead with a woman who wasn't Rosa Parks beforehand, another woman who found herself in a similar situation, you know, wouldn't get up, so on. The problem is that woman was a pregnant single mother. And back in those days, that would have been a massive optics hit. Black people in America were already struggling with hegemonic white perceptions that black people were, you know, irresponsible and stupid, blah, blah. You know how racism works against black people. Yeah, she was quite young as well. And they thought, okay, this woman deserves defense. But if we give her that defense, they will tear her apart. This woman will be torn apart and our movement will be weaker for it. So they waited, and Rosa Parks was the woman whose case they ended up deciding to galvanize the civil rights shit around. Unfortunately, the lesson learned from this is that successful advocacy for political positions, unfortunately, has to involve a lot of concession to optical requirements. And I just got to say, Corbyn's unwillingness to condemn Russia's behavior here comes across to me as like very much a self-inflicted wound. That stuff makes me worry about what kind of precedents he may have set or impressions he may have given as leader of the Labour Party if he had been made prime minister. That stuff worries me significantly. Optics suck. Optics fucking suck. Oh my God. If everyone acted in perfectly good faith and everyone had perfect information of what everyone else thought, it would be possible to just deliver all information perfectly bluntly and work forward with no problems. But of course, that's not the world we live in, so we can't do that, obviously. And yeah, the Prime Minister of the UK being the first leftist Prime Minister of the UK being framed by the international press as a Russian apologist would be a death knell for leftist advocacy in the West. It would have been, I can't even begin to imagine what kind of media cycle would have run on that. It would have been like unbelievable. He's not the first leftist PM in the UK. I mean, since the Cold War began, he's certainly the most left-leaning PM since the Cold War, right? Or he would have been if he'd won, right? They would do it anyway, though. No. Don't buy into that. Don't buy into that. Oh no, he's not. Oh, am I totally wrong? Zelensky has spoken. We saw Zelensky. Who is more left-leaning than Corbyn in the UK, who won the prime ministership? Clement Attlee? Oh, I don't know about them. Apart from the name. I know the name. I don't know much of their policies. Okay. Well, were they doing any weird like pro-Soviet stuff at the time? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. Oh, the 1956 PM? Wait, that was before the Cold War. Well, we have confirmation. No, it wasn't. 1946? Wait, sorry, I meant to say 1946. 1946, not 1956. Somebody in chat said that his ministership started in 1946. If that's the case, that was before the Cold War started. 46 to 55? Okay, so it was during the Cold War. Okay, look. Was he like pro-Soviet? Like pro-Stalin type? Not at all? Okay. It would have been bad if he was. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Thank you for educating me. I'll read more about this guy. Long being shy above board. So yeah, this link talks about, yeah, he was anti-Soviet. Nice. He was a NATO founder. Nice. Well, Soakdam? Well, in policy, Corbyn also would have been a Soakdam. Ben Wallace's response to Corbyn's dumbass take was unfortunately brutal and correct. Oh, please, God. Hold on.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At this incredibly dangerous time, I noticed that the Defence Secretary did not mention or say much about the Minsk agreement. Does he think this is a way that we can go back to further talks? And would he be prepared to countenance, if the Russians pull back, any reduction in the NATO presence on the border as well, in order to bring about a longer-term secure peace in the region?
So, the right honourable gentleman raised the point about Minsk. I was very clear on Minsk, both in my press conference in Moscow and indeed elsewhere. Both Russia and Ukraine signed Minsk. He will know that in those type of treaties, such as we found with the Good Friday Agreement, the treaty is one thing. Rolling up your sleeves and delivering the sequences in the right way is the big challenge. We all remember that from things like decommissioning in Northern Ireland. Easy to write a Good Friday Agreement, hard to deliver. Same for the Minsk Agreement. But we all recognise that the Minsk Agreement is one of the ways through. It should be. We should do our best to support it being implemented as a way out. On his other point about pulling back NATO, we didn't put 165,000 combat troops on the edge of a sovereign country and hold a gun to the head of a democratically elected government. We didn't do that. Russia did that. We have nothing to de-escalate from. Russia does. And I do hope the right honourable gentleman might condemn the Stop the War coalition, who seems to who seems to always paint us as the aggressor. Maybe he'd like to go and ask the people of Ukraine what he actually thinks who the aggressor is.
Okay, so I reiterate my point. I'm really glad this guy wasn't PM for this particular case. Well, this guy might be a neocon. It doesn't matter. What he said here was correct. He made that. Whoever made that speech, that guy may be a giant piece of shit. I don't know. In the context of this convo, he is in the right. Yeah. Fuck. God damn it. Yes, the hype men in Parliament are way funnier than the fucking Parliament, like the congressional system we have here. Nathan Robinson is both sides in. God damn it. Yeah, I gotta say, guys, okay, if your positions are so bad that you're making the Tories have better arguments, then you really need to fucking reassess how you're coming at all this shit from. That is not acceptable, okay? That is not an acceptable state of affairs. Yeah, we have an official confirmation of tanks and donuts. Before this point, we just had reports from the ground being delivered by, like, random Twitter accounts, but, yeah. That's from Daytime, Large Convoy. UN Security Council expected to convene an urgent meeting tonight at 9 p.m. to request the Ukrainians, 2 UN diplomats to CNN. All right, well, we'll wait for that. This is going to be a long stream. Chat, this is going to be the longest stream yet, because now that aggressions have been declared, fight can break out during the daytime. Yeah. RT propaganda? One moment. Okay. 24-hour war stream. We'll see. Hold on. Putin is sending in Russian troops east to Ukraine, but the White House won't say whether that will trigger the massive sanctions package Biden says would come in response to a further invasion. Yeah, I can see why the White House wouldn't want to give an explicit line that they need to cross. Nathan J. Robinson? Oh, no. Indeed, incredible how difficult it is for some to admit that Putin and US can both be bellicose and sociopathic, and that the danger to the world comes precisely from the fact that two nuclear-armed powers are ruled by nationalists who won't back down. This has nothing to do with the United States versus Russia. This isn't the fight that's happening. NATO expansionism and Russian expansionism are both to blame. No! The NATO expansionism is, hey, country, do you want to be a part of NATO? If you consent to that, then we will add you to our defensive alliance. And the Russian expansionism is invading the country. Why do people do this, man? Is this the guy who fired his whole staff for trying to unionize? Yes. The problem is multiple powerful countries seeking to influence their spheres of influence, catching Ukraine in the middle. They're not! Ukraine is chosen! Ukraine wants to be a part of NATO. Ukraine, this isn't, they're not catching Ukraine in the middle. Ukraine is on our side on this. All this stuff today further proves NATO has a reason to exist. Hey, yeah, lefties, if you don't want NATO to exist, maybe stop justifying the military actions that are the reason NATO still exists. Why? Like shit, you know? This is going to reaffirm the existence of NATO for another half century. You realize that, right? Fuck. I genuinely can't believe, with respect, maybe, what a petulant child Corbyn looks like while he's getting scolded in here. Why would he choose to sit like this? Is he not a politician? Basic media training. This is like an actor being told, "Hey, can you look like a child being scolded?" Like this is like giving like an acting like a theater student like a direction for like an emotional cue. Like Jesus Christ, he's like playing it up. Corbyn has a reputation for being very sincere in Parliament. Well, we see how far sincerity goes when the emotion you're sincerely demonstrating is, you know, embittered resentment. Hillary was president, we'd be at war right now. I unironically believe this, and I'm proud of Biden for not being a freakish hawk. I do think that Hillary Clinton would probably be more likely to at least posture military involvement relative to Biden. Biden has been a fairly non-interventionist president by American president standards. Yeah, and yeah, Clinton is I think much more of a war hawk. Russia too, yeah. What do you think Trump would be doing right now? I have no fucking idea. I feel like Trump would be giving contradictory information in between telling Russia they need to back down. I'm being serious. You have no idea what you're doing. And then, like, there'd be half that, and the other half would be, like, chastising Ukraine for not being willing to talk it out with Russia. And then he would say that if he was a diplomat on either side, he could bring them to an agreement, easy peasy, no trouble at all. I'd have them getting along in just a day. Just give me one day over there. I feel like yeah. I feel like that's probably it would literally and his position on whether or not Russia was doing something bad would vary depending on who talked to him last. That's my guess. Your Trump impression sounds like Kif from Futurama. Yeah, I see that. What will Tulsi be doing right now? Well, Tulsi's probably in Russia currently, like, getting throat fucked by Putin, I think, so. I mean, good for both of them, I guess. She's way out of Putin's league, so, yeah. Hot? I'm not into Putin. I don't have that look. I would, and this is a hot take, I know. I would enjoy having my dick sucked by Tulsi Gabbard. I know, you're thinking, really? But yeah, I would. Not Putin, though. Just not attracted. DPR claiming more shelling from Ukrainians, naturally. Vosh MILF-pilled. Zan, I am attracted to older women. I just don't have, like, a thing about it, as you do. Tulsi's not even hot to me anymore. Holy shit, is that growth from Shoe on Head? Holy fuck. I will admit that her Fox News appearances where she talks about how, what was it? Homeless people need to be put in a blender and poor people need to work harder so that they can one day become Jeff Bezos. Was distinctly unattractive. I will admit. Yeah, that wasn't good. From Zan, the MILF lover. I'm sorry, but if her age isn't more than twice what's on the clock, she doesn't get the clock. So what does that start at? 24? I guess you can be a MILF at 24. Look, I respect it. Dude, being a MILF fetishist has to be like the least harmful shit in the world, right? You're explicitly going after people who are disproportionately likely to be, like, well settled and have self-confidence, you know? Like, that's got to be like the least bad. It's if anything, I feel like it's kind of a fucking moral good, right? I don't know. Like, if you have only one dick to give, and your choices are between like you're in college and you've got one dick to give, and your choices are between, like, hot college chicks and, like, a hot MILF, I think the MILF deserves it more, right? She's gone through a lot, you know? She's got a kid to take care of. Like, she needs to relax. You know, what's the college girl doing with homework? Like, okay. I don't know. I feel like the MILF has earned some nice dick. You get what I'm talking about. Doesn't MILF imply married? Married? No. Just mom that I'd like to fuck. Yeah, local moms need cock, exactly. Older people have their shit together more usually, IMO, which attracts me. I don't want to date another 22-year-old. Yeah, I will admit, yeah. For me, at least when I'm like, yeah, the especially because, well, in the situation that I'm in now, right? Because I didn't mind it back when I was in college, but, like, I've got a career now and obligations. Obviously, it's a stupid, weird, fucking dumb ass career, but it's still a career, you know? I don't have this weird flightless irresponsibility. I have, like, yeah, so the idea of, like, somebody, like, being in a relationship with somebody and they're just, like, completely uncommitted to anything. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being like that, but I don't know. It seems like an issue. How's Ukraine doing? Oh yeah, meanwhile, hold on, let's check these links. US seeing plans for mass invasion of Ukraine. Oh, I see. This was the link that people made to Destiny's. This is pretty funny. It's hard. It's hard to be mad about this. Except for maybe meme theft, because he would have stolen this from one of his subreddit people. Retweet it. I'm not retweeting Destiny. I'm not retweeting. Nope. No, 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 no. Nope. Absolutely not. Absolute no. He would love that. He loves the recognition from me specifically. He retweeted you. Oh, well, if only we lived under communism. Life isn't fair yet. That is, it was stabilizing. You told people to get out long weekends and any peacekeepers. You're a fucking CIO. Oh, nice. Also this. Oh, God. Oh, so this is where you linked the image from. Chat. I noticed that people in my chat are willing to condemn the Azov battalion, but are also willing to post memes from Destiny's Twitter. Curious. Very curious. DPR sources are still claiming Ukrainian troops are shelling them. Don't see this one at Bali with Russian peacekeepers. They clearly haven't achieved their goal as they are still faking shelling. Yeah, they're still looking for like a. Oh God, guys, you know what we're gonna get pretty soon? Oh shit. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna happen. In fact, it probably won't. But how grim would it be if they killed one of their own deliberately? Right? Like, because they've been shelling their own position and claiming the Ukrainian troops were doing it. If they had a Russian soldier in the area, you know, like some like handsome Giga Chad or whatever, and they blew his ass up and they were like, look at what Ukraine did. I don't think that they would have a moral qualm against that. I just wonder logistically if that would be the thing they wanted to do. Especially because it would be kind of demoralizing for the rest of their troops, I imagine. That's pretty normal for Russia, actually. All right, well, maybe they'll fucking do it, dude. They did that as a pretext for the Winter War in 39. Yeah. That's how Stalin justified his invasion of Finland. Okay, never mind. Apparently Russia does this all the time for fun. What's the war crime counter so far? I think we're still only at 1 war crime, but I'll keep you updated on that. The U.S. is seeing mass preparations being made for Russian forces for a broad, full-scale invasion of Ukraine, involving massive amphibious landings along the Black Sea and large armored ground pushes from the east. Huh. Okay. Okay, pardon me for being a massive idiot. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I have some real questions to ask. So as we know, okay? As we know, there seems to be a broad consensus that Russia is going to engage in just a mass salvo, artillery and airstrikes and missile strikes across all of the areas adjacent to Ukraine they control. That seems to be a thing that most people are expecting will happen. Now, here's the thing, okay? If they're anticipating some kind of amphibious landing, how long can Russian boats stay in the water? I know ships need to refuel eventually, but they can stay in them for a while because they deployed them here. And what I'm wondering is, if the ships they have deployed to the Black Sea are the ones they intend to use for that landing, that would mean then that the land invasion would take place within the length of time they have before needing a refuel, right? Oh, no, you're right. They have a naval base at Crimea. I forgot. Ukraine, why did you let them take Crimea? That was very strategically helpful for them. God damn it. Ships can refuel at sea. You're right. I'm being stupid. This is a dead end. Yeah. Yeah, logistic ships can carry fuel. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. I just want to know when the proper land invasion is going to happen. Sure, Dad. Can we have a military strategist on for a convo? There's no way they're better than me, okay? I've played hundreds of hours of Total War Warhammer 2, and now I'm working on Total War Warhammer 3, is what I would be saying if one of the largest wars of the past century wasn't being gunned up right as Total War Warhammer 3 released. God, the timing. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Shelling in Donetsk again? From who, as reported by who? Oh, this is the cuck who fucking blocked me. Why would you do this if you're reporting updates? Do you not want me to fucking... I think this person is pro-Ukrainian as well. Like, okay. Oh, no, wait, this is a different person. Why would you do that, man? Reports on social media, loud shelling sounds throughout the net right now. 10 people in an independent Russian province chant Russia to summon T-10s. Fucking cucks. Oh, right, it's an incog window. Do your fucking Russian rain dance. Nice. 10 dudes. Shouldn't they want the T-14s? Aren't the T-14s the super ultra modern Russian main battle tanks? There were only 20 of them? Damn, send them all in. Oh shit, guys! Unit cost 3.7 million. Okay, listen. My 2 YouTube channels bring in a lot of money, okay? Alright? If I have the pay for my editors, and we do a couple of fundraising streams, alright? Do you think... Alright? It'll take a few years, okay? Do you think... You can probably lease it too, okay? T-14. 3.7 million for a modern battle tank? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You could flex on Hassan. Holy shit, we could flex on Hassan. Absolutely we could. Absolutely we could. I actually know a man who owns a tank. Oh, well, you can buy demilitarized military equipment if you want, yeah. There are like websites where you can find old Soviet APCs, troop carriers, sometimes even tanks for relatively cheap. Of course, they've been decommissioned. They don't have like the necessary armaments, but you could always, you know, build them out yourself. Yeah, Killdozer, absolutely, absolutely. Listen, okay, as an anarchist, I support a society in which everyone is always killdozering. Okay, that's ultimate freedom right there. That's the Randian dream. Buy a T90, they have cool laser pointers. I have cool laser pointers already. Hold on, wait, okay, 3.7 million seems like really cheap. M1 Abrams. How much do our heavy tanks cost? Oh wait, not a heavy tank, main battle tank. Wait, is the T-14 a heavy tank or a main battle tank? It's a main battle tank. The T-10 was a heavy tank. Okay. And the Abrams is a main battle tank. How much does it cost? How tall are you? I'm 6'2". Wait, how much does it cost? Tell me, I want to know. Don't hide this from me. Heavy tanks are obsolete. Yeah, maybe. Oh, here we go, sorry. Unit cost, 6.21 million. Estimated in 2016 is 8.92. Damn, this is like 3 times the cost. Sorry, we gotta go with the Russian model. Isn't that because the M1 Abrams is fucking colossal? The M1 Abrams is perhaps too large. It's the M1A2. 64.6 tons. But, like, that's unloaded, right? Russia has lower labor costs. Yeah, they also cut corners. Like, didn't Soviet equipment fail pretty often? They had some big Ws, like the AK-47, the Kalashnikov lines were always, like, pretty reliable, but I feel like I heard plenty of stories about their, like, armor having issues, you know? 75% fail rate on their tanks? Jesus, fuck. Okay, so yeah, where's the weight after it's been loaded? After you get, like, the fuel and ammunition and everything, this shit's gonna... way more. AKs aren't reliable? Aren't AK-47s like the world's most used gun? I think they're used everywhere because they're so reliable, right? Like they're like you can go on a triathlon and wrestle a bear and then shoot them and they just fucking fire, you know? Isn't that one of the reasons why we didn't go with the bullpup style guns, because those are a little bit difficult, they're more difficult to clear because of their loading mechanism. So it's like, cuz reliability matters a fuck ton for soldiers, right? Reliability I don't think matters that much for guns that civilians hold. Cuz if you're just shooting at a range, it's like, oh, it jammed, like, okay. All right. But that can be your death if you're a soldier. So I think that reliability is always going to be their most, one of the most. All right, I'm getting links. I'm getting links. I'm getting links. Hold on. AKs are as reliable most of the time as AR-15, but in cold weather, AK is a lot more reliable. Well, made in Russia. That kind of tracks, right? Wait, hold on. What's the weight of this one? 55 tons? Versus 67 tons for the M1A2 SEP V3. Ours is bigger. That means we're cooler. Width 12 feet, height 8 feet. Versus... Wait, wait, what? Wait, that can't be right. Wait, 8 feet, 12 feet? What? Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what about length? Wait, why isn't length here? Okay, I'm annoyed. Stop. Stop. I don't care. Stop. Length is there? Am I stupid? I'm so stupid. Gun forward, hole length. These are incomparable. Wait, the measurements they're using between these are different. Are these fully loaded or not? Is it gun forward or just the chassis? I don't care. Just play War Thunder? Yeah. Thanks. Nice, man. Okay. Hello, Caleb. If Russia is kicked out of the international SWIFT banking system, that'll completely wreck the global economy. The US and EU leaders should think carefully about their actions. This is from 4 hours ago. This is also from 4 hours ago. Chill. Russian defense spending is much larger and more sustainable than it seems. Yeah, so this is one of the problems with authoritarian governments, okay? Authoritarian governments cut costs everywhere but their military, and also in building themselves giant palaces, okay? They will, listen, okay? If your country brings in a lot of money and you're authoritarian, like, fuck it, like, whatever, just spend 70% of your budget on defense. Like, who cares? Why not? Like, oh no, the people in our country are poor and miserable. So, it's not a democracy. Russian 6th highest in the world, 61. Russian defense spending is several times higher than 61.4 billion, and the Russian defense budget remains the 3rd largest in the world, dwarfing the military expenditures of most European states combined. In reality, Russia's effective military expenditure, based on purchasing power parity, is more in the range of $150 to $180 billion a year. How are they coming at this math? Huh. Yeah, I would be willing to believe it, though. Their military is absolutely massive. Also, a guess that I have, this is just a guess that I have, is that because the Russian government isn't especially transparent, the budgetary expenditures that go towards their military might not be as explicit, right? Like the budget that we give, that Congress gives to the Pentagon is the Pentagon budget. That is the money that goes to the Pentagon. Not to say that money doesn't get lost all the time. It totally does. But you know, with Russia, I don't know how explicit the divvying lost. Yeah. I don't know how explicit the distribution of this is. Can I get a link to the conference, please? Here we have Dan Arrows with a tweet. All this constant talk about war with Russia by the US and the media does is boost a mutually reinforcing feedback loop of escalation. Just chill out, let the diplomats do their talk, and it's most likely going to be okay. It was not okay. True. This is 5 miles from the Ukrainian border. Alright, I feel like we've gotten a lot of video clips of, like, them in Russia, right? Like, we know they're in Russia. Explosions reported by DPR channel in Donetsk. Okay, gotcha. Here, hold on. I want to preserve this, and we can get rid of the rest. No more anime talk. It's going to be a long stream. And I hope you guys will stay here with me. Well, not all of you will, but you know, some of you will. The conference. You should read the whole article. It explains it really well. Relink it later in the stream. We're gonna have plenty of time to go over everything. Shill again to boost likes to 10K. Please like the stream if you're on YouTube. I'm looking at the like count right now. It says 9,300 and something. If you hit the like button, it can go up to 10,000. And that would make me feel good because this is my job. And also solidarity with the Ukrainian people. It's not really about my well-being. I'm doing fine, but it just feels tasteless to shill for myself in the midst of all of this misfortune. But there's nothing morally wrong about it. I don't think there's anything like actually wrong. It just feels, you know, like tacky. Yeah, you guys need to shill for me in chat. You guys need to be like, hey, like the stream, sub, so on and so on. Do it while you're talking about MILFs. Find me the UN stream, and then we'll talk about MILFs. Okay, here, we're waiting now. This is the Security Council meeting, yes? Should be happening soon? When? When is it meant to be happening? In an hour? Wait, in an hour? Chat! God! Assholes. Okay, Oh, shit. Fucking... 3 killed, 5 injured in Russian shelling of Donbass? From Kiev Independent. Which 3? Which 5? Ukrainian forces, I imagine. Yes. Here's Squirrel. We're gonna burn bridges with this one. I've talked with Squirrel in DMs. I just... As the US and the West impose sanctions on Russia for violating international law by effectively taking parts of Ukraine. Okay, well, the initial framing here is correct. It's worth asking why they don't do the same for Israel. Okay, I'm fine with this. It would be... So I don't think this is whataboutism, because the text of the tweet isn't arguing against the sanctions levied on Russia, but rather saying like, hey, if this is the standard that we're holding countries to, we should sanction Israel, which, to be fair, we fucking should. So I'm fine with that, yeah. It does seem like kind of, you know, exploiting a crisis to push your agenda type deal, but yeah, point taken. Israel does a lot of really bad stuff. We have, let me see, a very valuable contribution to the discourse being posted here. Thank you kindly. Oh, we have the trans flag. That's nice. I've seen this painting posted by far right and far left groups. So the trans flag there cements this one within the, you know, the unless they're like a trans Strasserite type, you know. The they them army. That's right. That's right. Horseshoe theory? Oh, anime is 100% like horseshoe theory shit, you know? People with anime avatars are almost always far left or far right. You know? It usually doesn't take that long to find out either, because if they're far left, then they're just talking about trans stuff nonstop, and if they're far right, then you'll see, like, you'll go down and they will be lolicons. They will be pedophiles. Either that, or they'll have a bunch of images posted of their preferred waifu playing with Apu, the Pippo meme, Pippo, you know, and that's how you know it's a conservative page. But you know, I think it's all just autists, TBH. It's anime, yeah, of course, but you can be a far right or far left autist, right? It's been known to happen. I'm a far left autist. You should see what Samir Khan's schizo posting's been up to. Link it and link it. Let me see. What is this? Yes, my mentions, yes. Recognizing the independence of separatist territories immediately adjacent to Russia is exactly the same as U.S. slaughtering millions of people in full scale. Okay, yeah, this person's, yeah. Ukraine's sovereignty is important enough to start World War III over, but not important enough to refrain from backing. Dude, we're not in there. Ukraine is just defending its... All right, yeah. Skull Prism, we are not showing the location of Ukrainian troops. We will not... I will make an explicit effort to avoid showing the troop movement of any Ukrainian forces on this stream. I do not believe that anything I do will affect the war effort, but I do not want to take the risk. I never said you are. I never said you said that I was. I'm just clarifying. No need to be so defensive. You ignored Dad in his heat map? Then link it again. There's a lot of people in chat. Samir mauling at Chinese media. Ah! Chinese state media referring to the countries, the breakaway separatist states in quotations. China is in a really difficult position at the moment because they have to play both sides. Literally, they have to play both sides. China has a strong strategic ally with Russia, but also if they alienate the West too hard, that will result in like tightening trade relations, which they kind of need. So this is the reason, I've said this before, guys, and I'll say it again. This is the reason why Russia is more of a threat to world security than China, even though China is much, much, much more powerful presently. Because China has the trade interdependence, the mutual trade obligations between itself and other countries around the world, which require it to play within a given set of rules. Russia doesn't. Not, at least not to the same extent, not even close, which is why they do this shit. They do their imperialism by literally just invading countries, as opposed to doing like the Belt and Road Initiative stuff. Yeah, China sees Russia as a huge liability, 100%. Yeah, China probably thinks of Russia basically the same way they think of North Korea, just scaled up massively. As in there's geopolitical relevance to sort of tentatively either being on their side or just ignoring their bad behavior, but you have to keep an eye on them because they're not the stablest, and also their geopolitical interests are not the same. The theory you're promoting is called capitalist peace theory. And I actually genuinely believe in it. However, the peace that I'm referring to is a piece of nuclear proportions. Capitalism spread worldwide would do nothing to prevent the subjugation, exploitation, and genocide of people in the developing world. The imperial core will continue to prey on people in the imperial periphery, even if every country has mutual trade interdependence. Because a capitalist peace, in which there are still countries which are reliant on trade from larger, geopolitically hegemonic countries, there may be a peace of some kind there, but it is not power, and only through shared power can real peace reign. It's not justice, it's a lack of explicit conflict. So capitalist peace is a good intermediary to aim for to prevent, say, nuclear warfare, but in terms of meaningfully addressing the problems with violence in the world, look, all I'm going to say is this, guys, okay? There are reasons why the conflict that's brewing right now between Ukraine and Russia are unique, but it will not lead to more deaths than our invasion brought to Iraq. Not even close, I don't think. Just keep that in mind, all right? And a death of an Iraqi citizen is no less tragic than a death of an American citizen or a Ukrainian citizen or a Russian citizen or of Princess Diana or whatever else. A human is a human, simple as that. And we pay more attention to these conflicts when nuclear powers are involved or when both sides have properly mechanized infantry, but at the end of the day, the human cost is the cost we fight to avoid paying, or we should fight to avoid paying. Keep in mind, however, capitalism is the most violent system ever created. This is true, but kind of an irrelevant point. It's a post-industrial world, and we've globalized. I mean, the world is more capable of violence now, and there are more people upon which to commit violence. But, you know, I do not think that the world would be any less... I don't think... If we were feudalist right now with the same level of technological innovation, I think things would be a little bit worse. Thank God that we invented nukes after largely disbanding feudalism. Thank God those two systems didn't overlap significantly. Fuck. Can you imagine? Listen, all I'm going to say is this, all right? Thank the gods above, all right, that Imperial Japan did not have nuclear weapons because they were willing to sacrifice every single man, woman, and child on the islands to defend their emperor against American aggression, they absolutely would have nuked the planet. Unquestionably. 0% chance they wouldn't have. Absolutely they would have. They would have, if you're defending a living god, dude, I mean, whatever, everything's on the table. They would have, they would have irradiated the planet, in so doing. So yeah, yeah, would they have been worse than North Korea? Oh yeah. North Korea is a petty tin pot dictatorship, which is probably more controlled by their military cabinet than by the actual, Kim, like the line, the actual family line. Say North Korea fires off all their nukes. I sincerely doubt they have the kilotonnage to do anything near an apocalyptic level of damage. Don't get me wrong, they could kill hundreds of thousands of Japanese and South Korean people, and that is miserable, but they can't end the world on their own. If they fired off all their nuclear weapons, then they would. If North Korea ever expended their nuclear capabilities, China would do this. And over the course of 24 hours, North Korea would single-handedly become the world's largest global military base. North Korea would break records in number of troops of every country on Earth occupying one area at the same time. It would the speed with which North Korea would cease to exist would be unprecedented at any time in the past or in the future. It would be legendary how quickly it would no longer be a thing. Yeah, it would be reduced to mulch. But Imperial Japan, if they had like significant nuclear capabilities, probably legitimately would have just ended the world before allowing their emperor to be captured or executed, because that was their world, So yeah, it's not good. That's why, if nothing else, nukes have to be held by democracies. Remember that dude who called Imperial Japan anti-imperialist for fighting the West? What a Western-centric perspective. Absolutely wild. Hair so well coiffed today. Yeah, I did the thing with the towel where you like put your hair back and have a towel on it for like 5 minutes. And it's been pretty nice. So I guess that's just something I'll have to do from now on. But like, falling for the co-prosperity sphere propaganda. Yeah, fuck. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. We have links to look at. Thank you. Very important. Really contributing. March under the flag of the trans hammer gender sickle. Very good. Very, very, very good. Thank you. What was the context of this being linked to me? Who linked this to me? Vermin? Vermin linked it to me? Oh, a schizo posting emote. I see. That could work. We saw this one. Important resource. Ukrainians put together a list of resources and how foreigners can help. These are all reputable orgs. Ah! There we go. We might have the necessary information, perhaps, for a fundraiser stream. Oh, hold on. Our sources in social media reports that mobile connection on Ukraine's controlled territory near Russia's occupied territories of so-called LDPRs being jammed. Oh, shit. Guys. It is a little bit auspicious that we haven't had any direct reports from Ukrainian armed forces in a while, isn't it? Let's see. Can I help directly? Yes. From donating to directly participating as a volunteer. If any of you want to go and fly over to Ukraine to be a volunteer, then Godspeed. I'm rooting for you. Did I say auspicious instead of suspicious? Sorry, I said auspicious. I misspeak pretty often. Suspicious is what I meant. I meant sussy-wussy. Donation link supplies for the military and medical supplies. How do I say this? My moral priors tell me that donating for medical supplies is a preferable avenue, to supplies for the military. I will look at these links, and I will contemplate doing a charity stream. I can't do one right now, of course, because a charity stream is a very specific and dedicated planned event, and there's a war on right now. In any case, this is something that's going to continue to be necessary for many months. Why the military is literally defending the country right now? Because the worst case scenario of funding medical supplies is much better than the worst case scenario of funding military supplies. If a medical supply fund ends up misappropriating funds or doing some wacky shit, I mean, what are they doing? Healing people bad? If weapons I've helped people buy for the Ukrainian military go into the wrong hands, also, imagine you donate to a fundraising group that's like raising money to buy arms for the Ukrainian military, and they like mark those arms with like a special sticker or insignia, like, hey, this was bought for through Western support, and it goes to the fucking Azov battalion. You see photos of dudes with swastika neck tattoos, like holding rifles that have the fucking marker on it. Yeah, I understand this is a highly unlikely prospect, but all the same, my deference here would be towards medical supplies. Yeah, 4 a.m. seems like the foreshadowed time. Ah! Shit, knocked something over. Hold on. Getting hungry. Stickers on guns. Okay, yes, you know what I mean. Thank you. Wouldn't they control where the money goes anyways? Look, I'm not saying this is some super likely instance. It's just... I don't like violence. Heat map dad described? Let me see. Red areas show heat detected by satellite. Oh, this is a bit spooky looking. Hello. Ah, thank you. I sincerely appreciate that.
Yeah, I would hope to watch.
I'm sorry. At least you're getting it over with. Red areas show heat detected. You've been following, yes? You understand it's happening?
Now, yeah.
It's currently happening.
Yeah.
Reports are that signal jamming has taken place for the Ukrainian armed forces near the firing line out in the middle of the Donbas region, and we have official confirmations that Russian armor has moved into Ukraine.
Should I re-announce on the Discord?
You can do whatever you like. This war is going to go on for a while. What's up? Howdy. I'm probably going to be streaming for a long time today.
Let me know when you want. Just text me when you want nuggets.
I will give you the nuggie alarm.
Yeah. The tactical.
The tactical nuggies, yes.
Well, at least you can say that you told some people so. That's not really a consolation.
Yeah,
it's not a W today.
It's not the greatest consolation in the world, I have to admit. Very much one of those instances where I'm happy to be proven wrong, you know. However, as long as all this stuff was going to play out anyway, I guess I'm glad that my predictions has ended up being more or less accurate.
Yeah, at least on your ability to ascertain the situation, that is a W.
Yeah. I just, the main thing, thank you. The main thing I'm concerned about is like being able to identify and respond effectively to propaganda in the future, right? Because this is going to be a talking point for like decades afterwards, and I want to know. When I'm like 70 years old or whatever, and I'm like the fucking old crotchety guy, you know? I want to be able to like talk with people who are lying about this conflict and vividly remember the time that I was sitting here in a puddle of my own sweat because this room is always too warm, watching it all go down.
It is interesting how much propaganda there is, especially coming from lefties online.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because a lot of them do have some connection to RT and whatnot. Wait, are you live right now?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't know that. And,
yeah, like 16,000 people.
I don't know, dude. Like, I don't want to think people are like direct agents of the state. You can be a useful idiot, but it's like there is a useful aspect of having pro-Russian lefties causing like interference and whatnot.
Yeah. A lot of them are directly. I think Canoe can barely be heard. Yeah, I think I guess my takeaway is that whether it's being done directly or indirectly, I feel like Russia's campaign to convince people around the world that the leftist thing to do is to support them has been one of the most effective psyops in all of human history. And I mean that sincerely. Thank you. No Gravel tweet. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I have roommates who I'm friends with, and I care about them. So. Heat defiers. Do not use heat for preservation life. Oh, hello. Oh my god. All right, this is like a whole goddamn thing. So this is updated daily. I don't think this has anything to do. I don't think this could be used to do anything really. Al Jazeera footage of Russian armor in Donetsk. Okay, Russian spot in Donetsk. Thank you. I think those are both probably going to be the exact same video. Okay, hold on 1 second. Please look at the pretty graphics for like 1 second. Here you go. Look, it's very pretty, right? Give me 1 second. I'm just going to change because it's always too warm in here. So my shirt gets sweaty and blah, blah. 1 moment. Yeah? Yeah. There we go. Probably some kind of autism thing, but I revile being in sweaty clothes of any kind. I was never cut out for outdoor work. All right. Let's check these links. Yes. This is the speech.
Отказывайтесь, тогда мы можем принять другую программу. А какую вы почувствуете? 4 часа утра, 22 февраля. Я бы хотел...
Someone in YouTube chat genuinely claimed your stream title was adding to the chances of war. Okay. On the 4 a.m. of 22nd of February, you will feel our new policy. I'd like 2022 to be peaceful, but I love the truth. For 70 years, I've said the truth. It won't be peaceful. It will be a year when Russia once again becomes great. Huh. You know, I did say this guy was crazy and shouldn't be, like, listened to, but we are, 38 minutes. Ominously, it's almost like in a 1941 song that everyone in Russia knows. What? On the 22nd of June, exactly at 4 a.m., Kiev was bombed, we were told, and the war had begun. Is this some kind of prophecy shit? How seriously should I take any of this? Plot for conspiracy theorists. Zhirinovsky announces in the Duma that someone will happen on the night of February 22nd, after which he ends up in the hospital. What? Professor Nightingale states Zhirinovsky was poisoned. Nightingale is being searched and undisclosed. What? Wait. What? That is a real song about World War II? Wait, Zhirinovsky was poisoned? What? Okay. All right. I don't really do the conspiratorial thinking that much, but I don't know. Pretty weird. little strange. Look at the date. That was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, but he said that before then. These events are months apart. When did he give this speech? The video. December 27th? About a month and a half apart. Okay. Don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. Two things can be true at once. One, Russian aggression in Ukraine is unjustified, should be condemned. Two, American and NATO involvement has only made the situation worse. Okay, you know what else has made the situation worse? Ukraine not rolling over and allowing themselves to be invaded. Like, what is that? Like, just saying that the situation's been made worse by the involvement of elements that aren't acting in a morally wrong way. Ratio them. Apparently they're going to be able to talk later today. Footage? Okay, footage. Switzerland's statement on recent developments. Not neutral anymore. Is this Turkish? Oh, Turkish.
لا عفوا هذه الصور المباشرة إذن لدخول آليات عسكرية روسية تبدو أن آليات عسكرية روسية تدخل إلى ربما يبدو من خلال
That's not Turkish? Okay, the tweet was from Turkish. The tweet language. Okay, yeah. Al Jazeera says it has obtained footage of Russian military vehicles entering Donetsk and East Ukraine. And it's what we just saw, yeah. But it's being confirmed by a news outlet now, which ups the legitimacy significantly. That's a speedy tank. Oh, tanks on treads, on roads, can go up to like 60 miles an hour. I mean, it depends on the, it's an APC. Yeah, like, they can go quite fast, yeah. Not tanks, those are APC. Yeah, well, they can go even faster, I think. Yeah. Info on Russian jammers? Okay, I'll give it a look. Same clip. U.S. is monitoring preparations for a broader potential Russian invasion, including loading amphibious shit and equipment for... I just wonder what the timescale is on this exactly. Explosions might be pretext for a broader invasion. Yeah, that's their modus operandi. Let's see. Within hours of Russian troops riding in Donetsk tonight, the Kremlin-backed DPR is now reporting explosions targeting the city. It's not hard to see such attacks now being used as a direct pretext for Russian retaliation on Ukraine proper. Yeah. I don't think the Zhirinovsky thing is anything significant if he is poisoned. Yeah, no, it's just like spooky conspiracy bait. It doesn't really matter. The ruble is tanking in value right now. One moment. Ruble value. I don't know if I'd say it's tanking. It has, however, gone from 0.013 US dollars to 0.012, which is actually a pretty significant decline. Dump it. Kind of a rounding error, though. Do you think Europe or US troops send, or Europe or US send any troops into Ukraine? No, they will not. Included per 5 days, not 1 month. Well, for 5 days, it's just been on a slow and steady decline. If you look at it for 1 year, Tucker gonna Tucker? What now?
Ukraine is not even a democracy, despite what Joe Biden endlessly claims. Ukraine is a corrupt Eastern European autocracy that has spent millions of dollars lobbying politicians in Washington and, by the way, made Joe Biden's family rich.
Oh, right. To him, Ukraine is just an extension of the anti-Biden talking points. Yeah. He's pro-Russia, no way, dude. Well, he's just going to use it in any way that allows him to attack the Democrats. But also, yeah, like, why wouldn't he be? Autocrats love autocrats. Ukraine's foreign minister says he will meet Blinken in D.C. tomorrow. Ukraine's former minister is heading all the way over to the United States? Nice. Well, you'll be safe in D.C. To Ohio Senate runners. What is this? This is not a war. Okay, one moment. A very brief palate cleanser. This is some Ohio Senate race debate.
In your previous debate, you referred to Black Lives Matter as thugs.
Uh-huh. And then he come in the black community.
Hey, you're not doing that.
Put him out.
Please.
You mean like put him out like with a bullet?
Mr. Mandel.
What do you mean put him out?
Mr. Mandel.
Ask him to leave.
Mr. Mandel.
Oh, I
He
thought
don't
this was
belong in the
America.
black community.
Hey,
I thought this was America where we debate freely.
Hey, sister, listen to me. Don't do that.
Holy shit, is this kid a griper? He comes off as so nervous.
I
He
thought
don't
this was
belong in the
America.
black community.
I thought this was America where we debate freely.
Hey, sister, listen to me. Don't do that. I got this. Look, don't do that.
They shouldn't have let him in.
No, this is America. He can be here. Don't do that. Don't embarrass me.
I'm not embarrassing
No, you don't
But
do
to
that.
bring that white man in the black community like that,
You don't have to leave, man.
I'm finished.
Okay.
But
please.
don't you suck
Ma'am,
up to him.
Listen.
He's in the
listen,
black community.
I'm doing my job. And I'm
He's
asking
calling
you
my
to
parents
relax.
thugs.
Ma'am,
Make him
I'm
answer
the
the
moderator.
question.
I'm in charge. I want you to sit down and be quiet.
Let me tell you something, ma'am.
Oh, God.
Mr. Mandel.
I put my life in the hands.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. This guy is taking right now, the white guy is taking such a huge W. The woman is morally in the right, but obviously for decorum's sake, like, she probably should shut the fuck up and let them talk. Like, that's kind of the point of the whole thing, right? Like, obviously, morally, she's completely in the right, but you understand. If this guy just shut up, he looks better for this disruption against him. But he can't help himself.
Sit down and be quiet.
Let me tell you something, ma'am.
Mr. Mandel.
I put my life
him
in the
talk.
hands of
Mr.
young black
Mandel.
guys.
Mr.
I had young black
Mandel.
men put their life in my hand in the United
Mr.
States Marine
Mandel.
Corps and 2 tours in
I'm
Iraq.
asking you to
So don't
stop,
stand
sir.
there and lecture me.
Mr.
Those are my
Mandel.
brothers. Whether they were black or they were white or they were
Mandel.
Hispanic or they were Asian, those are my brothers in the Marine Corps. So don't
Listen.
stand there and lecture me about race and color.
Mr.
We put our
Mandel.
lives in each other's
Mr.
hands.
Mandel.
Those are my brothers as Marines.
Mr. Mandel, I'm the moderator over here. I'm asking you to pay attention to me. And ma'am, you in the calling post, will you please stop?
Spectacular. Thank you. Very good. Good palate cleanser. Good to be reminded of what we're fighting for, folks. You know why we're fighting for Ukraine? For democracy. This is what we want, okay? This is what Ukraine gets. This is what we're fighting to defend, folks. Truth, freedom, and the American way. God. Is this a Republican primary? Any more information that I internalize from this conversation, from this debate, will only physically hurt me. Oh, I don't know, Nath. Morgan Harper is based? Okay, well then, great. Support her. I don't know. She's great. Feel like he was expecting a clap or a thank you for your service and no one gave a fuck? Yeah, probably. Maybe. A little bit. I feel like in like debate moderators should probably have like shock collars that they have the remotes to. I don't understand why they don't. If you're a debate moderator and you can't like electric shock people if they won't shut the fuck up, then I don't understand what the point of the position is. You should be able to, okay? Paintball gun? You just have a fucking airsoft rifle just slung across your chest. And when people are talking too long, you see them like start lifting, taking aim. Yeah. God. Military strategy from a general on CNN. Okay, I'll give it a look. Yes. Have you ever been shot by a paintball gun? No, I never really liked paintball. Laser tag isn't that fun because there's no responsiveness to it. I had fun with airsoft. Paintball, I understand it's important to have hit markers on people. Like, that helps a lot, but it just didn't seem that fun to me. I don't know. I saw other people do it, and I don't mind the idea of getting shot at, I guess. Like, getting hurt, because I've done other sports that hurt a lot if you did it poorly. I wrestled in high school. I did boxing. I don't mind that. It's just, I guess the part of my brain that enjoys the threat of conflict, which could lead to me getting injured, isn't the same part of my brain that enjoys shooting. I think I associate shooting way too much with video games, like, cognitively, right? So when I think of shooting, I think of, like, just kind of a cool, you know, just like the sort of logistics of aiming and like that stuff, and just, you know, sort of the higher level stuff that you would deal with in just like games or simulations, as opposed to the actual, you know, running around horrible business of being a soldier, right? So it doesn't mix well in my brain, I don't think. But yeah, I don't know. Vosh Vimeo. Canada voted to keep the Emergencies Act. I'm going to fuck. Oh my fucking god. Please, God, tell me this is off. Nope, it's an accurate count. House of Commons vote on the Invoking Emergency Act 5 minutes ago. Yeah. House of Commons passed a motion to approve the extraordinary and temporary measures in the Emergency Act. The motion to confirm declaration of emergency passed 185 to 151, with the New Democrats voting in favor alongside the minority Liberal government. Jagmeet Singh said earlier Monday the party would support the motion, but withdraw that support as soon as it decides the measures are no longer necessary. It already broke up the protesters. The protesters have literally already been broken up. Yeah, and they were planning on like seizing property and selling it. Property sales for seized assets are a thing that have taken place plenty of times before, but I think the powers that they're using to do so here are way more extensive. The Conservatives and the Québécois opposed it. Dude, how are you guys taking L's against the Conservatives and the Québécois? How are they on the right side on this issue? The protests had already been more or less dealt with. The arrests had already taken place. Canada has lost all right to make fun of the US, okay? Yeah, we passed the Patriot Act and did the Iraq War, all right? But we had a 9/11 happen beforehand. Does that justify it? No. But at least a 9/11 is a 9/11, okay? At least a 9/11, credit where credit's due, to the terrorists in this case, they did do a real national tragedy. They did an actual full-on 9/11, okay? And all it took was a trucking protest for Canada. Oh, they were honking their horns. Yeah, I know they honked. And I know that it was very loud and it was bad. It wasn't a 9/11. The trucking blockade was at most 1/20th of a 9/11. And even that, I am being generous. I am being generous in saying that. The death toll was nowhere near 1/20th of a 9/11, okay? I'm being extremely generous in giving you a 20th of a 9/11, okay? Incredibly generous. I could give you 1/200th and I would feel fine. And that's what it took. Listen to Trudeau's non-answer for prolonging emergency. If I speak, I will be in trouble. Conservative MPs in the House booed and shouted shame when the first NDP MPs stood up in favor of the conservatives are right. Dude, I would have been with them. Based. Conservatives and Quebecois booing down the fucking unnecessary passage of emergency acts? Fuck, dude.
Do we still need the Emergencies Act? The blockades have been cleared. Parliament Hill has been cleared. Do we still need it?
As I said, the Emergencies Act is not something to undertake lightly. And it's something that needs to be momentary, temporary, and proportional.
Why?
That's why every
you did it. The police broke it up the way that's supposed to happen. That's how it's supposed to happen. The police break up protests. That's the thing the police do. That's the normal thing.
Single day, I'm receiving briefings, and we are reflecting on how much longer the Emergencies Act needs to be in place.
Vosh, the cops on horseback trampled an elderly indigenous woman on a mobility scooter. Yeah, I heard about that. The fucking cops broke up the protest, and one of them trampled a lady. And of course, because they're a police officer, they No, they didn't. That fake news. Oh, is that fake news? Hold on. We're going to learn today. Was that fake? Shoo, we're both going to learn. Was that fake news? No, it's not. Uh-oh. We've got disagreement. Hold on. Canadian protest horse trampled. I can't type good. We trust Fox here, don't we?
Just across it, Canadian police, they're cracking down on the truckers' protest. Only a few stragglers remain in Ottawa after police in riot gear swept through Canada's capital, arresting nearly 200 protesters and towing off almost 60 vehicles. Authorities have now regained...
Bored now. I'm bored. Very short attention span.
Oh, come on through. Come on through. What is happening here? Wow. What is this lady doing? Trampling. Trampling horses. Trampling. Stop it. Stop it. Look.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my God. They just trampled this lady. They just trampled that lady.
So, I'm not an expert, but that does look like somebody being trampled by horses. Yeah, I don't think she's dead. But she's so sweet, too. This is the lady who went to the protest to fight for children. She got stomped on by a police horse.
This is what we're doing it for. So they all can have peace, love, and happiness. Peace, love, happiness.
Amen. Amen.
Peace, love,
happiness. Peace.
You guys are breaking my heart. This is peace, love, and happiness. Peace. We are at peace with the protest.
Hey, Cabot, don't try to fight a horse. I don't think she was trying to fight a horse. Oh, keep watching.
Here
comes the horses.
Oh, this precedes the incident.
Oh my goodness! Look what you did! Look what you did to her! Look what you did to her! Look what...
Did she walk forward into them? Did she get pushed in?
Hey! Stand down! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Look what you did! Look what you did to her!
They tried to hold the line against horses? Okay, I don't think this lady was trying to block the horses. Look, stop. All of this is tangential. All of this is tangential. Stop. Okay, it really doesn't matter. Can we watch the fucking Trudeau thing? Just read this link. It's fake news. Wait, we just saw... Okay, we're not saying she was trampled to death. I don't think she died. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no one died. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Just okay. Just hold on.
We don't want to keep it in place a single day longer than necessary. But even though the blockades are lifted across border openings right now, even though things seem to be resolving very well in Ottawa, this state of emergency is not over.
How? Why? What existing emergency do you need emergency powers that you haven't used in like 30 years? What do you need it for?
Continues to be real concerns about the coming days, but we will continue to evaluate every single day whether or not it is time and we are able to lift this state of emergency.
So just a complete non-answer. I love it when politicians can't give a straight answer when they're explaining how they need emergency powers. That's a great time for politicians to be shiftless and opaque, you know? That's an excellent time. Oh, by the way, hey, you guys, I'll take the optical L on this one. That the lady who got trampled by the horses, what you're seeing right there is exactly the reason why state power, when exerted, should be explicit, okay? Because when bad things happen in quiet, fucking secret bank freezes of assets, that shit's never going to go viral, ever. You can never play that to any kind of real media, all right? But when the police or the military fucking crack down on people in reality, okay? In real life, not only do you have the ability to leave the area beforehand, which is really important, but also this is a catalyzing element against state power. It is very important that that is a thing we have the ability to rely on. The financial freezes have gone viral, though. The idea of them, but not like they can't go viral in the same way. There's nothing sensational about some guy going on Twitter saying, hey, my account has been frozen. It's not, it can't be the same. It'll never be as sensational. Isn't the fact the policy happened a viral thing in itself? It's not the same. You can't compare individual instances of brutality to people are aware that a law was passed. Hey, Kings and Generals. Yeah, we don't have the same emotional response. It's just not the same. It's just not. Russian tanks and donuts. Yeah, we've seen this the clip from Al Jazeera. Hold on. What is this? Sorry, we're a bit behind on the links that I'm looking through right now. I don't remember what the context of this was.
Out front now, retired U.S. Army Major General James Spider Marks and Jeffrey Edmonds, who was the NSC director for Russia under President.
Oh, this is the military analyst. Wait, I have two links for the same thing? Are these the same thing? I guess they're just two links for the same thing. Okay. Hold on. Potentially significant. This would be the first Russian Rosgvardia column Belarus have seen with Ural VV MRAPs, Aztuzaks, and other trucks. Those are words. Right. Oh, here's that. Here's that senator, the white boy.
Morgan, do you know the only country on the whole planet where Africans were not brought as slaves? The Jewish state of Israel. During the Civil Rights Movement,
Wow, that was quite a lot of whiplash. I really didn't expect that direction. I do think that there are other countries where there haven't been African slaves because the countries were formed after most countries stopped doing slavery. For example, Ukraine, I'm guessing, formed in 1991 in its current state, right? They haven't had any African slaves there, to my knowledge. I'm really hoping I'm right. Germany, yeah, Germany. Yeah, Russia. Maybe Russia's been around for a while. I just don't know how much credit you can give Israel for not having had slaves when. Oh, Germany had slaves? Oh yeah, it totally did. It had colonies. You're right. Not Germany. I'm sticking on the Ukraine one, you know? I don't think Ukraine has. Estonia? Estonia! Basically, a lot of countries formed after the 20th century. Right? What the fuck?
Morgan, do you know the only country on the whole planet where Africans were not brought as slaves? The Jewish state of Israel.
Were there ever African slaves in Australia? I'm not saying there weren't. I actually don't know if there were. I've never heard of that. Yes? Damn, that fucking sucks. They should stop doing that. The slavery thing, I mean. You can literally look it up right now. What am I, a politics live streamer? Hold on.
President Obama and also former
10
military
minutes from the
analyst for
UN
the CIA.
summit.
So, Jeffrey, you think that this will not stop with the troops that Putin has now ordered to go into Donbass
I have to
that
sound
he
the
calls
nuggy alarm.
peacekeepers? You think that Putin is ready to invade and occupy half of Ukraine?
I do. I think given what he said today and the force posture you have on the Russian side, that this is not, that he's preparing for a major operation. You don't really need 70% of Russia's ground forces opposite Ukraine to just recognize the separatist republic. So I think what we're going to see as Russian forces move into the east, you're going to see some kind of false flag operation or something that blames the Ukrainian military for attacking the Russians, and that will be his move to broaden the campaign.
So, look, there are still different views here of what will happen. General Marks, I know you agree with much of what he said, that there are great risks, but you think it is possible still that this ends up being almost bloodless like Crimea in 2014. Tell me why.
Well, not entirely bloodless, but yeah, I think this is going to approximate more Crimea than the Balkans in the 90s, which we remember as a horrible slaughter until...
Oh. Wow.
The Dayton Accords, and then the U.S. rolled in, and then the stabilization force, et cetera. What we have in the Donbass is we already have a large Russian presence. So the increase of peacekeepers, and let me pause for a second. These aren't peacekeepers, these are peacemakers. There is a difference. There is a distinction here. Peacekeepers don't pick a side. Peacemakers go in and they choose a favorite, and then they start breaking heads on the other side. These are peacemakers, and Putin is going to achieve that. But he could do that. He's got a large presence already. He can then bring in the additional forces. And I love the enthusiasm and confidence of the Ukrainian people, and clearly the love and support they have for their military. But this is an unfair fight. I don't know that it's going to...
Wow, I strongly disagree. This is a major general?
Going to be bloodless, but I don't think it's going to approximate the large number of corpses and dead bodies that one might anticipate with a full invasion, say, in the vicinity of Kiev.
Okay, so let's talk more about that. So, Jeffrey, we saw this video near Belgorod, Russia, and what it shows, and I'll show it to viewers, shows Russian vehicles marked with a large Z, which suggests that they are in attack positions. And obviously, when we make that distinction, when they move forward in that way, they can't stay in formation very long. They have to attack or they have to go back. They have hours or days that they can do that. That's it. So what do you see when you see these tanks with the Zs on them?
So I think it's probably signifying that they're part of a larger task force.
All right, hold on. I think I might know why I disagree with this guy. This guy was the senior intelligence officer for the 2003 invasion of Iraq. He was the guy. Okay, so now we found a central point of disagreement, perhaps. Holy shit! Jesus Christ! And now he's a CNN military analyst correspondent. Oh my god. Commanding General, U.S. Army President and CEO of Global Linguist Solutions. Where is it? Yeah, okay.
It could also be to distinguish friend from foe, so that friendly forces aren't shooting each other. But I think you're right. What you're seeing, the way that they're deployed, they're outside of their camps. And when you do that, you can only maintain that kind of posture for a certain amount of time before you have to actually pull the trigger and conduct an operation, or go into a more reserve status where you can maintain your forces.
Hey, Aaron, can I?
So,
can
General
I
Marks,
follow
everyone.
up on, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to follow up on that. I
Go
mean,
ahead.
when you mark the vehicles like that, it's exactly as he indicated. I mean, we did that before we went to war in Iraq. You know, every place we deploy, we mark our vehicles only because in the dust and confusion of combat, a friendly tank might be looking at another friendly tank and panic.
Sorry, a little bit tangential. Hold on. This is from What If False History. I'm going to have a debate with Vosh V soon. I don't know his channel as well as I should. I was wondering if you all had recs for questions I should ask or videos to watch. I'd like to remain civil and respectful. It's nothing degrading or personal, please. All right, I'm going to keep it hundo with you. Okay, guys? I'm going to be approaching this conversation with the goodest of faith. So don't harass him beforehand, okay? I'm being completely serious, all right? If a conversation is ever going to degrade into, you know, embittered insults, it should be justified by the context of that conversation itself. You have to reach that point in the conversation, you know? Watch Stefan Molyneux debate to prepare for his tactics. Right.
And not know exactly what's in his or her sights. And so fratricide is always something that's a huge concern for militaries. So I see that as a force protection move on the part of the Russians.
General Marks, quickly before we go, how do you think about Jeffrey's point, which is, you know, look, how do you have 200,000, I understand, in and around, but all these troops on the border if you don't plan to use them? How do you explain that in a situation that ends up more like Crimea?
What happens, I think, a plausible scenario here is Putin can move into the Donbass, maybe with some additional forces, as we've indicated, and then in very quick order. I mean, he's been there for 8 years, so he has sources. He's got folks in those two regions, those two provinces. He could have an election in the very near term, and then the concession is, as a result of that election, sham election, and everybody says, yay, we love Russia and we want to be a part of Russia. All those forces then, he then indicates all those forces will go away. So it becomes something that he's willing to give up, but they stay in place until he doesn't need them.
Well, I wholeheartedly disagree with his analysis of the situation. The UN thing is starting soon. Oh, hold on. Close. Hello? What are we... Is this a fucking student film project? Is this an episode of The Office? What are we doing? This is the United Nations official YouTube channel. Why are we zooming in on some fucking intern in a sweater? What are you doing? I fucking hate the United Nations. Holy shit, dude. This is the United Nations. Russia is hosting it. Absolutely is an episode of The Office. Oh boy. Security Council meeting on Ukraine crisis will be chaired by Russia, which currently holds the presidency of the council. Well. Oh god. Okay, previous state addresses have been boring. I'm hoping for some fucking memes from this one, okay? Hold on, I gotta close the window again. It's like, wait, I'm sorry. What's the temperature? It feels way colder. It's like 40-ish. All right. Zekzizi being based for once. Zekzizi is such an unreliable fuck. Like, it's sometimes it's just the most base shit in the universe, and sometimes it's very not. It's incredible. That military general who seems like an idiot, are all of them in the USA like that? You know, I don't know. I don't know much about the general state of knowledge for US military officials. That guy's retired, though. I don't know. Look, there are things that I trust and there are things that I don't trust, okay? The problem is that I trust the US military more and more, the less impartial, or the less room for bias there is in the behavior that they engage in. You know? So, in terms of, like, the relative levels of trust involved here, okay? In terms of our surveillance apparatus, holy shit, I know they're competent. United States surveillance is incredibly competent, okay? Research and development, yeah, we're literally technologically on top of the world in terms of all of that. Yeah, 100%. Because this stuff, this is science. Researchers, developers, engineers, they build this stuff, you know? In terms of actual combat discipline training, these are not sciences, but they can be refined out pretty well. Generals and intelligence analysts, however, well, these jobs are a little bit more political, and that means that they're subject to a greater potential range of biases, and I don't trust them as much in terms of their ability to do a good job or predict, accurately predict the future in terms of, like, military engagement. I went to college with Zexizi, actually very nice in person. I have no personal qualm with Zexizi. Sure, we have some disagreements. But. In a series of top-secret meetings last October, President Biden's national security team presented grim intel that would soon trigger a fierce effort to prevent what could become the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. Damn. Yeah, U.S. intelligence is unparalleled. You know? Like, fuck, like, don't trust politicians, don't trust military leaders, whatever the fuck else, but you know who I do trust to do their job well? Whatever our fucking intel gathering apparatuses, you know? The CIA? Well, the CIA doesn't just gather information. The CIA acts on that information. That's really where the problems come in, okay? See, big problem with the CIA. Information gathering. Okay. Sure. Acting on that information. Not so much. Spoken like a CIA asset? What do you mean? Okay, I know chat's Pepe posting, but the fact that the U.S. has the most sophisticated surveillance and intel gathering capacity on the planet is one of the reasons why it's been able to do all the horrible shit it has. Right? Like, you all know that, right? Like, in case you guys ever have LARPy fantasies of taking down United States hegemony, I hope you're willing to contend. I hope you account into your fantasies the fact that the United States does indeed have literally the most sophisticated intel, logistics of any nation ever to have ever existed, and probably by a bit wide mile, too. Do you guys remember the story of that image that Trump tweeted that got him in trouble? Basically, it was like some Iranian missile test that they were at, like, the war room or whatever. They were looking at photos of it, and Trump asked for one of those photos, and the contractor was like, okay, but, like, don't share them with anyone. And then he tweeted the photo. Actually, like, leaked state secrets. He just fucking tweeted it, dude. Let me find the image. Oh my god, Trump was such a funny fucking president, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, look. The United States of America was not involved in the catastrophic accident. The problem is that the photo here that we took, we shouldn't have been able to take this photo. This is a satellite photo. Look at it. Look at it. you can see the individual strips of iron that make up the girder that holds the center support strut of this thing. That was a satellite photo. Tweeting this photo revealed that our satellite, that satellite that took the photo officially doesn't exist. He just revealed that our technology was way farther ahead. It was like actually a pretty big state secret. I mean, like this photo is clear enough that like you could make out like who's winning in a baseball game from space, you know? And he just fucking dropped it. He just fucking dropped it. Yeah, but everyone knew that. It was a pretty big deal that he revealed this, like revealing how far along you are in the tech race, you know? Trump said, fuck the government. Well, yeah, dude, fucking anarchist Trump out here dropping state secrets. God damn. Declassifying shit. We'll know when they get started with this. This was the spy satellite, the KH-11 Kennan. Oh, we don't even have a real photo of it. Of course we don't. It's in space, and no one took photos of it because it was a state secret. We only have conceptual drawings. Reconnaissance satellite. The capabilities of the KH-11 are highly classified, as are the images they produce. The satellites are believed to have been the source of imagery of the Soviet Union and China made public in 1997. Images of Sudan and Afghanistan made public in 1998. Related to the response 1998 embassy bombings. And a 2019 photo revealed by President Donald Trump of a failed Iranian rocket launch. They kept this secret since the fucking 70s. And Donald Trump tweeted the fucking photo. God, what a king. Yeah, whistleblower. Doe says, I heard anarchism used in a dumb way. I've chosen to refuse to hear it as a joke, so I have appeared. Doe, would you not agree? You've read more theory than me. That Donald Trump leaking state secrets and declassifying the existence of our top secret spy satellite by just tweeting a photo like an idiot when he was told it was a state secret. Is this not the height of anarchism? What would you call it? Anarchist praxis? It must be. If this isn't anarchism, then I don't want to be an anarchist, okay? Now to pay attention to another anarchist institution, the United Nations. No, you're totally right. Anarchism is with president. Okay, thank you. So this is the Russian Federation president. This is our bad guy of the engagement. This is the most bald a person can be. Maximizing. Hello. Are there any hot guys in Russia? At least Trudeau is hot.
The 8,970th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter dated 28 February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council, S/2014/136. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Germany and Ukraine to participate in this meeting.
We're going to be following this for a while, guys.
It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under-Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you. Mr. President, it's with great concern and sadness that I brief the Council this evening on the unfolding dangerous situation in and around Ukraine. In his statement today, The Secretary General was clear. The Secretary General considers the decision of the Russian Federation to recognize the independence of certain areas of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions to be a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations.
Guys, the Security
We
Council
very
meeting
much
is going to be in
regret this
history
decision,
books. The transcripts of
which
it, I
risks
mean.
having regional and global repercussions. We also regret the order to deploy Russian troops into eastern Ukraine, reportedly on a peacekeeping mission. These developments follow the decision to order a mass evacuation of civilian residents of Donetsk and Luhansk into the Russian Federation. We are concerned by the escalating shelling across the contact line, reportedly leading to a number of casualties. OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission has recorded a total of 3,231 ceasefire violations in the Donbas area from 18 to 20 February. 1,073 ceasefire violations, including 926 explosions in the Luhansk region, and 2,158 ceasefire violations, including 1,100 explosions in Donetsk region. We remind all involved of their responsibilities under international humanitarian law and human rights law. Although the United Nations is not in a position to verify the numerous claims and allegations made by various actors, we are deeply concerned about the reports of civilian casualties, targeting of civilian infrastructure, and ongoing evacuations. Mr. President, we are extremely concerned about the possible implications of the latest developments for the existing negotiation frameworks. Amid the current risks and uncertainty, it is even more important to pursue dialogue. Negotiation is the only way to address the existing differences among the key actors regarding regional security issues and the settlement of the conflict in eastern Ukraine in accordance with Security Council Resolution 2202. Before the current already dangerous conditions escalate further, we call on all relevant actors to focus their efforts on an immediate cessation of hostilities. Civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected, and actions and statements that may worsen the situation must be avoided. Over the past few weeks, key actors have been engaged in intense diplomatic efforts to avert a new eruption of conflict in the heart of Europe. The Secretary General fully supports these efforts and has deplored even the possibility that a new conflict could break out. Mr. President, we are committed to our long-term partnership with Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, as it continues to pursue the democratic reform agenda 30 years after independence. And once again, we reiterate the full commitment of the United Nations to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, according to General Assembly resolutions. Throughout the 8 years of conflict in eastern Ukraine, the United Nations has continued to provide life-saving humanitarian support to all in need, as well as human rights-related work. During this difficult period, we are committed to stay and deliver and remain fully operational in Ukraine, including in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. The safety and security of our staff must be respected by all parties. Mr. President, the next hours and days will be critical. The risk of major conflict is real and needs to be prevented at all costs. I can assure you of the full commitment of the Secretary General to work toward a diplomatic resolution of the current crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the permanent representative of the United States.
Yeehaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since World War II, the United Nations Charter, the key tenets of which this council is mandated to uphold, has stood as a bulwark to the worst impulses of empires and autocrats. Earlier today, Russia's President Vladimir Putin announced that Russia will recognize as independent states the so-called DPR and LPR regions, the sovereign territory of Ukraine, an area controlled by Russia's proxies since 2014. He has since announced that he will place Russian troops in these regions.
Yeah.
He calls them peacekeepers. This is nonsense. We know what they really are. In doing so, he has put before the world a choice. We must meet the moment and we must not look away. History tells us that looking the other way in the face of such hostility will be a far more costly path. Russia's clear attack on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is unprovoked. It is an attack on Ukraine's status as a UN member state. It violates a basic principle of international law, and it defies our charter. What is more, this move by President Putin is clearly the basis for Russia's attempt to create a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine. The consequences of this action will be felt far beyond Ukraine's borders. We do not have to guess at President Putin's motives. Today, President Putin made a series of outrageous false claims about Ukraine aimed at creating a pretext for war, and immediately thereafter announced Russian troops are entering the Donbass. He claimed that Ukraine is seeking nuclear weapons from the West. This is not true. Ukraine is, in fact, one of only 4 countries to have voluntarily surrendered their nuclear weapons. The United States and our allies have no intention of supplying nuclear weapons to Ukraine, and Ukraine doesn't want them. And then President Putin asserted that Russia today has a rightful claim to all territories from the Russian Empire, the same Russian Empire from before the Soviet Union, from over 100 years ago. That includes all of Ukraine. It includes Finland. It includes Belarus and Georgia and Moldova, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. It includes parts of Poland and Turkey. In essence, Putin wants the world to travel back in time, to a time before the United Nations, to a time when empires ruled the world. But the rest of the world has moved forward. It is not 1919.
It's like my talking points.
2022. The United Nations was founded on the principle of decolonization, not recolonization. And we believe the vast majority of UN member states and the UN Security Council are committed to moving forward, not going back in time. The consequences of Russia's actions will be dire across Ukraine, across Europe, and across the globe. In our past 2 meetings on Ukraine, I've mentioned nearly 3 million Ukrainians will need food, shelter, and life-saving assistance right now. The UN estimates the humanitarian toll will expand significantly should Russia further invade. Already, Russian proxies dramatically increased shelling and artillery fire over the weekend, killing Ukrainian civilians and soldiers. If Russia invades Ukraine even further, we will see a devastating loss of life, unimaginable suffering. Millions of displaced people will create a refugee crisis across Europe. Nevertheless, Russia has declined repeated entreaties to state its intentions before the world, including by Secretary Blinken in the Security Council last Thursday. Colleagues, President Putin is testing our international system. He is testing our resolve and seeing just how far he can push us all. He wants to demonstrate that through force, he can make a farce of the UN. We must act together in response to this crisis. Over the past few weeks, the world has heard the other 14 members of the Security Council speak with one voice, asking Russia to pursue diplomacy. Other members of this council, even those who often align with Russia on other matters, have been clear that the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of every UN member state should be respected and safeguarded, including Ukraine. That this is a basic norm of international relations.
This is a lesson on how to be charismatic while speaking slowly and calmly.
The sequence of events that Secretary Blinken spelled out for this council last Thursday appear to be proceeding exactly as he predicted. Today, President Putin has torn the Minsk agreement to shreds. We have been clear that we do not believe he will stop at that. In light of President Putin's latest actions, we must all stand up for the principles upon which this organization was founded. President Biden issued an executive order today that will prohibit new investment, trade, and financing in the so-called DPR and LPR regions. Tomorrow, the United States will take further measures to hold Russia accountable for this clear violation of international law and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. But we and our partners have been clear that there will be a swift and severe response were Russia to further invade Ukraine. In this moment, no one can stand on the sidelines. We must make it clear that an attack on Ukraine is an attack on the sovereignty of every UN member state and the UN Charter, and that it will be met with swift and severe consequences. We continue to believe that the diplomatic table is the only place where responsible nations resolve their differences. That is the only place to preserve peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States.
I'm sorry if it seems like I don't have much to say, but I feel like what they say here is much more important.
I give the floor to the permanent representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank you, G.D. Carlo, for another clear and comprehensive briefing to the Security Council on this issue. Albania condemns, in the strongest terms, Russia's decision to recognize non-government controlled areas of Ukraine as independent entities. This is a breach of international law, an affront to the UN Charter, another blatant violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and it puts an end to the Minsk agreements. This act of the Russian Federation is null and void, has no basis, and has no international legal validity. We call on the Security Council and all the United Nations member states to reject and condemn it firmly. Albania reiterates its firm position in support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, less than a week ago, we were sitting in this very room at the Russian initiative to discuss the implementation of the Minsk agreements. Today, we meet at an emergency meeting exactly because of the Russian Federation decision to violate the very Minsk agreements. This is a disrespect not only to the Council and its decisions, but for the entire universal principles of international law Russia is set to respect and protect. The whole world has witnessed how the Russian Federation has continuously worked to undermine the sovereignty of Ukraine and to determine its geopolitical orientation. What happened today is nothing less but a bis repetita of what we have seen in Georgia in 2008 and with Crimea in 2014, meaning an aggression by fabrication of phantom republics. Who is next? Every UN member state should be alarmed and realize, eyes wide open, the consequences of instrumentalization of national minorities as a weapon to undermine sovereign states threaten regional and international peace and security. We should not accept the made-in-Russia model of destabilization be exported to other parts of Europe or anywhere else. We reiterate our demand for the removal of the military troops from the Ukrainian border and from the occupied territories of Ukraine, including troops disguised as peacekeepers when they are simply aggressors. Albania calls on the Russian Federation to stop its fait accompli policy, revoke its illegal decision and engage seriously and in good faith with diplomatic talks and give a chance to the Minsk agreements. Dear colleagues, this is yet another critical moment for Ukraine. The UN should remain actively engaged and committed together with regional organizations to the right of the Ukrainian people to live in peace and freedom. We welcome the statement of the Secretary General and echo his call for all relevant actors to prioritize diplomacy to address all issues peacefully as the only way to move forward. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for his statement. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of France.
President, I would like to thank the USG for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs for her statement, and I'd also like to thank the Secretary General for his action.
Of course, the imperious
and for his very
French
clear
wouldn't
words.
speak English and would have to rely on a
I
translator.
welcome the presence of Ukraine, and France supported their request for an emergency meeting given the extreme gravity of the situation. France condemns Russia's recognition of the separatist eastern regions of Ukraine. This is not just a further attack on the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Ukraine, but it is also a violation of the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter, of Resolution 2202 of this Council, which endorsed the Minsk agreements, and the commitments undertaken by Russia, which were confirmed at the very highest level these last few days. On the 17th of February, the Russian representative publicly acknowledged before this Council that there is no alternative to the Minsk agreements and that they were the only internationally recognized legal basis to solve the conflict in Ukraine. But today, the reality is quite different. Russia is choosing the path of confrontation in spite of the incessant efforts to achieve a de-escalation over the last few weeks and the last few days, notably by President Macron working with the German Chancellor.
What the fuck?
We are continuing these efforts, and we call on Russia to match its words with its deeds when it claims to be in favor of dialogue, and to go back on its decision to recognize the separatist entities. With our European partners, we are preparing targeted sanctions against those who took part in this illegal decision. In the context of the heightened tensions on Ukraine's borders provoked by the strengthening of Russian military activity, we are concerned by this additional step in the destabilization by Russia and by the threat that weighs on European security. France welcomes the restraint that Ukraine has shown in these difficult circumstances. We express our full solidarity with the people and the government of Ukraine. We call on Russia to refrain from any other actions of destabilization, notably those
I'm so bored. Stop repeating what other speakers have said. Oh, buddy, you've never seen a Security Council meeting before.
And the safety
this is
of
important,
civilian populations,
okay?
and put them
the
in
language
danger.
they use is important.
We are particularly concerned by the decision of President Putin to send the army to the separatist territories under the pretext of peacekeeping. This would be another flagrant violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity. President, France will continue to mobilize in support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
This will be interesting. They've been inconsistent. This will be interesting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me begin by thanking Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. We have been closely following the evolving developments relating to Ukraine, including developments along the eastern border of Ukraine and the related announcement by the Russian Federation. The escalation of tension along the border of Ukraine with the Russian Federation is a matter of deep concern. These developments have the potential to undermine peace and security of the region. We call for restraint on all sides. The immediate priority is de-escalation of tensions, taking into account the legitimate security interests of all countries and aimed towards securing long-term peace and stability in the region and beyond. We are convinced that this issue can only be resolved through diplomatic dialogue. We need to give space to the recent initiatives undertaken by parties which seek to diffuse tensions. In this context, we welcome the intense efforts underway, including through the Trilateral Contact Group and under the Normandy format. We need parties to exert greater efforts to bridge divergent interests. We cannot afford to have a military escalation. As we have emphasized before, the Minsk agreements provide a basis for a negotiated and peaceful settlement, and we need greater efforts to find common ground to facilitate the implementation of the provisions of the Minsk agreements, including key security and political aspects. As we have time and again emphasized, constructive diplomacy is the need of the hour to avoid scaling up of tensions. The safety and security of civilians are essential. More than 20,000 Indian students and nationals live and study in different parts of Ukraine, including in its border areas. The well-being of Indian nationals is of priority to us. In conclusion, we strongly emphasize the vital need for all sides to maintain international peace and security by exercising the utmost restraint and intensifying diplomatic efforts to ensure that a mutually amicable solution is arrived at the earliest. I thank you.
Piece of shit. That's a pro-Russian stance.
I thank the representative of India.
No other country, well, few other countries are going to explicitly defend Russia's actions. The pro-Russian countries are going to put their hands back and go, everyone should just get along.
Mr. President. Let me start by thanking USG Rosemary DiCarlo for the updates she has brought to the Council tonight. Mr. President, when this organization was established in 1945, it entrusted the Security Council with the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Tension in
and I defended
and
Kashmir.
around Ukraine
yeah, trust me, Kashmir doesn't get
being
along with the Indian
aggravated
government
on a
either.
daily, indeed hourly basis, making this habitual quotation from the Charter of extraordinary importance and relevance. We are all aware how critical the situation has become. Brazil is following the latest developments with extreme concern. In the present circumstance, we in this Council, in representation of the international community, must reiterate calls for immediate de-escalation and our steadfast commitment in support of political and diplomatic efforts to create the conditions for a peaceful solution to the crisis. The collective security system of the United Nations rests ultimately on the pillar of international law. This, in its turn, rests upon core principles enshrined in the Charter, the sovereign equality and the territorial integrity of member states, the restraint in the use or in the threat of use of force, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Yet this pillar and principles
Many words
will
to
not
say nothing.
yield results unless legitimate concerns of all parties are taken into consideration, and unless there is full respect for the Charter and for existing commitments such as the Minsk agreements. In this vein, we renew our appeal to all concerned parties to maintain dialogue in a spirit of openness, understanding, flexibility, and a sense of urgency to find ways for a lasting peace in Ukraine and in the wider region. A first inescapable objective is an immediate ceasefire, with a comprehensive disengagement of troops and military equipment on the ground. Such a military disengagement will be an important step to build trust among the parties, to strengthen diplomacy, and to seek a sustainable solution for the crisis.
It's not based. Ukraine has no obligation to
firmly
withdraw
believe
troops
that
from
this
their own
Council
country.
must live up to its core responsibility to help the parties engage in a meaningful and effective dialogue so as to achieve a solution that effectively addresses the security concerns within the region. Make no mistake, at the end of the day, we are talking about the lives of innocent men, women, and children on the ground. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Brazil for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative, the permanent representative of the United Kingdom.
Mr. President, we meet this evening because earlier today, President Putin announced the Russian Federation's recognition of the independence of the so-called Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic, and issued a decree to send Russian military forces into Ukraine as so-called peacekeepers. Colleagues, the actions Russia has chosen today will have severe and far-reaching
Yeah, of course. The UK is our
consequences.
ally. Yeah, of course. They're going to side with us.
First,
Side
to
with Ukraine.
human life. An invasion of Ukraine unleashes the forces of war, death, and destruction on the people of Ukraine. The humanitarian impact will be terrible on civilians fleeing the fighting. We know that women and children will suffer most. Second, to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a UN member state, which is protected and guaranteed by the UN Charter. As the Secretary-General said earlier, Russia's decisions are a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. Third, to international law. The actions taken today make mockery of the commitments Russia has made through the Budapest Memorandum and the Minsk agreements, endorsed by Security Council Resolution 2202. In seeking to redraw borders by force, Russia's actions show blatant contempt for international law. The United Kingdom will be announcing new sanctions on Russia in response to its breach of international law and attack on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. There will be severe economic consequences to its actions.
I don't think they normally allow UN
Colleagues,
representatives to put that information
now,
forward.
More than ever, the Council must shoulder its responsibilities for peace and security and defend the principles of the UN Charter. The Council must be united in calling on Russia to de-escalate immediately, in condemning aggression against a sovereign nation and defending the territorial integrity of Ukraine, in calling on Russia to respect its obligations under the Charter to the peaceful resolution of disputes. Russia has brought us to the brink. We urge Russia to step back. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Señor Presidente.
President.
I'm interested.
We are grateful for the briefing by the USG on the current situation in Ukraine. We are following with concern the recent developments in the situation in the east of Ukraine. In these circumstances, it is critical that those actions exacerbating this crisis cease. The Security Council, through Resolution 2202, supported a range of measures as the only way to resolve the situation in the east of Ukraine. This resolution must be respected. Specifically, in this particular case, 3 fundamental principles of the UN Charter are being violated: refraining from threatening to use or using force in international relations, respect for the territorial integrity and political independence of states, and non-intervention in the internal affairs of states. It is therefore unacceptable that over the last few days, the shellings, explosions, and other ceasefire violations have increased, according to reports from the OSCE monitoring mission.
But she's so close. The stuff that she
We
described
urge
sounds
the
like
parties to immediately end these actions. We wish to recall that in this same room a few days ago, Russia made a categorical statement saying that they would not invade Ukraine. We hope that they will comply fully with that statement. Mexico reiterates its commitment to the respect for the sovereignty, political independence, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, pursuant to the United Nations Charter, international law, and the relevant resolutions of the UN Security Council and General Assembly, particularly resolutions 2625 and 3314. We once again reiterate our appeal to resume the path of de-escalation, diplomacy, and dialogue. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. I didn't know which way that would go.
I thank the representative of Mexico for her statement. I give the floor to the permanent representative of Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also want to thank Under Secretary General De Carlo for her briefing. Mr. President, we meet tonight at a moment of great danger for the people of Ukraine, for peace and security in Europe, and for the international norms and principles that all of us around this table have a responsibility to defend. It's a moment we had hoped to avoid, a moment that should have been averted by diplomacy and dialogue. We must respond to it by speaking clearly and honestly about this grave situation and how we can resolve it peacefully. So let me be clear about where we stand. Ireland's commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognised borders is unwavering. Ireland believes in and is fully committed to the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. These include the sovereign, equality, and territorial integrity of states. Ukraine has the same fundamental right as every other sovereign and independent state to choose its own foreign policy and to ensure the security and defence of its own territory. The commitments we make as members of the UN are binding on every one of us, no exceptions. Mr. President, last Thursday, during the meeting organised by the Russian Federation on the Minsk agreements, we heard from Deputy Minister Vershinin that the goal of that meeting was for the Security Council to affirm that there was no alternative to this milestone document. We believe that the Council did just that. Yet now, 4 days later, President Putin has decided to recognise as independent entities the non-government controlled areas of Donetsk and Luhansk, and to order troops into those 2 regions of Ukraine. This is the second time in less than 10 years that the Russian Federation has violated Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is a flagrant violation of international law. In taking this unilateral step, Russia has abandoned the Minsk agreements and cast into doubt all the diplomatic efforts of past weeks. Ireland commends Ukraine for the restraint it has shown in the face of Russia's military build-up at its border and the provocation of the recognition of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Ireland, along with our EU partners, supports a clear and unequivocal response to this violation of Ukraine's sovereignty. The Russian Federation's unilateral actions serve only to further raise tensions. Ireland once again calls for calm, de-escalation and the pursuit of diplomacy. Even if that call has not yet been heard, it's a call worth making again tonight. We need to see sustained and credible moves on the ground toward de-escalation of this crisis. We urge Russia to reverse the recognition, withdraw its military forces, and return to discussions within the Normandy format. Mr. President, all signatories of the Minsk agreements agreed on the need for the OSCE's special monitoring mission safe and secure access to the entire territory of Ukraine. The mandate of the SMM was agreed by all 57 OSCE participating states. At this sensitive time, it is imperative that the SMM be given the full access agreed in its mandate. We commend those who have engaged in dialogue and urge them to redouble their efforts to seek a peaceful resolution to this perilous situation. We owe nothing less to the people of Ukraine. We call on all parties to ensure the protection of civilians, as well as refraining from any actions that would escalate the situation. Mr. President, Ukraine has already endured 8 years of bitter conflict with over 14,000 lives lost. The people of eastern Ukraine, in particular, have suffered from years of insecurity, humanitarian crisis, and human rights violations and abuses. This Council and its members have the responsibility to work to resolve this conflict, rather than yield to a grim new chapter which will inflict further misery on Ukraine and its people. This is the time to show the courage to pull back from the precipice and return to dialogue and diplomacy. Mr. President, we all need to demonstrate our faith in the value of diplomacy tonight. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland for her statement. And I give the floor to the permanent representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. And at the outset, I'd like to thank Under-Secretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, for her updates and briefing this evening. And I'd like to refer to the statement that the UAE delivered in this chamber on 17th February on the same subject. I'd like to emphasize once again the importance of de-escalation and restraint to maintain regional and international security and stability. We believe now is the time to engage constructively and in good faith to address the current situation and mitigate its impact, of course, on any civilians and civilian infrastructure, and to chart a diplomatic path forward. Mr. President, the UAE reiterates the importance of dialogue, as others have said, de-escalation, diplomacy, and to continue all efforts to reach a peaceful solution consistent with international law and the Charter of the United Nations, particularly the principles of territorial integrity, independence, sovereignty, and good neighborliness. And we believe the Minsk agreements form a good basis for that. And that adherence to these principles is indeed a sustainable pillar of a peaceful pathway forward, and I thank you.
That was better than I expected. She specifically noted
the representative
territorial
of the United Arab
sovereignty
Emirates for her
as
statement. I give the floor to the permanent representative of Kenya.
Not saying it's good, just...
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Under-Secretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. We meet tonight on the brink of a major conflict in Ukraine. The diplomacy we urged on the 17th of February is failing. the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine stands breached.
God damn,
the Charter
right
of
out
the
the
United
gate.
Nations continues to wilt under the relentless assault of the powerful. In one moment, it is invoked with reverence by the very same countries who then turn their backs on it in pursuit of objectives diametrically opposed to international peace and security. In the last two meetings on the situation in Ukraine and the buildup of forces by the Russian Federation, Kenya urged that diplomacy be given a chance. Our cry was not heeded, and more importantly, the Charter's demand for states to settle their international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered has been profoundly undermined. Today, the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity and political independence of Ukraine has been effected. Kenya is gravely concerned by the announcement made by the Russian Federation to recognize Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine as independent states. In our considered view, this action and announcement breaches the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We do not deny that there may be serious security concerns in these regions, but they cannot justify today's recognition of these regions as independent states, not when there are multiple diplomatic tracks available and underway that have the ability to offer peaceful solutions. Mr. President, this situation echoes our history. Kenya and almost every African country was birthed by the ending of empire. Our borders were not of our own drawing.
Oh, shit.
They were drawn in the distant colonial metropoles of London, Paris, and Lisbon, with no regard for the ancient nations that they cleaved apart. Today, across the border of every single African country live our countrymen with whom we share deep historical, cultural, and linguistic bonds. At independence, had we chosen to pursue states on the basis of ethnic, racial, or religious homogeneity, we would still be waging bloody wars these many decades later. Instead, we agreed that we would settle for the borders that we inherited, but we would still pursue continental political, economic, and legal integration. Rather than form nations that looked ever backwards into history with a dangerous nostalgia, we chose to look forward to a greatness none of our many nations and peoples had ever known. We chose to follow the rules of the Organization of African Unity and the United Nations Charter, not because our borders satisfied us, but because we wanted something greater, forged in peace. We believe that all states formed from empires that have collapsed or retreated have many peoples in them yearning for integration with peoples in neighboring states. This is normal and understandable. After all, who does not want to be joined to their brethren and to make common purpose with them? However, Kenya rejects such a yearning from being pursued by force. We must complete our recovery from the embers of dead empires in a way that does not plunge us back into new forms of domination and oppression. We rejected irredentism and expansionism on any basis, including racial, ethnic, religious, or cultural factors. We reject it again today. Kenya registers its strong concern and opposition to the recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk as independent states. We further strongly condemn the trend in the last few decades of powerful states, including members of this Security Council, breaching international law with little regard. Multilateralism lies on its deathbed tonight. It has been assaulted today as it has been by other powerful states in the recent past. we call on all members to rally behind the Secretary General in asking him to rally us all to the standard that defends multilateralism. We also call on him to bring his good offices to bear to help the concerned parties resolve this situation by peaceful means. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by reaffirming Kenya's respect for the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
Tiny pause. Holy fuck, that was spellbinding. Jesus fuck. That was an incredible speech. I doubt we'll find anything better than that. Fuck.
I thank the representative of Kenya for his statement. I give the floor to the permanent representative.
I didn't even know
Ghana.
which way Kenya would go. I know Kenya maintains relations with
much,
Russia and with America.
And I would also begin by first of all thanking USG Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing to the Council. Mr. President, the decision by the Russian Federation to recognize the non-government controlled regions of eastern Ukraine and to send in troops have stunned the world. Ghana deeply regrets the decision of the Russian Federation to turn its back on the Minsk agreements and the dialogue required to address concerns over the implementation of the agreements. When Ghana joined this organization in 1957, we were under no illusions that the international order was perfect. However, we were convinced—
My impression was that Ghana was probably going to side with us.
That the principles of sovereign equality of states, which constitute the basis of this organization and our multilateral order, is the veritable foundation for a stable world. We believe that the United Nations represents the best attempt at maintaining peace across the nations, forging relations and cooperation between and among our peoples, and holding forth the prospect of a better tomorrow. It is for this reason that Ghana, like many other members of the organization, has solemnly committed itself to uphold the Charter and international law. We believe that through multilateralism we can improve cooperation to make the world a better place for its citizens and for generations unborn. Through this organization and our common actions on principles such as self-determination within the context of the United Nations, the countries that existed under colonial rule have been assisted to become sovereign and politically independent states. By its sheer convening power, this organization has set out a pathway for dialogue for all its members, regardless of differences in political ideology, and encourage the development and maintenance of friendly relations. By the actions of this organization, the rights of people across the world have become more respected by their governments and their well-being better guaranteed. Mr. President, I will be clear. Ghana supports the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, the borders of which it joined the United Nations as a bona fide member. We do not support any actions that violate Ukraine's sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity. By our principles, Ghana does not recognize any entity outside of the clear arrangements that have been established by the Charter and the principles of international law for the recognition of states. As an international community, we have pulled back from many dangerous scenarios when logic and reason have prevailed. And on this occasion, we re-echo the voice of the Coalition of Peace for Restraint by all parties. While the sound of war may be loud, the voice of peace runs deeper. We urge restraint on all unsettled but accepted situations across the globe and remind member states of the need to protect the collective security mechanism, which requires adherence to the core principles of the Charter and international law. The true test of greatness lies not in one's ability to use power, but in the capacity to constrain its use when that would be an obvious choice by those of a lesser capacity. We hope that within this Council, and perhaps outside of it too, We shall find a resolution of the existing situation in Ukraine and in a manner that does not impair the mechanisms for peace. While Ghana and other African member states have always held that the use of the veto power is anachronistic and counterproductive to the effective workings of our modern arrangements for maintaining global peace and security, that concern has never been rendered more acute than in situations such as the one we now see. Even though it may be enough on many occasions to say that we are against the actions of a member state, that goes against the international norms. On this occasion, we are all required to do more in reaffirming our common commitment to the purposes and principles of the Charter. Besides the immediate cost of instability, all countries, including the most vulnerable in the developing world, may pay a steep price for the actions that destabilize a part of Europe. As we note with great concern reports of the foreign troops being sent across the borders of Ukraine, we reiterate our continuing concern over the situation of the civilian populations in Donetsk and Luhansk. We urge all parties to strictly comply with the tenets of international law. Mr. President, we may be at the precipice, but we have not fallen over. The path of dialogue and diplomacy still remains. We urge the reversal of escalatory actions and also invite the Secretary General to renew his good offices on the situation in the eastern regions of Ukraine in close coordination with the OSCE and all other relevant partners. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Ghana for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
I have no clue. I'm sorry, guys.
Thank you, President. First of all, I would like to thank Ms. De Carlo for her briefing. President, over the last few weeks, we have regularly been called to monitor the situation on the border between Russia and Ukraine.
Know all the countries? Yeah, that doesn't mean I know all their geopolitical
with fears of military action
relations.
And a ratcheting up of rhetoric by the parties. The call for sovereignty over the separatist regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have sent signals of imminent action. President, today Russia has announced its decision to recognize the sovereignty of the self-declared republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. This decision is heavy with consequence for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and it also undermines the implementation of the Minsk agreements. Gabon, which is particularly attached to the principles of the territorial integrity and national sovereignty, notes the attack on these essential pillars of international relations. We call on all parties to show restraint and to de-escalate and to adhere to the Pacific settlement of disputes in line with the United Nations Charter, and encourages them to use dialogue and diplomacy to avoid irreparable damage from the crisis. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Gabon. I now give the floor to the permanent representative of Norway.
We know where they'll go. I'm waiting for how China threads the line. China and Russia.
President, let me also thank USV Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing, and through her, the Secretary General for today's press statement. We are gathered here this evening because of the Russian Federation's violation of the core principle on which this organization is built, the sovereign equality of all its members. Norway strongly condemns the decision by the Russian president to recognize the self-proclaimed People's Republic of Donetsk and People's Republic of Luhansk in eastern Ukraine as independent states. Recognition of the self-proclaimed People's Republic is a clear violation of the Minsk agreements, under which Russia recognizes the non-government control areas in eastern Ukraine as part of Ukraine. The Russian Federation, as signatory of the Minsk agreements and as endorsed by Resolution 2202, has made a clear commitment to seek a peaceful settlement to this conflict. And recognition of the self-proclaimed People's Republics runs directly contrary to the work of the Normandy format and the trilateral contact group towards a negotiated peace. Furthermore, Russia's actions constitute a clear violation of international law. It has chosen unilateral action and military threats rather than diplomacy and dialogue. Norway urges Russia, as a party to the conflict, to fulfill its commitments to abide by international law and to return to the path of diplomacy. Russia's continued massive military buildup in and around Ukraine remains an issue of grave concern. Norway urges Russia to de-escalate by withdrawing its military forces from within Ukraine and from the vicinity of its borders. We commend Ukraine's posture of restraint in the face of continued provocation and destabilization efforts. Russia's decision to deploy forces in eastern Ukraine is unjustified and irresponsible, as it further increases tension. We are facing the prospect of a war that would not only threaten Europe's security architecture, but would also lead to unparalleled suffering for the civilian population. Norway calls on Russia to strictly respect and fully adhere to international humanitarian law. We call upon all parties to protect civilians, including humanitarian personnel and civilian infrastructure, and to facilitate safe, rapid and unhindered humanitarian access to those in need in Ukraine. President, let me conclude by again reiterating Norway's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. Let me finally recall the principles and purposes of the UN Charter, which are now under threat by the action of the Russian Federation in and around Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. I give the floor to the permanent representative of China.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China has been paying close attention to the latest developments of the situation in Ukraine. We fully elaborated on our position at the previous two meetings of the Council on this topic. At present, all parties concerned must exercise restraint and avoid any action that may fuel tensions. We welcome and encourage every effort for a diplomatic solution and call on all parties concerned to continue dialogue and consultation and seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns on the basis of equality and mutual respect. The current situation in Ukraine is a result of many complex factors. China always makes its own position according to the merits of the matter itself. We believe that all countries should solve international disputes by peaceful means in line with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. I thank you, Mr. President.
Hit the button, Baxter.
I thank the representative of China.
Really quick pause. Okay, this is actually not as bad as it could have been. They kept this short because if they go too pro-Russian, then they lose us, and if they go too anti-Russian, they lose them. Okay, they kept this short because they're walking a tightrope. They could, and the longer they go on, the more problems they run into. If anything, I think the shortness of that speech was a sign of weakness and disengagement, not outright support.
His statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Russian Federation.
Yeah, they're still going to veto. Yeah.
Distinguished colleagues, we've just now heard a number of highly emotional statements, categorical assessments and far-reaching conclusions related to the signing today by Russia's president of decrees recognizing the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics. I'll leave the direct verbal assaults against us unanswered. Now it's important to focus on how to avoid war and how to force Ukraine to stop the shelling and provocations against Donetsk and Lugansk. From the statements of a number of our colleagues, one may get the impression that Russia's recognition of the LPR and the DPR took place suddenly, for no reason at all. Of course, that's not the case. It should be remembered that the DPR and the LPR declared their independence from Ukraine back in 2014. But we only recognize them now, despite the high level of support for doing so, both in the republics themselves and in Russian society from the very beginning. At the time, the hope won out that the Ukrainian Maidan regime would think again and would stop talking to their own citizens in the east in the language of cannons and shooting and threats and shelling. Time and again, we firmly asked Kiev to listen to the aspirations of the people living in Donbass and the Russian-speaking residents of the country, to respect their entirely legitimate desire to use their mother tongue and to teach their children in that language, and also to honor the memories of those who liberated the land from fascists rather than those who fought on the side of fascists and had a hand in the killing of hundreds of thousands of people during the Second World War. After Ukrainian military adventures butted up against the determination of the people of Donetsk and Lugansk to defend their lands, the Minsk agreements were signed and the package of measures was adopted with the aim of implementing it. There was once again hope for peace and that the Maidan authorities would be sensible, having exhausted the desire to submerge Donetsk and Lugansk in blood. There was a particularly great amount of hope invested in the election in 2019 of a new president of Ukraine, who promised at long last to establish peace in Donbass. However, those who hoped that the Ukrainian authorities would take a peaceful stance were unfortunately mistaken. Kiev not only very quickly returned to its bellicose rhetoric and continued the shelling of civilians, but also did everything it could to sabotage and ultimately destroy the Minsk agreements. And most importantly here is the flat refusal of Kiev to speak directly with the representatives of Donetsk and Lugansk, despite the fact that this requirement is a central structural element of the package of measures. An unambiguous confirmation of an unwillingness to engage in that dialogue is something we've heard repeatedly from Ukrainian leaders in the last few days, including from the permanent representative of Ukraine during the Security Council meeting that we convened on the 17th of February to discuss the implementation of the Minsk agreements. After that, it became clear once and for all that Ukraine did not intend to implement the Minsk agreements, and I would like to recall and remind my colleagues on the Security Council that in all other conflicts, be it Libya, Syria or Yemen, we all demand and call for direct dialogue between the parties to the conflict. And it's only in Ukraine, for example, the Ukraine that is for some reason an exception to this rule. From some statements today, one may understand that a number of our colleagues are ready to bury the Minsk agreements. However, I would like to remind you that when the Minsk agreements were concluded, the LPR and the DPR had already declared their independence. The fact that Russia today recognized that in no way changes the makeup of the parties to the Minsk agreements, because Russia is not a party to the Minsk agreements. We have repeatedly declared this, and in so doing, in this regard, nothing has changed. It's another matter that the Minsk agreements, part of the provisions of which were supposed to be implemented way back in 2015, have long been openly sabotaged by Ukraine with the backing of our Western colleagues. And today we can see that many colleagues want to sign up to the idea that the Minsk agreements are dead, but that's not the case. And Kiev is still bound to implement them. We remain open to diplomacy for a diplomatic solution. However, allowing a new bloodbath in the Donbass is something we do not intend to do. Unfortunately, we are forced to note the extremely negative role played in all of this by our Western colleagues, led by the USA. Instead of forcing Kiev to implement its obligations, they have merely been openly egging Ukraine on, repeating the meaningless mantra that the obligations under the Minsk Agreement are not being implemented by Russia, which, as we've repeatedly underscored, is not even a party to the Minsk Agreements. Moreover,
why is he saying
while
that?
for the last few weeks already whipping up unfounded panic around the allegedly impending Russian invasion of Ukraine, our Western colleagues have been unashamedly cramming weapons into the country, sending instructors there, essentially nudging the Ukrainians who have concentrated an 120,000 strong military contingent along the contact line towards an armed provocation against Donbass. The joint efforts of the Western Ukraine have inflated an air bubble that simply had to burst. In the past weekend, there's been a sharp increase in the intensity of Ukrainian shelling of residential areas of LPR and DPR, and the 1,600 shells have been shot. Civilians have been killed. The territory of the republics has been penetrated by subversive groups who have carried out or tried to carry out sabotage of critical infrastructure. As I already said, there are casualties from among the civilian population. The LPR and DPR have declared general mobilization. It's in Russia and not Ukraine that refugees have flooded to. Over the last few days, the number of evacuated women, old people and children has reached around 60,000 people, and Russia is hosting them and providing them with conditions for them to be housed and supported.
Since people in chat don't seem to understand, they're explicitly lying here. This is just lying. It's as simple as that.
There has also been shelling of some towns and villages on Russian territory near the border zone. And so it has become clear that Donbass is on the brink of a new Ukrainian military adventure, as was already the case in 2014 and 2015. We cannot allow that. That is why the Russian president heeded the opinion of parliamentarians and members of the Russian Security Council, and you know the rest. A detailed statement from our head of state about the reasons of this decision that has been taken was broadcast in detail by all the world's leading media. Today, it's true, we have heard an open distortion of what the president was talking about in his statement about history and the genesis of this situation, and about the fact that he allegedly said that he wants to reconstruct the Russian Empire. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to call upon our Western colleagues to think twice, to set emotions to one side, and not to make the situation worse. No one other than you can hold back the militaristic plans of Kiev and force it to stop the shelling and provocations against the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics, which in these new conditions could have extremely dangerous consequences. In accordance with the agreements that were signed today and on the basis of their requests from the Republic, peacekeeping functions on their territory will be carried out by the armed forces of the Russian Federation. Distinguished colleagues, in conclusion, I would like to note that in today's statements, most of you did not find any place for the more than 4 million of residents of Donbass. It's as though you've been cancelling out their faiths from your statements from 2014, generally calling them pro-Russian separatists. At the same time, you decided that the illegal coup in 2014 only wanted to discuss with the new authorities how their rights would be upheld. That was all they wanted to do. In the last few days, with the sharp intensification in military activity from the Ukrainian army along the contact line, the lives of hundreds of thousands of women, children, and elderly persons have once again, as in 2014 and 2015, ended up
Love
under
the
real
cutaway
threat.
to Ukraine there,
and
by the way.
The main aim of our decision was to protect and preserve those people, and that is more important than all of your threats. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council.
I hope he dies. He lied about almost everything there was a lie. Massive crybaby energy.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, Under Secretary, it is with unease that I will now remove my mask. And it is not because of the COVID virus. We are all vaccinated. there are vaccines for COVID, it is because of the virus that has so far no vaccine, the virus that hit the United Nations, and the virus that is spread by the Kremlin. The delegation of Ukraine has requested this urgent meeting to draw the attention of the Security Council to the illegal and illegitimate decision by the President of the Russian Federation to recognize the occupied parts of Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine as so-called Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics. Today, the entire membership of the United Nations is under attack by the country that occupied the membership of the Security Council in 1991, bypassing the UN Charter. The country that occupied parts of the territory of Georgia in 2008. The country that occupied parts of Ukraine in 2014. As stated by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, following the urgent meeting of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine have been and will remain unchangeable, regardless of any statements and actions by the Russian Federation. Ukraine unequivocally qualifies the recent actions by the Russian Federation as violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The political leadership of the Russian Federation shall bear full responsibility for the outcomes of the decision taken. Recognition of the occupied parts of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine may be considered as unilateral withdrawal by Russia from the Minsk agreements, and well as its disregard of the decisions taken in the framework of the Normandy Fall. This step undermines peaceful efforts and ruins the existing negotiating frameworks. By the decisions adopted today and those that may be adopted tomorrow, Russia legalizes the presence of its troops, which have actually been in the occupied areas of Donbas since 2014. A country that has fueled the war for 8 years is not able to maintain peace as it claims. What will happen next? We want peace, and we are consistent in our actions. Today, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine has sent a request on the basis of the Budapest Memorandum to the guarantors of security of Ukraine, demanding immediate consultations. The meeting of the UN Security Council and the special meeting of the OEC have been initiated. We insist on the full-fledged operations of the OEC SMM to prevent provocations and further escalation. An emergency summit of Normandy 4 has been requested. We expect from our partners clear and efficient steps of support. It is critical to see now who is our true friend and partner, who is on the side of the UN Charter, and who will continue to deter Russia by words only. We are committed to a political diplomatic settlement and do not succumb to provocations. In accordance with Article 51 of the Charter, Ukraine has the inherent right to individual and collective self-defense. We are committed to a peaceful and diplomatic path, and we will stay firmly on it. We are on our land. We are not afraid of anything or anyone. We owe nothing to anyone, and we will not give away anything to anyone. There should be no doubts whatsoever, because it is not February 2014. It is February 2022. Another country, another army. One goal is peace. Peace in Ukraine, peace in Europe, global peace. Excellencies, we must do all we can to make sure that the problem of Donbass is resolved through implementation of the Minsk agreements. That was said here in the Security Council chamber just 4 days ago, said by the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister in the chair of the President of the Council, with a reference to President Putin. President Putin, who has taken a decision that we discussed today as a threat to the rules-based order, to the UN Charter, in particular Article 2 of the Charter, as well as to international peace and security. Peace and security that the Council has been conferred a primary responsibility to maintain under the Article 24 of the UN Charter. And in accordance with the Article 39, the Security Council shall make recommendations or decide what measures shall be taken to maintain or restore international peace and security. The delegation of Ukraine requests the Security Council members to exercise the above duties. We invite the Russian Federation to reread again and again, carefully, today's statement, where the Secretary General considered the decision of the Russian Federation to be a violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and I thank the Secretary General for this powerful statement. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that it remains up to Russia to abandon its long-lasting strategy on Ukraine, based on threat and use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of my country, and re-engage in what we all have committed to, fundamental principles of peaceful relations enshrined in the UN Charter. We demand from Russia to cancel the decision on recognition and return to the table of negotiations. We condemn the order to deploy additional Russian occupation troops in the territories of Ukraine. We demand immediate and complete verifiable withdrawal of the occupation troops. Dear members of the Security Council, the United Nations is sick. That's a matter of fact. It's been hit by the virus spread by the Kremlin. Will it succumb to this virus? It is in the hands of the membership. Today, the Kremlin copy-pasted word by word the decree on Georgia of 2008. Word by word, copy-pasted, copy-pasted. No creativity whatsoever. The copying machine in Kremlin works very well. Who is the next among the members of the United Nations? The question is open. I thank you.
Я, как председатель
I, as President of the Security Council, am obliged to say this. I thank the representative of Ukraine for his statement. I now
Obliged to say it. I have
Germany.
to say this as part of my job.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mad.
I start by
mad.
thanking Undersecretary
Mad and
General
bald.
Rosemary
Mauled.
DiCarlo for her briefing. Mr. President, only 4 days after our last meeting, this Council meets again to discuss the situation in Ukraine. On Thursday, there was consensus in the Security Council that the Minsk agreements, which this Council unanimously endorsed by its Resolution 2202, need to be implemented, including by the Russian Federation. Today, we are confronted with the very opposite from Russia. President Putin's decision to recognize the separatist self-declared People's Republics in eastern Ukraine is not only a blatant breach of Security Council Resolution 2202, but also of basic principles enshrined in the UN Charter. It is another flagrant and deliberate violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity after the illegal annexation of Crimea and the instigation and fueling of the armed conflict in eastern Ukraine since 2014. Russia has repeatedly insisted it was not party to the conflict. Today it unmasks itself and shows that it always has been. Mr. President, my government condemns Russia's violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. With our allies and partners, we will take firm and adequate measures in response to Russia's breach of international law that will have serious economic, political and geostrategic consequences. And I call on all UN member states to join us in condemning Russia's actions of today. Today's decision comes in the context of an unprecedented buildup of Russian forces around Ukraine over the last weeks and months. These forces seem poised to attack. We have seen a flare-up along the line of contact over the last days and efforts that appear to fabricate a pretext for a Russian attack. Moreover, Russia has declared its readiness to deploy troops in eastern Ukraine. The UN Charter is crystal clear. It unequivocally prohibits the threat of force against the territorial integrity and political independence of states. The current Russian force deployment around Ukraine can only be considered as a further threat against Ukraine's territorial integrity as a whole. Mr. President, I call on Russia to live up to its obligations as a permanent member of this Council, and I urge Russia to immediately revoke today's decisions and recommit to the Minsk agreements, and in line with the Normandy 4 and what was agreed on. Russia must not cross the international recognized borders of Ukraine. Moreover, Russia must immediately withdraw its troops from the regions bordering with Ukraine in Russia and Belarus. And I call on Russia to recommit to the rules-based security architecture in Europe, which has been built over decades. Russia's decisions have put this order under serious strain. We call upon Russia to instead return to the path of diplomacy, of shedding instead of shedding further blood. And Germany will spare no diplomatic effort in this regard, while steadfastly standing by Ukraine, its territorial integrity and sovereignty, and the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for her statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, get out. Get out. Kenya's speech was bomb. Ukraine's speech was bomb. Russia lied, I guess, about as much as they always have. I find it tremendously funny that online lefties are attacking Ukraine by comparing us giving arms to Ukraine to the invasion of Iraq, when the invasion of Iraq was predicated by a UN meeting in which US officials blatantly lied in order to justify an invasion. And in this case, it was in fact Russia who came to the UN meeting to blatantly lie to justify an invasion. Though I have to say, having looked back at the history of the Iraq War in a frantic haze last night, I think they've got us beat. I think they lied harder than we did. I genuinely believe that, yeah. I really do. I think they've taken us well to task on that. His speech was just point for point, just like raw, unadulterated propaganda. Attributing false flag attacks to Ukraine, lying, framing this as some kind of defensive action, calling Ukraine a puppet state of the United States, claiming... So the big thing that they talked about was saying that they're not a signatory of the Minsk Protocol, which is, I mean, I guess you could say it's like completely false, like just a factual lie. Signatories. The document was signed by Russian separatist leaders, Swiss diplomat, Ukraine rep, Russian ambassador to UK, and Russian representative. Saying we're not a signatory of the Minsk Agreement is as objectively an incorrect statement as it is possible to make. It is empirically and demonstrably false. Look at source? What? You think Wikipedia added that? What? This is everywhere. You just look at it. Russia was a signatory. How could they not be? They drafted it. Written in 2014 by the Trilateral Contact Group consisting of Ukraine, Russia, and the OSCE. Yeah, they did it. You guys want to read the Minsk Protocol really quickly? So basically, the Minsk Protocol was written in 2014 following the shit that started to go down in East Ukraine. And they passed it, okay? But then it didn't work. Nothing stopped. So then they were like, all right, bitch, if Minsk Protocol was so great, why isn't there a Minsk 2? Oh, shit. So they did the Minsk 2, which was signed by Russian. Literally, they're listed as a signatory. Anyway. So basically, the goal here was to stop the fighting by any means necessary, and Ukraine had to engage in some concessions here. So let's take a look, okay? To skip a lot of shit here, it was referred to as highly complicated and extremely fragile, and you're about to see why, okay? The full text of the agreement is as follows. Immediate and full ceasefire in these areas as of this time. The time has already passed, but, you know, better late than never, right? Pull out of all heavy weapons by both sides to equal distance with the aim of creating a security zone on minimum 50 kilometers apart for artillery of 100 millimeter caliber or more, etc., etc. For Ukrainian troops from actual line of contact, for armed formations of the Donetsk and Luhansk separatists from the contact lines in accordance with the Minsk Memorandum. It goes on for quite a while. I'm going to skip to the important part here, okay? Basically, the gist of it is, everyone chill out, put your guns down, pull your tanks away, okay? And also, constitutional reform in Ukraine. With a new constitution to come into effect by the end of 2015, the key element of which is decentralization. Basically, the idea being that the Donbass region would be given some level of autonomy, which would effectively turn it into a puppet state of Russia. Yeah. But Ukraine signed this. They were willing to go ahead with it. Look. Based on the law of Ukraine on temporary order of local self-governance in particular districts of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, questions relating to local elections will be discussed and agreed upon with representatives of particular districts in Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts and framework, da-di-da-di-da. Basically, the concession was, everyone chill the fuck out, please stop firing guns, and we will give these two oblasts some degree of governmental autonomy, all right? That was the thing. That was the thing that they... Oh yeah, they didn't agree to give it away to Russia. They agreed for a degree of, autonomous engagement. The problem with this is, as someone in chat points out, Russia never left. The agreement specifically requires a ceasefire and a withdrawal of arms, and Russia never did it. They never did it, and this is why they're a signatory, because they were directly involved with funding and supplying troops to the Russian separatists. They never left. The separatists constantly broke the ceasefire, and Russia never stopped meddling with the Donbass region. They never stopped. The fighting generally subsided after the ceasefire came into effect on the 15th of February. Skirmishes and shelling continued in several parts of the conflict zone. Right here, DPR leader Alexander Zakharenko said... So, DPR leader Alexander said, the ceasefire did not apply to the Debaltseve. According to who? Well, according to DPR leader Alexander Zakharchenko. You know? This guy, right here. Head of state and prime minister of the Donetsk People's Republic, a self-proclaimed state and rebel group which declared independence in 2014. Don't worry, he was killed by a bomb. Shed some tears if you want. So basically, Ukraine was willing to sign an agreement which weakened them nationally, which was willing to give autonomy to those regions, and Russia still couldn't keep it in their pants, okay? In a fair world, Ukraine never would have had to sign the Minsk protocols, 1 or 2. They were forced to because they didn't have a choice. And even though they were forced to, Russia still didn't think that was enough. They still didn't care. They didn't have the discipline to rein in their separatists. They could have had autonomous regions. You can look through it if you like. It's pretty clear that Russia, appeasement never works. It's very, very clear that Russia and the Russian separatists did not do their due diligence. Look at this. In the week after the fall of Debaltseve to pro-Russian forces, they took a city after Minsk II was signed. Separatists continued a heavy assault. They took a city. These weren't just random shots being fired across the separatist zone. This is why appeasement does not work. Appeasement requires, or I guess peace talks require good faith engagement on both sides. And Russia always lies. As they did in this UN meeting, because in this UN meeting, they claimed they weren't signatories of the Minsk agreement. Do you know why they said that, even though it's explicitly wrong? Even though it's an objective, factual lie? They said it because in doing so, they are suggesting that the only reason the Minsk Accords failed was because Ukraine failed to abide by them. Because by acknowledging that they were a signatory, it is immediately evidently clear that the expansionist efforts of the separatist soldiers in the Donbass region were using Russian equipment, Russian training, Russian orders. Yeah, Russia just wanted to stall. That's it. The written version of Kenya's speech tonight. Kenya's speech was insanely fucking good. I'll retweet it for posterity's sake. Russia has also implicitly insulted China and India for not sucking dick hard enough. Like I said, Russia is in a desperate position. They're in a desperate position right now. It's so funny how mad Haas is. Yes, he's a clown. We know. We overly dignify him, though, by even acknowledging him. Remy Down Under Gaming. God, this dude is so based.
Is an attempt by the Russian
we're
Federation
in the accord is over. They're talking with the press. We should listen.
To legalize something that's already there for 8 years.
I'm going to rewind a bit.
Do you think Putin has any interest?
We're only a few minutes off here.
Russia's in the speaking.
Here, we begin with the U.S. diplomat.
You're alone?
I'm alone.
How come you're alone?
I think you heard everyone's statement, so we're unified, and I think that I can speak for the United States. So let me start by thanking you for staying this late in the evening. This urgent emergency meeting of the Security Council is our third meeting over the past few weeks on Russia's threat to Ukraine. And it is the third time you've heard from the rest of the Security Council a unified message that Russia should not start war. that Russia should lean toward diplomacy, that it should not continue its unprovoked attacks on Ukraine's sovereignty and on their territorial integrity, that it should not defy the foundational principles of the UN Charter. And you also heard the Secretary General make that statement as well today. Today, President Putin gave a speech that clearly sets up a pretext for invasion. In doing so, he tore the Minsk agreements to shred, and as the Secretary General said earlier today, he violated the UN Charter. Just now, my Russian counterpart made assertions without evidence that demonstrate their efforts to create a pretext for conflict, and it is alarming. It's revealing and it's shameful. Every UN member state has a stake in what comes next. An annual debate on this topic was already on the agenda for Wednesday in the General Assembly. We expect to hear strong statements in support of Ukraine, as we did today, and the UN Charter, and a chorus of calls for Russia to cease its hostilities. This is the moment to stand up and defend the United Nations and our international order as we know it. Tomorrow, the United States will impose sanctions on Russia for this clear violation of international law and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We can, will, and must stand united in our calls for Russia to withdraw its forces, return to the diplomatic table, and work toward peace. Thank you.
Ambassador, are you optimistic about diplomacy?
Why those we'll see where it goes.
Any concerns that China didn't talk about territorial integrity?
I'm guessing a few things here. One, Biden has said that the sanctions that the White House will levy will depend on the behavior of Russia in the coming 24 hours, and any additional information she provides could give an indication of which way the White House is leaning, which she's been instructed to not do. Two, she understands that Ukraine's representative should be given the space to elaborate. Skip ahead a bit.
Like a funeral.
Today, and can anything be accomplished on the diplomatic front?
I thought it was like a funeral of the United Nations when I came, but I'm coming out with the thought that it is a hospital board where we still have a chance to cure the United Nations.
And is diplomacy still active?
I told you the last time we met here that we will work on the diplomatic path as long as we are breathing, as long as we are alive. No, there's no other way.
But now there are troops, and now there's
There
recognition.
are troops, my dear friend, since 2014. So basically what we have right now is an attempt by the Russian Federation to legalize something that's already there for 8 years.
And do you think Putin has any interest in the diplomatic solution?
If you were strong enough to listen to this torrent of narratives, well, you tell me, what do you think? I'm not Putin's spokesperson. He has another gentleman.
You said you're not afraid of... Which steps you would like the Security Council to take next that they are not taking?
Not taking what?
Say it again.
What steps would you like them to take that they're not
The Security Council has to continue discussing the situation. This situation has been with us for 8 years. We have now a new phase, a very dangerous phase. And I was very, very, very much impressed with the majority of the statements.
But that's enough. Is this enough for you?
No, it's not enough. It's not enough for you, whatever country you represent, you know? So talk to your government and insist that your government saves the United Nations.
So your minister, excuse me, you said you're not afraid of anyone or anything. So what are you going to do if they invade?
We're going to defend our country.
Your Minister of Interior said that Wagner...
I'm
no
a
hesitation.
For the Minister of Interior.
Your government just say they now expect that the West.
What are you gonna do if they? We're going to kill all of them if they we will fight.
Does something. I mean, does something.
The entire civilized community, right?
Yes, but
It's not, yes, West is being hit by Kremlin, but as you heard today, my dear friend, as you heard today from Africa, and I invite you to reread the African statements. It's not about the West, after all. If there was anything very important in today's meeting, it was a very, very, very powerful statement by the African ambassadors. When they spoke about colonialism, when they spoke about borders, when they spoke about imperialism, I invite you seriously to read the Kenyan statement. I invite you seriously to let your readers know about the statement of Ambassador of Ghana. I invite you seriously to share with your readers and viewers the statements by Gabon. I invite you to listen once again what the Ambassador of Mexico and Brazil said. Even the Russian ambassador, in his concluding remarks, said that the majority unfortunately said this and that. Even he confirmed de facto that the majority of the Security Council was not buying his arguments.
So you were not happy with the European statements?
Who said I was not happy? Don't put words in my mouth.
What do you think about the sanction?
Wait a second. Let me ask the gentleman. Go ahead.
What do you think about the sanction from the United States and United Kingdom?
I have to see them first. I haven't seen them yet.
Are you going to break diplomatic relations with Russia?
What for?
Coming after that.
What for? To be emotional and dramatic? We're not in the theater. It's up to my government to decide. We will take very informed decisions. And if
what
you
a
follow
Chad.
the of the national...
Jesus Christ. They just fucking airdropped this guy. They're like, all right, good luck. Fucking gave this guy a fucking Klondike bar and some Nikes and just fucking pushed him out of the back of a carrier or fucking transport jet. Just good luck.
National Security and Defense Council of today in Ukraine, they remained open. They went, they left the room, but they said that the meeting of the Security Council of Ukraine will continue to adopt necessary decisions.
The United States is convinced.
Oh, I wanted to say, by the way, the fact that 3 African nations were present at this and all 3 defended the Ukrainian perspective is meaningful because it does a lot to undermine the idea that this is some kind of European, American, NATO proxy fight. The narrative the Russians want to push is that they're only cynically backing Ukraine as a way of fucking Russia over. So for other countries that are definitely not a part of NATO, to step up to that, obviously all are beholden to geopolitical interests, but still, it's quite meaningful.
That there will be a further invasion. Are you?
There's some beginning of be a further invasion. Putin said himself that he sent additional troops to Ukraine, so it's going to be an invasion. Read Putin's words on this.
Going back to the Normandy format, you mentioned that. Is any response about going back to the table? Because that will be to revise the Minsk agreement between you, France, Germany.
We all want to have summit. And you can read the statements by the office of Macron and by the office of the German Chancellor on the issue. We are all, with the exception of Russia, are willing to sit down unconditionally and discuss in the Normandy format necessary steps. It's only Russia.
Yeah, remember, Putin declined to have a meeting with Biden.
Who puts conditions.
The US said the Minsk agreement is a threat to pieces. So is there hope that the US ambassador said the Minsk agreement is a threat to pieces? So
I'm not commenting on the US statements. I mean, they have a powerful mission with many spokespersons.
Wait, didn't the United States ambassador say that the violation of the Minsk agreements was that a lie? Wait, which reporter said that?
Statement on the Minsk
is a threat to pieces. So
I'm not commenting on the US statements. I mean, they have a powerful...
Was that the CBS? That must have just been a mistake, or they misheard.
Mission with many spokespersons.
But do you think that you can really take it up again and there is hope that diplomacy has a chance?
I said on the Minsk agreements what I said in my statement. You can quote my line in the statement on the Minsk.
Can I ask what document you held up today in the meeting?
Oh my fucking god, dude. If CBS publishes something saying that the US declares the Minsk Accords like a threat... Oh, fuck. Okay. Hopefully they clear that up. They will. They will. If somebody just misheard, they will.
It was very well. I can show it again.
Yeah, shred to pieces. As in Russia has shredded it to pieces.
This one is the decree by
It wasn't
President
CBS?
Putin
Whatever.
of 26th of August, 2008.
Wait, she said shred, not threat? I'm sorry, I'm a fucking moron.
That's what I said in my statement.
But do you think that you can really take it up again and there's
The meeting. Right.
really take it up?
Please.
Threat to pieces. So
I'm not commenting on the
ambassador said the Minsk agreement is threat to pieces. So
I'm not commenting on the US.
No, she said threat. Shut up, chat. Fuck you.
2008 on recognition of, I think it was Ossetia, right? Okay. That is the decree of today, all right? It's identical twins, identical twins.
Threat to pieces? I don't know. Hold on, what's... Pigeon! Meow, you're a cat. Meow. Cat, cat, cat. Cat, 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 cat.
You change the geography, and in the Ukrainian decision, you just insert a couple of words on Minsk, because there was no Minsk in Georgia case. Copy machine, you know, copy. Next is country A, B, C, D, F. You can go online, the Kremlin site, and you can print it yourself, right? So if you want to have an authoritative copy,
no E.
Go on Kremlin's site and print out the decrees of 2008, number 1261, and the decree of 2022, number 72, and make a comparison.
Mr. Ambassador, I actually heard the African speeches. They were very good, you're right. But now, in practical terms, what do you expect from the country that can help Ukraine? And my other question is, things got worse, much worse than a few months ago. Is there anything that your government will do different of what did in the last months?
Oh, is there anything that the government of the Russian Federation can do differently to improve the situation?
Hold on, this is actually meaningful. Flight tracker. There's a USAF flight over the Black Sea. Isn't there a no-fly zone listed here? Not that sea? Oh, no, it's here. The no-fly zone is here. Right, in the Sea of Azov, not over the Black Sea in general. Still. Very clear where the flight paths are avoiding right now. What are you doing?
Situation, my question is there anything that the government of the Russian Federation can do to agree with Ukraine, France, and Germany to sit down and discuss things around the table of Normandy 4 and other formats? So I would refer you to the government of Russia and to their spokespeople. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Yeah, pointing out that this is the exact same shit they did with Georgia is pretty funny. I can't really spell check Russian, you know, but given that given that they can, I'm just gonna assume that it's, you know, accurate. I want to hear from the fucking Kenyan representative, man. Nope, that's it. The united has been nations, or the nations have been united, but not really, actually. Would this count as a lawful evil action by Russia? Please please make contact with a human woman. Please go outside. Just go to a Starbucks and find a female barista and order a coffee. Don't be weird, okay? Whatever's wrong with you is going to be cured with a brief social interaction. That representative from Ukraine has a lot of professional experience. He was also the head of a gender equality commission. Really? Huh. Master of Arts degree in International Law. Fluent in Ukrainian, English, Russian, Spanish, and French. Holy shit. Racial Cooperation, Third Secretary, First Deputy Minister. Political Council, Embassy of Ukraine. Oh yeah, right here. Professional experience. Vice Chair of the Gender Equality Commission of the Council of Europe. National Strategy for Human Rights. Human Rights. Huh. Man's had quite a career. Name? Sergei Kizlytsia, I think? I'm making a good faith effort with the pronunciations, guys. Pardon me. Just one moment. All right. Here's your War Stream cat appearance. You don't even know what war is. All you know about is bapping and wrestling people over chicken nuggets. All right. I'll send you out. I love you. Nonsense babies. All right. Thank you. Hello. Okay. What's next? I got one link.
Exercise like they do every...
Which says Hassan being a dumbass on Ukraine from 24 minutes ago. Why not? Hassan just called Vosh a shitlib NATO defender. That's the kind of fighting words you'd get from somebody who's too cowardly to have a fight. Here.
Fucking year when they inevitably pull all the troops, or the additional troops from the border by April. Okay. Yes, the United States provoked it. Certainly, yes, the American media has been like routinely fucking provoking it against Ukrainian leadership's wishes. Okay, but that provocation.
Oh, he's harping on the fact that the Ukrainian government didn't want Western powers to pump up the threat of invasion that much because it hurts their economy, which is not the same as egging it on. It's different things, but
comes at a cost. Shelling intensifies, fighting in those regions intensify.
Also, funny how Hassan only cares about what Ukraine wants when it's telling Western media to ignore obvious signs of impending invasion, like not downplaying it the way the Ukrainian government was. Like, that's the only time he cares about what Ukraine wants. But when they want to join NATO, or when they want the US to sanction Russia, or when they want like the whole world to, like, all that, and on those sides, and Ukraine is just a stupid puppet state of the US with no individual autonomy.
And now Russia is doing exactly what it always does, which is like, oh my God, there are Russians there. We have to defend them, which is bullshit, by the way. Oh, there are actually Russians there. What? And those Russian separatists have been pushing back against the Ukrainian National Guard. But it is an entirely separate conversation than what? The empty UN seat? Exercise like they do every fucking year.
What? Okay. I guess we should have expected he would still be stupid on this. All right. More Russian troops could move into pro-Moscow regions of Ukraine in the coming hours. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for the Twitter meltdown. I don't care. Yes, Oz is unhinged. I understand. Thank you. You've been spamming these links nonstop. I don't care. It's boring. The bit is fun for a while, and then it's boring. It's the same bit. Majority reporters supporting Putin, Vosh. They retweeted this. God save me. They retweeted this. Are you ready for anti-war leftists to be labeled as Putin supporters? The anti-war leftists right now are the people condemning Putin. That is the current anti-war position, as I understand it. Do you think Hassan will retract his previous statements on the situation? No, you know what? My best guess is that Hassan is going to occasionally cede some ground when there's no way for him to argue against it, but as a whole, he's going to remain kind of a scornful, cowardly fuck who will just sort of repel any criticism, no matter how empirically backed, because he's a very emotional guy. That's just my guess. Emma Vigeland? Vigeland? I don't actually know. Vigiland? I don't actually know how to pronounce your last name. Was hosting Majority Report, went down the line of bad lefty takes. Okay, fine, let's look at it. You know what? We have 18 or so thousand, what is it now? 17,000 people watching. This is an excellent time for us to drag comparatively much smaller content creators. Sure, let's do it. Why not? We have the overwhelming might of a massive audience behind us. Now let us judge. We're ruling. It's time, okay? The hammer above the gavel. We'll find out. Cringe or based?
Continues to dominate the news cycle, even though a lot of it is conjecture. But I do think it's helpful to get some of this context, so there's a greater understanding of what's happening here. Late last week and over the weekend, the U.S. claimed that Russia was lying about its claim that it withdrew some thousands of troops from Ukraine's border. Now, luckily, despite that hiccup, Emmanuel Macron appears to have been able to get Putin and Biden to the table. Apparently, there's a tepid agreement on a scheduled meeting about this conflict, all while Ukrainian President Zelensky, who frankly seems...
She corrected herself? Okay, if there's a more recent narrative. Same here, I tried to own my miscalculation, believe the chest puffing had peaked was stabilizing, not the case Putin's speech today was never low. Okay, then I don't care. Whatever. If people own up, I don't care. People own up, I don't care. It's all good. And longtime MR fans called her a liberal. Well, isn't she? The Majority Report is a liberal platform. Do you think Biden will extend today's sanctions directly to Russia tomorrow? I mean, they've got to come out soon, right? We promised. Got to keep our promises, you know? I thought Emma was Demsoak. Okay, most people who call themselves Demsoaks are liberals, okay? Bernie Sanders was a liberal, all right? We gotta maintain some standards over here, folks. We gotta listen, okay? Speaking of defending national sovereignty, we gotta maintain the borders of the term socialist. So there are a lot of liberties have been taken, okay? We've had quite a few breaches of nominal sovereignty on that particular front. Can I get a crumb of TLDR in the current situation? Yeah, basically, Russia has already moved troops into the separatist-controlled areas of the Donbass, and has said that actually they will, in all the Donbass, that all of it is actually free, separate territory that they're going to defend against Ukrainian aggression, you know, which is kind of like kicking down a person's door to defend their house from the illegal occupation of the person who owns the house. Actually, that's exactly what it is. That's not even really like an analogy because it's just the same thing twice that I'm saying. And we just watched the UN Security Council meeting, which was more moving than I expected it to be. Kenya's speech was really something. Ukraine's the boldness of Ukraine's speaker was very good. Very, very good. Imagine being wrong about the fact that Russia's invading and having to walk it back. Couldn't be me or you or most people in chat. The thing that I don't understand is how do you even make these mistakes to begin with, right? It's not as though the stuff that was happening with Putin was particularly subtle. You have an incredibly aggressive expansionist autocrat who's done this before multiple times, who's doing all the same signs but more. The buildup to this Ukraine invasion was more loud than anything that happened with Crimea or Georgia or whatever else. This was way more like, I guess I just don't understand how fucked your like mode of analysis has to be to not have clearly seen where this was going. I don't get it, you know? Can you chalk it up to really good disinfo? Isn't it our job to rise above that? Emma isn't like a Russian agent, and neither is Hassan. It's not like we're on the payroll here. Like, Hassan makes a choice to keep his community an echo chamber. He's banned thousands of people in his community for calling him out on stuff like this. It's not like he's just incidentally exposed to information that's wrong. He makes an active choice to purge his community of people who point out when he's wrong. Like, Vosh, hey, 30-day bans, baby. Emergency powers. 30-day ban in my chat for 30 days of emergency powers in Canada, okay? He does have an unbanned segment. Hassan needs to make serious amends for this. Can you watch this clip, Hassan? I don't want... We've watched this clip. UR-77 spotted within Donetsk. Very important. Implies Russia is moving engineers to clear mines. Wait. Oh, fuck, dude. Wait. We're supposed to start with shelling. Mine clearing vehicles. That's not something that you do when you're going to shell. That's something you do before invading. Fuck. UR-77 mine clearing. Is there like a, I don't know how you would measure this, like a speed? UR mine clearing, like some estimated like territory of mine clearing. Armed with a launcher, 2 mine clearing line charges. When launched, the charge causes a shockwave that destroys or disables mines along its charge. Width of 6 meters. The vehicle has been used offensively, where its line charge has been used to destroy entire streets in urban combat. What the fuck? I gotta close the door. I gotta... That's being annoying. Pigeon, you're annoying. I do feel bad for the cats. They're not used to me locking myself in here for this long. All right. Ah, yes, here we go. The sane person. I am with Donetsk and Lugansk. I am with Russia and China. I am Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Iran. I am Truckers for Freedom. I am with BLM. I'm with Occupy Wall Street. I am against your satanic global imperialist capitalist system. I am pro-humanity. Truly reveling. Like I said, folks, most politics is mental illness. Satanic, he means Jews. I used to mean that as a joke, but I'm pretty sure he means Jews. He was buddy-buddy with, what's that one guy's name? The Nazbol guy. The guy who, like, fucking wrote the book on Russian foreign policy. Dugin, yeah. Thought that was a joke till I saw it was Mappin. No, he's just like that. Fresh meme off the Chad Ukraine rep. Spittin'. Absolutely spittin'. Hold on, I have to deploy the make pigeon shut the fuck up task forces. All right. Pigeon is already dead. Well done. Russia released a video claiming another car bomb exploded in Donetsk. Let's see. This is, So, a car bomb, which they planted in the middle of nowhere, where no one was anywhere, and also the car bomb was just a little light flash, and also somebody in this war zone just happened to be driving by, and then had a comic underreaction as they pull to the side, having captured their take. Got that? Yeah, okay. Yes, if you look up the insurgent strategies from all the world's most effective terrorist groups, they tell you, okay? They tell you, when you want to disrupt, an area, place bombs where no one is, and then detonate them at 5 a.m., okay? Detonate them when everyone's asleep, but also nobody's around. It's a very effective strategy. And also make sure that you load it with about enough explosives to maybe have a small fireworks show. Phenomenal stuff. Prison transport trucks now in the mix along the border. Oh god, who are they arresting? Video purportedly from yesterday in Russia's Belgorod Oblast, possible prisoner transportation truck. Okay, this is speculation, and also it's from yesterday. I don't know what vehicle that is. I have no way of knowing. Check out Homer 2. Post the link. Copyright? I didn't have my earbuds in. Show it again? No. Why'd they put music up? I don't know. To fuck me over specifically. Alright, what are we doing? Homer? Homer! Sorry. Homer! This is Homer, yeah, Homer 21. It is indeed there. Hold on. Turns out Pigeon has actually not been eliminated. New drone near Sicily, no call sign. Gotcha. RC-135V is a SIG int craft? The fuck does that mean? SIG int platform. Signals intelligence. Intelligence gathering by interception of signals. Oh, we're trying to read their radio signals. Gotcha. That makes sense. Can you explain what you're doing when you look at those plane flights? Well, like I've said before, you know, if they're really doing anything top secret, they're going to disable their transponder and go invisible, but sometimes you see evidence of action. This, for example, it seems, would be us trying to intercept radio communications from the Russian government to try to find out cool information, you know? Excuse me. Hey, I'm a big fan of you and Hassan both, and honestly, I'm a bit out of the loop. I've been working a lot and haven't been able to catch many of Hassan's streams. Why are you mad at him / telling him to apologize? This is a genuine question. For what I've basically seen, he was saying that war isn't going to happen, right? Why is that bad if he's just making a prediction? So the issue isn't the prediction that he made. I don't take issue with that. The issue is the hostility he showed to people who were pushing him towards the other side with the evidence that they had. It wasn't just he didn't think an invasion would happen. It was everyone who said an invasion would happen or believed it might happen or was likely to happen was some kind of like pro-NATO war hawk. And now, even now to this point, he's insisting on maintaining this weird. Also, he did a bunch of weird shit like saying that the ethnic constituency of Crimea and the Donbass region means that it's historically the Russian territory, blah, 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 blah. Basically stuff that the Kenyan diplomat tore apart in his speech and did a phenomenal job of doing it. If there is any group of people in the fucking universe who are familiar with the consequences of having people of similar ethnic backgrounds divided by, like, hasty post-war borders, it would be people who live in Africa, I'm guessing. Hassan changed the title of the video again? Oh no. I'm sorry. That's pretty funny. Please disregard. Okay. You can't deny that's funny. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. I like that. We have some clout sharks in the mix. Video of that mine clearing thing getting used offensively in Syria. Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm kind of curious. Hold on. You have uniquely strong principles? Yeah, and a uniquely big dick. Battle music, battle music. Oh. Is this how you clear mines? What? It's got strings. What the fuck is going on? Okay. This is an incredibly cringy video. Holy shit. There were fucking people down there. Alright, well, that's cool. So what? It's literally just a rocket fires like a big explosive lined rope? That's it? That's so much less cool than I thought it would be. When they said they used like a shockwave to like project a field forward, I was imagining some kind of tectonic fucking, you know, I don't know, some really sick shit. I don't know. Yeah, some kind of big hammer missile. I don't know. Hassan watched that dumbass appeasement professor from yesterday on a stream too. I have no doubt that he did. Dude, people like this fucking eat this shit up. Yeah. Government district being vaporized by it at the beginning of the Iraq invasion. This is the US version of the mine clearing. Man, can't we get along? What if we just got along, man? Yep. Those sure are dead people. Cool. Can we get some not practical demonstrations of this? Nice. Why do the missiles have ropes? The ropes are the explosives. Alright, I get it. The only mine clearing tools that I was familiar with were the ones they used in World War II, where they literally just had a bunch of chains on like a spool spinning at the front, and it would literally just like explode them like 20 feet in front. Artemy. Okay. You want out? Yeah? Show your foot. This is how you make money online these days. 2 feet. This is what it's like. I'm going to be honest with you. I distinctly remember removing him from this room and then closing the door, and I do not know how he got back in here. I do not know. This is what you're thinking of? Yeah, like this. This is some kind of miniature, but this is what it was like, right? The landmines, as I understand them, have a shaped charge directed upward, so if the landmine explodes like 10 feet in front of the body of the tank, it's not really going to damage the tank that much, because the shaped charge goes up, so you just spin these really fast and it just fucking slaps the ground. It depends on the mine. Yeah, that's my understanding. Okay, guys, I'm actually... You have to stop with the Caleb Moppin and fucking Haas. I get it. Thank you. You're both insane. I understand. Flail tank? Yeah. I just want to see it. I've only ever seen it in... Oh, shit. I've only ever seen these in that one really good real-time strategy game. What's the name of it? Company of Heroes. I really liked Company of Heroes when I was growing up. I loved that game. That game was super, super fun. I see, it's like a lawnmower. See, this is the nice thing about this, okay? You can't do this with the rocket rope shit, okay? This you can use as agricultural equipment if it's not wartime. See? No, you can't. Yeah, you can. If you want to uproot everything, yeah. It's going. Whoa. Whoa. Isn't that still too close to the tank? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe unknowable. It's this kind of shit. Why mines are pretty crap for war and mostly just hurt civilians. Somebody in chat said, and I don't know if this is true, but somebody in chat said that the landmines Ukraine is using have a timer on them. I don't know if that's a timer before they self-detonate or a timer before they become inert and their priming mechanism fails and can no longer be activated. I doubt it's a foolproof system, but I really doubt that, but it would be cool. It seems doable, I imagine. It's not going to be perfect, but it's better. Aren't landmines illegal? Not if you're doing them in your own territory. I don't actually know what the legality of landmines are. Yeah, ethical landmines. Let's go. Yeah. Yes, Russia's declared its right to build military bases in East Ukraine. Do I want to take a break and laugh? No, not really. It's not. This is not a laughing matter, son. This is war, okay? This is wartime. Warfare. It's daybreak over there, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's daybreak over there. That means that, well, you know, actually, even though it's daybreak, now that things have progressed to this point, conflict could still take place during the day. It's not as though it's going to just stop now, right? Probably no war. It's not easy to tell. Yeah, there's not really any guarantee anymore. Before, the only stuff that Russia was really interested in doing was manufacturing a justification for intervention, which they were doing through false flag attacks. And false flag attacks are more likely to be done during the nighttime for a variety of reasons. But now Russian troops are already there. I looked into it. It looks like you can't really build mines like the self-disarming ones you were describing. That's unfortunate. Landmines are a terrible, terrible thing. They do hurt a lot of innocent people. Thank you very much. I appreciate the coffee. Ukraine ranks 5th in landmine deaths? For what? Remnants of the... Oh, from the conflict in East Ukraine? I didn't know they'd been using landmines up until this point. For a good portion of this conflict, it's been a pretty desperate affair. How many civilian casualties? Since 2014, over 1,190 mine casualties have been recorded. Does that include combatants? In 2020 alone, 55 civilians were injured and 15 killed. Yeah. Miserable stuff. Does Russia have designs on the whole of Ukraine or just the eastern region? Well, I think if it was just up to Putin, he would probably want to take all of Ukraine. However, logistically, the odds of them being able to hold West Ukraine seems unlikely. East Ukraine is mostly flat, easy to invade. West Ukraine is more mountainous, it's much more difficult to deal with insurgency in territory like this. Thank you, Inslee28. Russia Glenn's being anti-education. Thank you. Thank you very much for the ongoing cavalcade of links to tweets from unhinged people. Thank you. Somebody's got to debate Vosh in Ukraine. Somebody from RT. I invite all challengers, but I don't just want random chatters. Okay, I'm sorry. I have a platform and I want to use it well. 16,000 people are watching. This isn't going to happen right now, but down the line, I want to debate real people. Okay, give me diplomats. Give me people who work at RT. Not Caleb Maupin. We already made him shit the bed. We already made him cry. We have to get new ones. Okay, give me Glenn Greenwald. I'll call him a pedophile. He's called me. I'll call him a pedophile. I'll do it. If he wants to blood sports, I'll blood sport. I can blood sport way the fuck harder. Glenn Greenwald is a pussy bitch baby. He's like this fucking weasel rat man. He wouldn't stand a chance. Also, between him and I'm single and he has a sexpat husband half his age. So, you know, that would help. Get the Caspian report. I'll consider it, you know. I just don't want to have a conversation like that fucking guy, the one I screamed law at. I want somebody with skin in the game. I don't want some rando who will disappear into the faceless, nameless, anonymous horde of people online. It's good for content, but I don't want content, okay? I want more than content, all right? I want Wikipedia articles to be written about these people's losses to me. I want their Wikipedia articles to have in the controversy section my name listed there, okay? That's what I want. I'll get content. I can just talk about more Pokemon I want to fuck. It's not just about content. I'm infinitely funny. I'll keep you people around no matter what. I don't want content. I want blood. And I want meaningful blood too, not random fucking internet chatters. It's an indefensible. There was no left-leaning argument in favor of Russia's behavior here. Absolutely none. Oh, Caspian's a good guy? Oh, wait. Well, if Caspian's a good guy with good perspectives, then I don't think I'm going to achieve my metric for success here. It seems highly unlikely, actually. I don't want to tear through people. Caspian Report's a really legit channel. What do you think I'm looking for here? You all get what I mean. Your new haircut really does look bussin'. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I do indeed feel quite bussin' myself. Is there anything practical we can do to support Ukraine? Yeah, we got some links to that effect. We'll go over them more in the future. Maybe a charity stream. You know, every bit you can do to help. This is unrelated, but I'm really curious about the figures you have in your stream background. Have you shown them all before? I don't know where the key is to this damn thing. It's hiding around here somewhere. I can point at them though. What do we got? Okay. What's his name? Leo from Promare. Promare slaps, by the way. No, wait, that's Leo Fotia. That's the other guy. I forget their names. It's a really good anime. I just have a terrible memory. Okay. Why is it locked? So the cats don't fuck with it. I don't know. The femboy? Oh, Gallo. Okay, look, it's the femboy and the mask boy. Thank you, Leo and Gallo. Then you have all the Evangelion kids down there and their little chibis, you know? You have the 3 children, and you have, not Shinji. Come on, the kid, Koaru. Thank you. Then you have Asuka and the least creepy Asuka figure we could find, because all of them are creepy. Because people don't remember she's 14, or worse, they do, and yeah. Anyway, then we have Warhammer miniatures, of which I've painted maybe 5. Saitama. The pig head femboy from Demon Slayer. There's Battle Club, or Fight Club Mako from Kill La Kill. Back there, kind of out of frame, we've got Kaiman from Dorohedoro. Inosuke, thank you. And then There's a JoJo thing back there, and yeah. Yeah. I saw kitty butthole. Well, cats are always trying to show you their assholes. That's really a them thing. I don't get it, and I don't like it. Did Artemy come back in? I hope so. I hope that wasn't some kind of fucking ghost. Why is your taste in anime so based in Kino? Because as everyone agrees, I have flawless media takes. Anyway, to everyone who's watching right now, I do not know what the future holds for this stream. I have not decided whether I intend to continue streaming. If I continue streaming too much longer, I won't be able to start stream at the time that I have been for the past 5 days tomorrow, which could be unfortunate because nighttime is a time where bad things can happen. Yeah, I don't know which direction we're going to take. Actually, I think I do. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend about 30 minutes winding down because we've had a pretty intense day of coverage. And tomorrow the coverage will resume at 11 a.m., same time as today started. We have no idea what the future holds, but please mark my words on this, okay? Invasion at this point is as close to inevitable as anything can be said to be inevitable. Every bit of information which has emerged today has fully reaffirmed that narrative. They have already invaded, mind you. They have already invaded Ukraine. Russia has explicitly said that they consider the broader Donbass region, in which tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers currently stand, to be an independent nation state, which they are defending against Ukrainian intervention. Ukraine has said they will not back down. Russia has said a lot of very contradictory stuff, you know. There is still much to cover, and I will do my best to cover it. Oh, pigeon. You are annoying and dumb. Gotta keep these bitches in line. Abuse? She is. Do leftists and rightists like the same anime, or is that a litmus test? No, they do not like the same anime. Okay, I will shill. Folks, if you've been watching the stream and you don't typically watch my content, obviously we don't normally cover ongoing warfare. But as the person who is responsible for all of it, I like my stream, and maybe you will too. So please do subscribe to this channel and to my second channel, The Vosh Pit. I think that we do good stuff here. As I've always said in so many other instances, it's not about the conclusions you draw, it's about the processes by which you arrive. And if you like how I cover this, but don't know if you'd like to listen to me talk about which Pokemon I want to have sex with, I remind you that there's really no difference between warfare and having sex with Pokemon in a meaningful sense. All there is the way in which you approach the issue. So if you like my method of informational conveyance, then that's really what matters. Or to put it another way, it's possible to speak on either issue in a way which portrays how you speak on the other. Is the Azan Bridge burned? There's not much for me to work off of here because I don't really directly talk to Hassan. I sent him a DM like 2 days ago imploring him to change his perspective on the issue, and he didn't respond, which I didn't expect him to, you know. He is a very busy guy. He probably gets I get so many DMs and emails I can barely keep track of them, and he probably gets 10 times as many about me. But I think it is difficult. It's difficult to look at his behavior and believe in fairness and good reason that he would not allow his ego to compromise his decision-making ability on this issue. Thank you, Changeling666. Very unfortunate. Ukraine stream with Adam, something to be top tier content. I don't want anyone else on here. I like doing my own thing. It's just sad because I don't see what he has to gain from this. This is what I mean. We're not rational actors. He doesn't have anything to gain from this, okay? He's just an emotional guy. Hassan doesn't respond well to criticism. I think a lot of his ability to respond well to criticism was heavily compromised from his engagement with Destiny. One of the things that I always had difficulty parsing was, why is Hassan so bugged by Destiny? Like, these days, I guess I don't think about him that much, but Hassan, you'd think that Hassan would be like, I don't know, kind of more cocky about it, because Destiny gave him shit, and now Hassan is like 10 times the size of anyone, right? Like, he's the biggest guy. Like, you'd think he'd be like, oh yeah, Destiny's an asshole, like, look at me, you know, and he's like huge, but it still gets under his skin, you know? There's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but I feel like a lot of it just has to do with a particular vulnerability to criticism. You know? Isn't that a good thing? Let Hassan take the heat from Destiny, he can ignore you. I don't care if Destiny criticizes me or whatever. He's got weird emotional shit. Both of them have weird emotional shit going on, man. Both of them do. I feel like I've demonstrated a decent level of you know, non-committal disengagement, at least from Destiny. I don't want to disengage from Hassan. I'd like it, if anything, I could push him towards better takes. It's not even a clout sharking thing. He's never going to have me on his stream. That's fine. But he should have better takes. If you care sincerely about the left as a political body and not just for your own channel metrics, then, you know, a desire to push Hassan towards better position should be something one would advocate for, even if it's not, you know. In Hassan's Discord, he's constantly linking to Destiny's subreddit. He's very thin-skinned and he watches debates a lot. He's taking the wrong lessons from this. Where's that mug from? A tattoo shop. Maybe. Prague Pro 96. Artemy. By Hassan having you on, it means less money for him, let's be honest. No. That's not just a cynical perspective. It's an incorrectly cynical perspective. Hassan wouldn't refrain from having me on because it would somehow detract from his market share of the online left. A lot of it's just an optics thing. I'm deeply unpopular outside of my own community. But a lot of it is also that there's no metric in which I come on his stream where I don't criticize him. And Hassan can't really defend himself against criticisms from me. Pardon me, don't hit the refresh button. He's right here. He's rubbing his face against the function keys on the keyboard. Artemy. Artemy. What are you sniffing? Show baby? That's up to him, man. You're deeply unpopular in your own subreddit? Yeah. Here's a cat tail. Artemy, what if you stayed on the floor, which is a place that cats are? Yeah. Maybe a place where there isn't thousands of dollars of computer equipment. Oh, he's going onto the bed. What a good baby. Yeah, sorry, Sake. Wartime takes precedence. How'd he get back in? Wait, how did he get back in? I don't even know. Whatever, dude. Vosh, you seem genuinely impervious to shit getting to you. Is that a skill you developed or you just built different? I mean, obviously different people are going to have different, like, propensities for this sort of thing, but, I don't know. Like, I feel like people have a fair degree of control over, like, what they are, and it just, the issue is, you know, you can't control how you feel. You can control what you do, but at a level, you kind of can control how you feel, as long as you're willing to exercise some level of, what do they call it, cognitive behavioral therapy, a kind of recursive awareness of the feelings and thoughts that feed into how you feel. This is cognitive behavioral therapy, right? This is what that means, more or less. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Somebody gives me an answer apart from the CBT joke. Oh, I'll give you an example. Okay. So, with regards to controlling how you feel about things, okay? I don't smoke weed that much, in part because I'm high on life, and also because when I do, I tend to get depressive. See, I have manic depression, and for the most part, that doesn't affect me that much because A, I'm on lithium bicarbonate, and B, I'm Bill Dipperly. But when I'm high, it exacerbates the negative feelings. And it makes me feel sort of existentially depressed, like, oh, the universe is so big, what does it all matter, blah, blah. And it used to be that when I had those feelings, it was very, very negative. I didn't like that at all. However, one thing that made me feel better was whenever I did have those sort of intrusive thoughts, there was something I could repeat to myself, which was, the only reason I'm having these thoughts is because I'm high, And you have to let that become an overriding mechanism in your mind. You know what I mean? The only reason I'm thinking any of this is because I'm high. It's sensible to me because I'm high. It comes to mind because I'm high. But I will not always be high, and then I will not think about it. And that's true. When you sober up, then those thoughts stop happening the way they do. But the thing is, in a way, the effect that weed has on your cognition is not too dissimilar to the effect that a depressive episode has on your cognition, in the sense that both of them are temporary alterations of your default brain state. So if you're feeling depressive in a general sense, and you have these negative feelings, you can think, well, these thoughts come to mind because I'm feeling depressive. These thoughts come to mind and feel natural and reasonable, and I can justify them in my head because I'm feeling depressive. But I won't always, and then they will cease to feel that way. And that's correct. So engaging in this metacognition, this sort of attempt to reflect on the mechanisms by which you arrive at the feelings you have, is a really effective way of controlling your behavior. Obviously, it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't turn you into some kind of like a emotion god robot man. Obviously, but I think it's pretty helpful for uncovering the root of some emotional issues, Heba, I am not saying that what I said right there cures depression. Curing or dealing with depression, the whole 9 yards, big complicated stuff. I'm only saying that this is a broadly and generally effective thing. So in Hassan's case, to bring this back around to why I started, in Hassan's case, he gets irrationally defensive and angry when people criticize him. You can watch his streams, it's true. It's not just he gets irritated because people are being dumb, and it's not just he's kind of hyperbolically agitated for the sake of playing it up for the stream. He gets legitimately upset when people criticize him, Even when those criticisms are very light and even-handed, like that trans person who he screamed at and said he hopes they have a terrible life because they said they wished Hassan had defended trans issues better when that conservative was on. So I'm guessing there's some kind of just criticism is just a thing he doesn't respond well to. So there's probably an internal process that you could engage in to address that a little bit. Not to say that he, will, but the reason I'm going on this is because somebody in chat asked, well, how do you stay so calm? So I'm saying that now. How'd you learn I have bipolar disorder? I can thank my parents for that. When I was feeling depressive after my first year at university and spent some time back home, I talked with my parents and they were like, all right, well, let's have you talk to a psychiatrist. And my parents live in Beverly Hills, so I got a good psychiatrist. Vermin was actually with me for that appointment. Vermin knew at the time, and still does, way more about mental health than I do. So I thought that I just had depression, but I was talking to the psych, and the psych was like in the room, yeah, I consented to that. The psych was like, yeah, I think it might be bipolar depression. And I was like, I don't think that's true. But it was true. So that's cool. Hopefully flashy job. You experience mania? Yeah. You're drinking coffee right now, plan on staying up? I drink coffee all the time these days. Oh, the Kenya UN representative speech was amazing. I probably will revisit it at some point. What was your most manic episode? Okay. 13,000 people. We talk about my mental health. I'm sure we can find something a little bit more universal. No, fine. No, fine. My most manic episode. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Some people have manic episodes that are very destructive. Mine have never been. I'm just more productive. What does mania feel like? This is way too personal. I decide that. The first time I took Adderall, I experienced what was essentially a short-term version, and this was like 10 milligrams of Adderall. Okay, we're not talking a tremendous amount. No, it might have been 5 milligrams, actually. Yeah, no, I think it was 5. Minuscule amount, but it triggered a brief manic episode. I got, I think, about 6 months of housework done in 8 hours, and after that, for 2 weeks, it was difficult to walk because every part of my body was incredibly sore. I just didn't feel it. There's just sort of a perceived invulnerability, but it was very productive. I was very, very productive. Manic episodes aren't always that easy. Mine have always been fine. Sometimes they're very destructive. Sometimes people legitimately do think they're invulnerable. It is, after all, a mental illness. It's sometimes people will think, like, I can't be killed. I won't be hurt by anything. I'm invincible. They'll do very reckless stuff. They'll spend a bunch of money because they think, like, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine. It's essentially, it goes beyond, like, determination and positivity and runs right into an inability to perceive potential consequences, which is, not great for living or existing, really. Terrifying? Oh, mental health stuff is absolutely terrifying. This is one of the things that factors into my position as a moral anti-realist. You can't really account for the processes by which you arrive at your analysis of the processes. You can't apply the scientific method to the scientific method, A person who is colorblind will never know that they are colorblind unless they are told so by another person who tests them on it. If you had a society full of colorblind people, they would never know. They would never have any way of knowing. Even if somewhere on the other side of the world there were people who were not colorblind. And likewise, for things not as empirically determinable as color, the processes by which you self-analyze are all up here. So if there's something wrong with this, using a broken system to, find problems in a broken system is really, really difficult, It's like having one tool that you can use to repair things, and that tool gets damaged, and the only tool you can use on it is itself. It's an almost impossible task. It can be done, of course, because I'm kind of using simplistic mechanical metaphors, but it's something it's very difficult to manage. But it's something we all have to do, because this isn't just a mental illness thing. Foucault writes on this. The medicalization of mental illness has been disruptive in, among other respects, the fact that it essentializes characteristics which we ascribe to mental illness, even if they don't necessarily come from mental illness. The lay Reddit atheist, euphoric version of this argument is a person who believes God speaks to them when they sleep might just be a Christian, whereas a person who believes that a dead relative speaks to them while they sleep, well, they might be diagnosed with schizophrenia. Now, the only difference functionally between these two things are that there's so much cultural baggage to legitimize the former example, that it's considered kind of like a legitimized, acceptable thing one might experience. And that's not necessarily illegitimate, Being given a cultural pretext for something that would otherwise be considered irrational isn't necessarily unreasonable. For instance, a lot of the etiquette that we have in day-to-day life is really arbitrary, You can imagine a society, I don't know, 10,000 years ago, if you want to. You can imagine a society where a person, where people, you know, it's considered good etiquette to smack the top of a person's head when you meet them. I don't know why. Maybe that's happened sometime in human civilization. There have been a lot of humans, you know. Now, if you were to go about doing that today, you know, people would not appreciate it. They would dislike that significantly if you did it sort of unprompted to people. And today, they might even consider a willingness to do that as an indication of some kind of unwellness on your part. But again, society legitimizes some behavior, and that makes it more acceptable to engage in it as sort of an arbitrary basis. But anyway, the reason why I'm talking about all of this is because the introspection to make sure the processes that you're using to arrive at your positions is really, really, really important. And you have to use the tool to diagnose the problems in that tool, which is frustrating sometimes. It's one of the reasons why it's really tough to get out of some mental illness pits without medication, because sometimes you really do need some kind of chemical stabilizer to facilitate the process of stabilization, or to even, you know, make it more attainable, you know, possibly. But it's all doable. It's, you know, I imagine in many cases. Hold on, I have to tell Pigeon to shut up. Actually, I think I'm just going to lock her in the bedroom. Pigeon, you can't. You're so loud. I can hear you. I was going to set a timer. I hit my knee so hard bending down to pick up Pigeon. Holy shit. Oh my god. Ow. Yay. Ooh. Fuck. Totally my fault. I just bent down and, you know, I just hit my... That's what that yell was? Yeah. It was loud enough I could hear it. Yeah. Woo. 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 What was I talking about? Work in mental health. What you're talking about is, in a semi-generalized way, is extremely well stated. What he's talking about isn't something that pretends mental health. This sort of knowledge really breaks down the walls, stigmas people. Yeah, I guess the point that I'm trying to get at is that, and Foucault wrote on this when he wasn't being French, that by medicalizing mental illness, we drew boundaries around elements of human behavior that are omnipresent in all people. Therefore, by implication, we have distinguished between that which is medicalized and that which is not, and thus denied ourselves the perceived value of being introspective about the non-medicalized component. Do it. Artemy, do it. Bap it. Bap the thing. He meowed. Artemy chooses peace. Beautiful baby. Artemy, what do you... They don't like that I've been working all day. There we go. So loving. Anyway, what was I saying? Okay. By distinguishing between the medicalized and the non-medicalized elements of human psychological behavior, we have implicitly said this. We have said, when there is something wrong with the human brain, we give it a name. We name the condition. And then doctors and medicine deal with it. The problem with that idea is that, well, look, I'll put it this way, guys. Can you guys tell me the difference between a person with autism and a person without autism? I know which conditions tend to correspond to autism, but is it possible to draw the line, like an actual distinct line against which you can empirically determine who's on which side? There can't be a hard line. It's called the spectrum for a reason, right? There are also conditions that people can have that are considered indicative of autism without being diagnosed with it, you know? Like a person can be really sensitive to some sounds and touches and tastes and what have you, but otherwise not indicate any such behavior. There's so much variance. In a way, don't you feel as though the term autism, the diagnosis, has just become a kind of catch-all designation for people who demonstrate abnormal behavior in a certain range? But a lot of the elements of abnormality we're referring to are at least informed by cultural bias, at least to an extent. That's not to say there's absolutely no intrinsic or internal element to autism, because there is, but a lot of it is affected by cultural bias. I'm not saying there's anything necessarily wrong with diagnosing or with responding or what have you. I'm only saying that I feel like people have gotten worse at developing the processes to identify problems with their thoughts when it doesn't explicitly fit within the diagnosis of a mental illness. I mean, how many people have we had on stream who act horribly irrationally, but who are probably considered neurotypical in a medical sense? Clearly the medical diagnosis does not fully encompass the potential range for irrational human behavior. It's obviously a lot more complicated than that. You guys understand what I'm getting at here, right? I'm not saying there's no value to any of these terms. I'm only saying that they're arbitrary, and the way we talk about them might make it more difficult for us to deal with some internal issues, whether or not we are diagnosable with some of these conditions. And a lot of it varies so significantly, it's really difficult to tell at all. So, like, for example, okay, a mental illness is defined by an abnormal element of cognitive behavior which affects your life to the point that you can't function well in society, right? I'm generalizing a bit, but like broadly, mental illness, you know, abnormal, you know, atypical cognitive behavior, you know, that sort of thing, right? Is Nazism a mental illness? Now, I say so, of course, because I'm edgy, but like, really though, is it? Outside of the, you know, the desire to, you know, be all performatively cool and stuff in the chat of the socialist live streamer. Really, though, is it? Because having spoken to a few... Oh, rowdy now. Having spoken to a few Nazis myself, it is definitely, at the very least, correlative to certain forms of irrationality. And in addition, it certainly prohibits one's effective functioning in society. After all, there are personality disorders which describe a lack of empathy for other people, right? Like there are personality disorders, antisocial personality disorder, that sort of thing. A lack of empathy, you know, a lack of consideration. So what if the lack of empathy that you have is not dictated by your cognitive capacity, but rather by the political biases you hold? Well, is it possible that a person who is mentally normal could exhibit all the tendencies of a person with a personality disorder without actually having a personality disorder, because the political biases they've adopted have given them the pretext to act in a way as though they had that personality disorder? I think questions like this are really, really interesting. All right, dumbass. I think questions like that are really interesting because, if nothing else, they reveal the inherent subjectivity of the diagnosis criteria. Is there a meaningful difference? I don't know. I genuinely do not know that. I know that there's a difference in the sense that a person who legitimately has a personality disorder theoretically would always behave that way, whereas a person who only behaves that way because of political biases could be educated out of that, right? But if one's a Nazi all their life, does that make a difference? Also, you could, additionally, you could make this argument in the reverse. So, if the criteria for this personality disorder resembling political behavior, say, for example, that the Nazis had won, and you were some kind of communist insurgent within such a society, well, being a communist would certainly be detrimental to one's functioning within a Nazi society. There would be social consequences, to put it lightly, to being that. To put it very lightly. But additionally, would the Nazi doctors not argue that you lack empathy? I mean, surely a communist insurgent in a world ruled by Nazis, you would be engaging in acts of sedition, terror, what have you, we must fight back, etc., etc. They would diagnose you, I think. Or at the very least, they would say these traits exhibit a similar, similar behavior to this personality disorder or that. If you think about that for long enough, then it becomes easier to understand how medical and scientific racists of the 20th and 19th centuries were willing to essentialize elements of behavior that were very obviously a product of environmental circumstance, Because if you look back on that, like, well, okay, so why were these doctors and scientists so quick to, like, for instance, they would look up the skulls of, like, slaves brought from Africa, and they would go, oh, look at this skull. And of course, it's like a totally normal human skull. Because skulls of black and white people are, like, the same. But they would hold it up, and they would go like, look at it. Well, isn't it obvious? This is why they can't read. It's like they were never taught how to read. They were never educated. That information doesn't spontaneously emerge in your brain. You have to be taught that information. But they did that because they made some mistakes that it seems like we haven't fully broke from. Hello, Doe, with a quote from Foucault. Doe? From Foucault. What did Marx do when, in his analysis of capital, he encountered the problem of working-class misery? He refused the usual explanation which regarded this misery as the effect of a rare natural cause or of a concerted theft. And he said, in effect, given what capitalist production is in its fundamental laws, it can't help but produce misery. Capitalism's raison d'etre is not to starve the workers, but it cannot develop without starving them. Other things being equal, that's approximately what I would say. It's not a question of denying sexual misery. It's also not a question of explaining it negatively with repression. The whole problem is to understand the positive mechanisms that, producing sexuality in such or such a fashion, result in misery. Yes. That might as well have been French to me. No, I understand. I've read enough Foucault to get the thrust of it. The issue, folks, is this comes back down to essentialization. No, Doe, I'm not stupid. You condescend to me. No, it comes down to essentialization. This is why I ham on essentialization so often as a concept, okay? The idea that because things are the way they are, it must be because of some intrinsic element of a person's nature is inherently a reactionary way of thinking, I think. And I think there's an element of that in modern medicalization of mental illness. That's not to say, again, that there's like no such thing as Down syndrome or no such thing as autism, whatever. It's just the categorization reaffirms that degree of essentialization. And that can be negative when it comes both to helping people who could use the help and, also to people who honestly couldn't, but could maybe do for some introspection. It's that what is autistic is produced as a byproduct of the norm being produced. Yes, what is this? This is the knowledge power duopoly. Yes, Doe? How knowledge and power reaffirm each other. The power to create the term autism, to describe it, to give shape to it through language, creates then recursively the knowledge about that subject. You produce the category which produces the discourse surrounding the category, which reaffirms the existence of the category. The social category is born in the discourse which surrounds its birth. You can make that argument for a lot of stuff. Gender, that'd be a big one. Race, a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Life itself. True. I don't know enough focus knowledge power means any specifically that's to understand. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, there's kind of like a whirlpool effect of a lot of these diagnoses as well, where as soon as you create a term, other things adjacent to it get described as it. We've dealt with this problem before. Like, for example, the more nuanced the language about mental illness becomes, the more boxes there are to put people in. But if you look, and this is most evident, I think, when these terms start to be fermented, you know, back in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, where they're really sort of developing what we now consider to be the modern attitude towards psychology and psychiatry, you know, psychiatric practice. If you look back at the, you know, I'm simplifying a little bit here, but this happens pretty often, okay? Basically, a doctor will go like, hey, okay, I know why bitches be crazy. It's because of hysteria, all right? They need a nut or something. I don't know. Women are fucking crazy. And then all of a sudden, everywhere, all across England, people are going, oh my God. So that's why my wife was angry that I didn't get her a gift for the 30th year of our marriage. It's because of hysteria, you know? So because they create the category, everything becomes attributed to the category, which then reaffirms the legitimacy of the category. You understand? That makes sense, doesn't it? Once you create the scapegoat, the idea, the thing to which to attribute the behavior, then all of a sudden, all adjacent behavior is fair game for attributing. And then, of course, the category seems all the more important because you've done that. And then this happens over and over and over. Does the categorization help or does it dilute the nuance? The nuances of how to properly diagnose stuff from a psychiatric perspective are very beyond me. I don't want to speak outside of my station here, okay? I will say, however, that, look, we have two competing problems here, okay? Problem one is that human brains are really, really complicated, meaning that a full understanding of what afflicts a person mentally will usually... To be holistic, I mean, it needs to involve like a lot of analysis. And the other problem is that there are 7 billion people on Earth, 8 billion, whatever, and the medical industry needs to move quickly. We simply cannot normalize a system where everyone gets access to medical care for free, which I want, and also a system where people get like hour-long psychiatric appointments every week, like with multiple doctors like all the time or whatever every week. Like the issue is like unless you want to spend 80% of the GDP on like medical facilities, they have to be a little bit expedited. That's why doctors visits are kind of, it used to be doctors visits like we used to fantasize like, oh, they'll come to your house. They don't do that shit anymore. I mean, maybe in like really rural areas, but for the most part now, like you go in there 15 minutes, kablamo. And ideally that should be done quickly, right? Not every medical professional needs to be your shoulder to cry on, except for a therapist who literally needs to be your shoulder to cry on. Psychiatry is different from therapy though. Therapists listen to you, they talk. Psychiatrists diagnose and then they prescribe medication. And in that case, I feel like it's valid. The categorical ascriptions are valid when you're talking about stuff that is to be dealt with through psychiatry. That is what I believe. When you're talking about something that you can fix with chemicals, I think it's acceptable to engage in this categorization rigidly because this allows for the most effective ascription of these chemicals, the best method of prescribing. But in other respects, it can get a little bit more murky, you know? Some psychiatrists also do talk therapy. Yeah. Generally, for the field of psychiatry, I feel the categories are quite helpful. And for the field of therapy, I've heard mixed results. Would you say the category of ADHD has utility? All I know is that I have ADHD, and being diagnosed with it allowed me to get Adderall, and that makes my life easier. So, yes, it is almost never a clear line between what can and can't be fixed with chemicals. That is completely true. Yes, 100%. It's an incredibly unclear thing. Doesn't Adderall make everyone's life easier, though? To an extent. It's really about whether or not you're in a pit beforehand, though, you know? Correct me if I'm wrong, but ADHD and autism overlap a lot because they both involve an overpresence of electrical activity in the brain. Yeah, there are correlative factors there, possibly even causative factors, you know? The fact that a lot of gay people are left-leaning isn't correlative after all, it's causative. It could be one or the other. It's causative, but in both directions. Being left-leaning can lead a person to be more open with, you know, non-standard sexual identities, And being of a non-standard sexual identity might make you more sympathetic to left-leaning arguments because, well, those are the people who tend to defend you politically. So it can be causative in both directions. Is Adderall bad for your body? If you take too much of it, sure. It's a powerful chemical. It's meth, basically. It's not bad if it's taken, in a reasonable amount, I don't think. Lithium bicarbonate can be bad for you. Yeah. Did I tell you guys? Oh no, we did talk about how lithium came about on stream, right? We did look at that. We looked at that a while ago, the history of lithium. That was interesting. Yeah, that was wild. I got quoted $4,000 for a diagnosis. Pretty sure I have ADHD undiagnosed. Jesus Christ, $4,000 for a psychiatric diagnosis? I'm sorry. You can't take Adderall forever? Not with that attitude, Tempest. Is there a difference to Ritalin? Different people respond better to different variants of the chemical. What do you think people who have bipolar and need it to be creative don't want to take their meds like Kanye? All right, I'm going to keep it real with you. I could be talking out my ass here, but I really do feel like the people who say, like, mood disorders can make you more creative, total BS. For me, total BS, 100%. Absolute fucking BS, man. I really dislike the narrative that creativity is, like, enhanced by drugs or by, like, mental illness. I guess there can be an association, but for the most part, creativity involves incredibly structured cognitive ability, It also requires discipline to be productive, and these are things you generally want to be on your top game for. Not to say you can't be drunk and, like, compose some cool music or whatever. Artemy just knocked the chocolate off my desk. Artemy, if you eat that, you're gonna die. You want to die? No, you don't. You're just stupid and you smell food. All right, you're being held again. What about Stephen King and the cocaine? So cocaine will make you more productive, but I don't think it'll make you more creative. And also, I feel like he could have done what he did without doing that, Like a lot of industry professionals like do cocaine because it helps them compensate for a really unhealthy production schedule. Also, can I be real with you guys? I think Stephen King's books would have been better if he chilled out for a little bit. It's not as though they maintained a consistent level of quality, right? He wrote a lot. Maybe if he had chilled out a little bit, took some time, maybe things would have turned out a little bit, How are we doing, huh? You want to wrestle my... Yep, we do. Yeah. You want to do a baby battle? Ooh, ooh. Wah! Yes. He escaped. I do think there's a difference between using drugs to stimulate or derive inspiration from, but depending on drugs. My bias is present here. I'm a pretty anti-drug person in general. Again, I smoke weed to help me sleep. I don't mean like you're a bad person if you do drugs, and I don't mean that I have conservative attitudes towards drug policy. I just mean that in my experience, and Chat gets mad at me when I say this, but I hold to my opinion, in my experience, oftentimes many people who use drugs a decent amount are more dependent on them than they claim to be, and it often has a number of negative effects on their mental and social well-being that they don't own up to. See, this is the problem. Drugs affect your brain, which, as we were talking about before, is the thing that's really bad at self-diagnosis. So if you get into drugs quite a bit, it can be very difficult to reflect on the effect that it's having on you. And this is consistent across pretty much all drugs. People get very defensive about it, which I think is often quite telling. Yeah. What about you and Adderall? Yeah, take Adderall every day. But it has a positive effect on me because it compensates for executive dysfunction, which is a product of my ADHD. But I think there's a pretty big difference between, taking a regularly scheduled intake of a diagnosed and prescribed medication to compensate for something and a bunch of stuff other people do with drugs. There are, of course, times that people will use illicit drugs in ways that are helpful like that. So, for example, weed is often used as a painkiller by cancer patients or people with chronic pain. I will never give anyone shit for that. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, people who, and I mean, I don't need to elaborate. Come on, I'd be willing to bet that most of the people in chat who have already graduated from high school know at least one person with an unhealthy drug habit. We're literally going through a record-breaking, opiate crisis in America. It's like the leading cause of death for like people in a certain age range. It's why like it's not that hard to find people who are going through that, you know. Also, a lot of people don't understand the difference between a drug which numbs the symptoms of a problem and a drug which fixes the problem, you know? And that could be a problem as well, right? So people who are really depressed, so they smoke a bunch of weed, I promise you guys, with very few exceptions, getting high every night will not make you feel less depressed. It will make you temporarily more distracted by the stuff around you, but you know, I think the goal should be for people to be sort of healthy and happy by default, and then if they choose to take drugs, that's like an additive, you know, it's something that they're doing because they want to have that much more fun, not something they're doing to stave off the harsh reality of their default state of mind. You know, it can keep you from maintaining that sort of thing, but any tips for really bad executive dysfunction? Just you got to take advantage of the times when you do feel like doing stuff, for sure. Most people know that, though. Yeah, I am not pretending that I'm spouting some kind of cosmic wisdom here. These are just my preferences and beliefs. A lot of this is controlled by economics too. Absolutely, 100%. What do you think about long-term SSRI use? Really depends on the person. What do you think about mystical visions? I don't believe in mysticism, so visions are visions, but, you know. I just want to get diagnosed for ADHD without breaking the bank. Well, I don't know how you get a $4,000 diagnosis, but there's an app that I've used in the past called ZocDoc, which I hate saying out loud because it sounds like Doc Ock, the Spider-Man villain. But and I was you can just this little 15-minute online appointment follow through in person. I don't know, it's just a couple $100. I don't have medical insurance, but you know, a lot of this stuff is going to vary. Just don't get anything done at a hospital, you know? Like, if you're going to get any work done, just go to, like, a little clinic. Have you ever experienced any paranormal activity? No. I don't think it's possible to either. Like, if I had ever experienced something which felt like paranormal activity, then it would simply be a thing that I don't have an explanation for. But I think it's important to keep that mindset, right? The willingness to fill in the gaps, things we don't understand, things we don't have an explanation for, must be caused by some supernatural whatever. You know, I think it's good for your brain. It keeps the you know, the cogs turning to always think, well, I don't understand this. Maybe I'll never, but what could it be? And you think about all the possible things, and usually that's I think it's a more helpful way of thinking, because sometimes you will come across problems where you think you don't know all the answers, but by thinking about it, you arrive at them, and you arrive at a better answer than you would have by just lazily ascribing it to some kind of supernatural intervention. Would you say the cost of your ADHD meds are significant compared to a low income? It's about $40 a month. That's a lot of money for a person on a low income, yeah. And sometimes they try to jump up the price of my meds too. Really weird. I'll go there and they'll be like, yeah, it's $200. And I'll be like, it's really not, actually. Can you double check that? And they'll be like, oh, give us 30 minutes. And then they'll come back and it'll be $40. Okay. You know, you know, one time I actually was in enough of a hurry that I didn't even ask them to change the price. Do you have any idea what a fucking spoiled, privileged asshole I felt like at that point? Well, when I was like, fuck it, just give them to me now, and I had to leave, I was thinking like, thank God for my stupidly lucrative job. All right. My ADHD meds are $5. Well, whoop-de-doo. They probably didn't apply the GoodRx coupon. Yeah. Got it. How are you doing? Oh, Vermin Good, we're winding down. Talking about something completely unrelated to warfare, which I think is a nice bit of a, palate cleanser after 10 hours of frantically covering warfare. Jesus, Tempest. Testosterone costs $2K without insurance. Holy fuck. Well, I would make sure to get insurance before doing anything fancy like that. Why is pulling my tooth $150? Couldn't tell you. How's Tinder going? Just fine, thank you. I know I've talked about this before. I still can't believe that I have a fake tooth. That is just wild to me. I was never the type of person to get cavities, and then I got one, and I got a root canal, and they just replaced the whole top of the tooth. And it was, and it's like flawless. It's exactly the same as the rest of my teeth, except better. Because that tooth doesn't have any nerve ending in it, which means that it can't feel pain. That's just so cool. Fuck teeth nerves, true. Did it hurt? Not really. No. They numb your tooth beforehand, which is by the way abjectly horrifying, which is fucking terrifying, by the way. What they do, yeah, because the issue is they inject you with local anesthesia in the area, but it's not enough because your tooth nerves are very sensitive. They need to burn them out. So what they do is they inject the ever-loving fuck out of your mouth with like Novocaine and stuff, or with the local anesthesia or whatever. And they have this little tool that feels really, really cold. You can feel it against your skin. It's very cold. And they touch it to the exposed nerves of your cavity. And if you can feel anything, they keep injecting you full of local anesthesia. The first time they did it, I felt something. It didn't even hurt. It was just this cold feeling in my tooth. Naturally, out of terror, I told them, give me another gallon of the local anesthesia, which they did. And then after that, I didn't feel anything. I hate this stop lull. So anyway, then they use this specialized drill to literally just disintegrate the nerve going all the way down to the root of the tooth. It goes all the way down to like one of the like pillars that digs into your gum. They had to like carve a tunnel through. They don't pull it out or anything. They just annihilate it with dental tools. There are videos of this. Yeah. Then when they're done with that, they burn it out. Then they cut the whole damn tooth off with a saw, the top of it. Just leave the roots of it in, the stuff that's buried into your gums. And then they literally use cement glue to just stick a crown on top of it. And it's awesome. Again, I have a super tooth now. I don't even remember that I have it until it gets brought up by someone else because it feels identical to the rest of my teeth. If I had amnesia and just woke up one day not remembering that I had that surgery, I would never know. I would never find out. I think that's cool. I was worried that it would feel like shit because it used to be that old crowns were made out of metal. You'd see them. It would be like iron fillings. Fuck that, dude. Thank God. Thank God for plastics. Why do teeth even have to have nerves? Fuck that. Well, evolution doesn't really care if you suffer, but they do care if you're aware that you're being injured or sick. So, evolution is not about keeping you from suffering, okay? You still have your wisdom teeth? No, I had to have them taken out. Artemy, do you want to be let out? Oh my God, he does. Oh, don't pull my mouse down. Be free. Absolute baby. No, I have not seen the Hilda movie. My wisdom teeth never came in? Are they just in your gums? Same reason so many women can't orgasm from penetration. Evolution doesn't care about pleasure, only results. Yeah, technically, technically orgasms in people who have vaginas are vestigial, though I do think it increases the likelihood of impregnation. Self-report. Oh shit, you just got self-report. That's a porn star right there. That is the worst person. That is the last person you want making fun of you on a subject like this. I think in Victorian England they believe women could only get pregnant if the woman had had an orgasm during the sex. Which led, I suppose, to a lot more women having orgasms, but it also meant that it was much harder to prove rape cases, because anytime a woman was made pregnant from a rape, the rapist would go like, well, she came, so she must have wanted it, because it was Victorian England. So, you know. Yeah, see, very much a give and take with these bits. Female orgasms literally allow for the ovum to produce an egg during the fertile periods of the myth. Of the myth? I mean month? Well, listen, guys. If you're fucking somebody with a pussy, you should probably make them come whether or not you're trying to make them pregnant. Ideally, right? You know, I'm just okay, so leave aside the impregnation thing, right? Just do it cuz it's just polite, okay? It's just a nice thing to do. It's just a good attitude to take. Have you in any way been affected by the opioid crisis? No, I have not. What's your take on antinatalism? A fake philosophy made up by depressed people who need to go outside more. Review Dylan Burns' Ukraine vid? Sure, it's good. No, it is not Android. Have you ever considered a video on the rampant misogyny in online exercise spaces, especially bodybuilding and powerlifting? It feels like kind of obvious, right? I don't know. Online workout communities are misogynistic. It just feels like I'd be beating a dead horse. If anything, I'd talk about misogyny in the online left, but according to some people, I am the misogyny in the online left, so no. I would argue with me over that. There's nothing wrong with antinatalism. The species doesn't need 7 billion people to survive. Okay, kill yourself then. What? Hasten the process. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, you don't want to? That's right, shut up. Like I said, fake philosophy. Antinatalism is just depressed people trying to, like, rationalize their misanthropy, okay? Sorry, it's just not a philosophy that I respect. You should talk about misogyny in the online left. Can you please explain essentialization? Essentialization is when there's a characteristic and you say that that characteristic exists in a person or in a group because of how they are, rather than circumstantial reasons like the environment they grew up in or whatever, you know. Essentialization is kind of a relative thing, you know. It really what essentialization refers to is when you are being more essentialist than is warranted by the subject at hand. And in regards to misogyny in the online left, I mean, it's obviously a huge issue. Folks, if watching my channel has taught you guys anything, I hope it is that saying you're on the left does not make you any less likely to be a gigantic piece of shit. Because the number of lefties who I talk with nonstop who demonstrate all of the same fundamental negative biases that we see in like alt-righters it's just this constant fucking thing, man. And honest to God, for a lot of people, them being like feminists or whatever is honest virtue signaling. That is a real thing that really happens. All you need to do to prove that, by the way, is look at Merrick, okay? People in the online left hate Merrick for some fucking reason. Merrick is a sex worker with big titties, which is a good thing to be, you know. As far as I'm concerned, the world is a better place when that is a thing that exists, you know. But for this reason, that's basically like the fielded criticism of Merrick is always pushed through that filter. People despise Merrick, and it's never just, you know, oh, because of this or that disposition. It's always sexism. Merrick deals with so much sexism, and it's from the online left, you know? Not entirely unexpected. I didn't expect better from the online left, but yeah. Now, I understand that nobody believes me when I say this because you're all pieces of shit, but When I do the ironic misogyny thing, there is a reason for that joke. And the reason for the joke, the reason I do that, the underlying current of thought that legitimizes it in my mind is it's funny because it's absurd. Same with a lot of satire. It's funny because it's absurd. Like when I go on little bits about how I hate gay people, interspersed with how I'm gay. Like, you know, like you've heard me do that, right? Like I fucking hate gay people. They like dick, which I totally don't. You know, like it's the obvious joke is that, you know, you just hate bottoms. No, I actually do hate bottoms, but you know, you understand what I'm talking about, right? The point is that by interspersing silly bigotry with self-defeating behavior, you know, the point is that that's supposed to produce some kind of innate humor, right? Now, not everyone finds that funny, and that is fine. It is by its nature kind of edgy or whatever, you know. But a lot of people in my community take from that the funny part of that joke is when you're misogynistic. But that, to me at least, is only funny when it's being delivered in the appropriate context, right? So an example of this would be, I find it funny when, or I should say, if you were to take two men and have them both make a misogynistic joke, I would find it much funnier coming from Bo Burnham than I would from Steven Crowder, even if both of their deliveries were identically good, which they wouldn't be because Steven Crowder is like genetically unfunny and Bo Burnham is talented. But apart from that, I would find it funnier from Bo Burnham because there's a kind of inherent absurdity in like a avowed progressive guy making those jokes versus a person who, you know, just wants to say it. You know what I mean? Another example would be, a lot of it does come down to charitability, but you inform the level of charitability through the context you intersperse in the commentary, you know? Huh? I just kicked him out.
I was going to say baby time. Did you already show
It's been baby time for a while. We've had several baby times.
Okay. He wanted to come back in. Was he being annoying?
He was being so annoying.
Sorry, Artemis.
No, he can be in. He can be in. Maybe Totrika. So, for example, I've gotten in hot water for this before, but I don't believe any language is inherently bigoted. Even slurs, I think, can be employed in an anti-bigoted way. The best example of this, at least the one that most people have seen, is probably Blazing Saddles, which is great. If you haven't watched Blazing Saddles, you should. It is full of the N-word, and it is so obviously anti-racist that it's impossible to misinterpret. You know, it's really clearly, obviously an anti-racist movie. Django Unchained too. Django Unchained, I enjoy Django Unchained, but I think that by far, Blazing Saddles is a much, much, much better movie, in my opinion. Didn't people misinterpret it on Twitter a few years ago? Let's leave aside, listen, people on Twitter complain about shit they've never seen. If you watch Blazing Saddles, it is extremely obvious what political position the movie takes. What about Mel Brooks dressing up as a Native American in Blazing Saddles? I mean, he dressed up as a Native American while letting the black people go, but he was talking in a stereotypical Jewish, like, New York Jewish accent and, like, using Jewish terminology. So I think the joke... Yeah, he was speaking Yiddish. So I think the joke there was kind of a play on reciprocal oppression and also just the fundamental absurdity of a director with a feather headdress speaking Yiddish. I don't think it's as simple as just like Redface or whatever. It's a good movie. You should watch the movie. Look, look. Okay, all of this aside, have I seen this? What? I will look at this shortly. I'll look at that shortly. So what was I talking about? What the fuck was I talking about? I don't know. Oh, the only point that I'm getting at here is that I think... Oh, right, sexist jokes, ironic misogyny. The only point that I'm getting at here is that I think that virtually any language can be justified by the context in which it is delivered. I do sincerely believe that. But it's possible to abuse that mantra and simply use it as a way of being bigoted and not facing any consequences for it. So, for example, they say the N-word plenty of times in Blazing Saddles, but like, I can tell you for a fact there are probably people who just like repeat jokes from that film, not because they like the jokes, but because they just want to say the N-word and to be able to go, oh, it's from Blazing Saddles, an anti-racist movie, you know? That shit happens all the time. All the time. Not that specific example, but that general type of behavior. So it's always difficult to say. Same as 14-year-olds just want to be racist. Yeah. Is AOC hot? I think that AOC is attractive. Hot take. He did that to make fun of how often Jews were cast as natives in old westerns. That's not even a tendency that I'm familiar with. Have you seen the statement by Nicholas Black where they say because bodies aren't inherently sexual, kids can dress however they want, including naked? No, I haven't seen that. And I disagree with that statement. So I'm gonna guess that they faced criticism for that statement, and I hope they learn from it. That would be the hope, at least. Do it, ETA. People agreed. Okay. I don't even know what this refers to. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland. Context. Or leave your beard alone. Thank you, chat, for reminding me. Are you a good DM for D&D? I think so. But this isn't an ideal world. Yeah, the problem is a lot of people kind of want to jump the gun on this, which can come across as kind of sussy-wussy, right? So here are two positions that I hold that I hope everyone watching right now also holds, because I feel like it's pretty inarguable, right? Okay? In an ideal, perfect, ideal future universe brain galaxy world, okay? Breasts wouldn't be sexualized inherently, and, you know, there would be the same rules between AFAB and AMAB people with regards to toplessness. That seems fair. And there are other cultures for which that is the case. Like right now. So that seems reasonable. Here's another equally objectively true position. I really genuinely don't want to deal with the discourse, or even anything at all, surrounding underage women deciding to go around topless. I don't. And you know, I don't think they do either. I don't think anyone wants to deal with that. I feel like that would actually be fucking horrible. So this is very much a cart before the horse situation. The total desexualization would have to come before any measure like that, at least for broad social application. That wouldn't be good. What's your favorite handgun these days? I have a Sig Sauer, what are they called? RPX I'm quite fond of. Haven't gotten to take it to the range for a while. I probably won't be able to for a while either. Not RPX. RTX? Feeling about Glocks. I don't like them. Aaron Mate hosted a convicted pedophile in the gray zone, apparently. Oh, damn. No wonder he had that pedo link ready to go while responding to me on Twitter. Wait, it was this guy? Wait, what? Didn't we just see this guy? This was the guy who I said looked like, fucking, Chen Kuger. Yeah. Huh. Well, I don't know if this is true. Oh, wait, this is Patrick Hillsman. This guy, yeah, this guy, I don't think this guy would just lie to smear somebody. Huh. That's crazy. Least pedophilic Russian propagandist. True. He tried to have sex with an underage girl. That is the thing. Hey, that he's being criticized for. Did you mean RXP? Let me just find the gun. Bosch, do you have any guns? I own 8. This is the best gun I've ever fired. What do they call this? SIG Custom Works. Doesn't it have the thing somewhere on it? The P226. Thank you. But it has another thing. It's three letters. No, the P320. Yes, yeah. Okay, but what's the MPX? Was that it? Yeah, P320. Something else. RXP. RXP, that's it. Anyway, yeah. It's quite nice. It does that neat thing where the barrel gets pulled down when the slide cocks back so that it accepts the bullet into the chamber. Have you bought a shotgun yet? Why would I buy a shotgun? What am I, a farmer? How much was that? 1,200? 1,300? You understand that's basically a Glock? This is metal framed. Not plastic. It's a nice pistol. It feels very good to shoot. It fits my hand pretty flawlessly too. Yeah. And also I can get this perfectly with my middle finger, you know? Damn it. I have the P320 full size and I love it. Ah, a fellow. Yes. Is it not a very ergonomic firearm? Good trigger, disciplined comrade? Well, yeah, of course. Which P320 version is it? It's not the ones that have fired on their own. Yeah, ready to defend Ukraine. Here, we'll get my LARP gun, okay? We'll get the nice LARP gun. All right, there we go. We're ready to defend the sovereignty of the People's Republic of Ukraine. There we go. Yeah, we ride. A Vepr? I wish this was a Vepr. This is a Mini 14. Sorry, I don't have an AK. AKs are handsome and all, but I would feel like a massive LARPer. You know? That's the point. I don't want to feel like a LARPer. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Freedom. I didn't know anyone would be even... I have a Vepr 308, so fun. You have a Vepr? A Vepr is a Russian gun. They're sold by a Russian company. I'm not going to be able to get my hands on these. We're sanctioning Russia. The last time one of my shops had a Vepr in stock, it was fucking $4,000. The price is going to double. There are clones? I don't want a clone. You don't want a World War I trench shotgun? No, I don't. Bitch baby? Okay, I don't want to spend $8. Don't fall. Don't. Okay. There are no bullets in the guns. No, stop with the guns. We've been talking for over an hour since we stopped talking about the war. We should probably leave soon. You got 1,000 new subs today? Well, that's nice. Also, hi, Tempest. What does the science say about pedophilia? What? I don't know. I know the ethics say don't do it. My official position on the subject. It says it's bad. What is this? Nice gun nuts, Jazz Dog. Oh yeah, Vermin showed this. Kyle Rittenhouse announces initiative to hold activist media outlets accountable in court. Oh, yeah. Good. It's not going to work. This is just bullshit. Very nice. I think they mean, is it a mental illness? I mean, it fits the categorization of one which I am familiar with, but the designations that we use for subjects like this are usually done with an attempt to frame them in the way in which they must be addressed or dealt with, right? In this case, yes, what do they call it? A paraphilic disorder, I think. What does the science say? What, you get therapy? I don't know. Whatever the solutions are, do them and don't hurt children, okay? The specific designations in this case are just a tool that doctors must use to minimize the harm children are subjected to. Any logistical specificity, as long as it leads to the best possible outcome. You're going to talk about the upcoming primary? Yes, for sure. Activist is such a BS code? Yes, it is at 100%, yeah. Check your email. What? Why the fuck are you telling me in chat to check my email? You know I have to check my email to do my job. Hold on. I see you right here. Anti-natalism debate. It's an understatement to say you've said some very stupid things about anti-natalism on stream earlier tonight. And as someone who has spent the last 5 years of my life in the trenches of Reddit building up hard-hitting arguments for anti-natalism, to be fair, if I spent a lot of time on Reddit, I might also be an anti-natalist. I believe that I could blow you the fuck out in debate on anti-natalism. No chance. Please consider this offer. I have some hard truths for you. Considering that my axiomatic first position values involve the maximization of sentient being-oriented values, I am incapable of being an anti-natalist. It's not possible. There's no way in my ethical system I could ever be led to that position because it is incapable of maximizing the outcomes that I'm looking for. What's an anti-natalist? A person who doesn't think humans should exist. A person who believes that it's immoral to bring life into the world. Don't get me wrong, there are good arguments anti-natalists make, but I don't think they serve their intended end goal. I just think they predicate sort of a natural unfairness. The big argument, for example, is that you cannot consent to being born, that being born entails suffering, and that you force people non-consensually into suffering by giving birth to them. And this is true, and I don't care. That is true, but it is not a sufficient argument to stop engaging in birth. Conveniently, they don't include themselves in the didn't want to be born category. Well, funnily enough, the best counter-argument to anti-natalism is also sort of the best counter-argument to their being an anti-natalist, which is you could always kill yourself. If anti-natalists were really committed to it, they would. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't if they're really anti-natalist about the whole business. Or do they enjoy life? Do they want to live? Oh, well. Oh, maybe there is a reason. You know? Seems like a kind of a brutish counter-argument, but it seems like a valid one given the circumstances. They think we should stop giving birth? Yes. I think they just get sterilized. Well, why should they get to live? That seems a little odd, right? That's just straight up not what it means. It means what I want it to mean. Non-existence is meaningfully different than ceasing to exist. While that is true, you also can't really make any moral statements about a thing that doesn't exist, so it seems like an odd comparison point to make. Like, you can compare the moral state of the suffering and pleasure that an existent being goes through to a lot of things, but not really to a state of non-existence. Non-existence isn't just an absence of positive or negative modifiers. It's non-existence. An absence of positive or negative modifiers would imply the cognition necessary to recognize it, but non-existence doesn't even entail that, so... Check your email again. Oh, all right, I'm ending stream. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. Stream will begin tomorrow in 13 hours. I love you all very much. We have lots of stuff to talk about and lots of stuff to cover. Be well. VOD in the Dropbox. I always put the VOD in the Dropbox. All right, who do we host? 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 Who are we hosting? Oh, thank you everyone for the donations. War streams are going to be a little light on the dono reading, okay? They have to be. I will still read them. I can still see them when they happen. But they simply have to be. Dylan is live. Okay, Dylan Burns TV. Let's go. Host Twitch. Dylan Burns live. Let's go. Good luck. And to all the people who are watching just from YouTube and not on my site, who can no longer see me, or wait, who can hear me. Wait. I'm tired. It's just black. Why does this always happen now? If Dylan Burns... Wait, hold on. I hosted Dylan Burns live, not Dylan Burns TV. I'm a fucking retard. Go. There. Now you're going to see the chat respond. Yeah, there we go. Looking at you now, YouTube chat. We had some good times today, didn't we? We watched a UN Security Council meeting. We told people to kill themselves. I had several cups of coffee. That was good. That was a good time. I love you guys in YouTube chat. I hope you know that.